All right, all right. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining me for yet another spontaneous live stream. I did a spontaneous stream on when was it again? When was it? Friday midday? Friday midday. And it was a riveting discussion. We had some tethers from Canada calling in, trying to say that we look like Africans and we're Africans and blase, 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 blah. I think we even had no, you know what? We didn't have any Mexicans call in. That was a new one. Normally, we always have at least a couple Mexicans calling in. Hey, vato, we're the real indigenous, eh? Lord, oh Lord, that Latin American identity crisis is a hell of a thing. But guys, yet again, I am here as your humble servant with one goal and one goal only. And that goal is to achieve multiple goals simultaneously. So I've got tons of genealogy work I got to catch up on for paid clients. I've got a course that I just launched, the Hidden Heritage course. Make sure to check that out on my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Got a lot of things to do behind the scenes, but I said, hey, you know what? Let me knock out this work in the back end and go live at the same time. So if there's anybody who has any questions about genealogy, archival research, if anybody wants to debate me on Native Black American history, whether you're an African that thinks we come from Africa or a Pan-African that thinks we come from Africa or a European that wants to lend their 2 cents. I mean, anybody, you Plains natives, you Siberian Huskies, as I like to refer to you as, like if any of you guys want to call in, I mean, I'm taking calls from everybody. It don't matter. I don't care if you agree that Black Americans descend from reclassified American Indians and not Africans. I don't care if you disagree that Black Americans descend from reclassified American Indians and not Africans. I want you to call in and let us know what's on your mind. And you know what? For the folks on YouTube, let me go ahead and pin the call-in link to the chat. The StreamYard link is now in the chat for the YouTube audience. You guys can go ahead and click that StreamYard link if you would like to call in for the YouTube audience. Perfect, perfect. And for the folks on TikTok, you already know how to call in. Just request to join. I'll bring you right up. Again, I'm taking calls from everybody, whether you're a naysayer, a detractor, a troll, or anybody in between. I want to give you the opportunity to speak with a Black Indian and let me know why you're so infatuated with my people and our heritage and why you're so hell-bent on convincing us that we come from you or come from elsewhere. I mean, let's see. Last time I did one of these live streams, it took like 40 minutes for somebody to get the testicular fortitude to call in. Hopefully it won't take that long this time. But either way, in the meantime, I'm going to be rocking out to some music. I'm going to be catching up with some emails, doing some genealogy research. If anybody wants to call in, you know what to do. Let me see who we got in the building first and foremost. Over on YouTube, we got GJ. Nice to see you, GJ. Always nice to see you in the chat. Always nice to see you in the chat. We've got who's over here on TikTok. Quite a few people tuning in on TikTok already. Shout out to Meek. Meek says, you are not wrong. You were absolutely right. Hey, sounds like you've done some research. All that tells me is you have done some research. Kudos to you. Shako P says, play some Sten Jody. I don't know who Sten Jody is. I'm not going to be playing that. I'm actually going to age myself by playing some young belligerent music that gets me in the zone to do this research that I've got to do. But again, guys, if anybody wants to call in, you know what to do. In the meantime, let me start knocking out some of these emails. Who we got in the chat? Empress says driving. Yeah, no worries, Empress. I'm sure we'll hear from you later. Let me see. We got a lot of people filling in on TikTok. Now, guys, since I'm opening the airwaves to callers, here's the only rule. If you have a question, if you want to debate, we're not going to do it in the comments section. You've got to click the button. You've got to join. I'll let you speak uninterrupted. It'll be good. We'll have a civil conversation. but we're not going to do the back and forth in the chat. You got to request to join up. And while we wait to see if we have anybody that wants to call in, now let me see. I think I see some new people on YouTube. Oh yeah, Kevin. Perfect. Kevin, sounds like you got a lot to say. Honestly, I already started doing my research. I'm not going to read that paragraph, Kevin, but if you want to call in, StreamYard link is pinned to the top of the chat. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Last time we were live for like 2.5 hours. We had Africans calling in from Canada. We had a Somalian. We had a African by way of the Caribbean hiding out in New York. I mean, y'all, it was mostly them Africans who wanted to call in last time and dictate heritage to us, but we'll see who we have calling in today. Matter of fact, damn, before I even got to my music and we already got to call it. Shit. I mean, I wanted it, but I kind of did want to at least listen to a tune real quick. Check my email one time, but we already got a caller. Let's see who we got. Coming from the back to the front is Moody. Moody, when I bring you up, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
You're not Native American, bro. Just cut it out.
All right, Moody, I guess you didn't understand the directions. The first thing you do when you come up here is you answer the question, where are you calling in from? And then the second question is, what's on your mind? Go ahead, you have the floor.
I'm from New York City.
By way of?
Said what?
By way of?
What does that mean?
Okay, I guess you're not familiar with the term by way of. By way of means you're calling from New York, but where are you from originally? Where are your people from originally? Like, I'm broadcasting from Oklahoma by way of California. See how that works? Go ahead, unmute yourself, Muty.
I'm African.
Sir. So Africa is a continent. It's not a country. It's not a country. What country in Africa are you from?
Madagascar.
Madagascar. I got you. And would you say you're a first generation or a second generation migrant?
Second generation.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think second generation means that you're born here, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, I got you for sure. So second generation African. You said you're in New York, was it? Oh damn, he fled, y'all. He fled. What happened, Moody? Moody, come back. Moody. What happened to Moody? Y'all, like, as soon as we get an African country out of him, I mean, I don't know. Maybe his Wi-Fi dropped off. Guys, I swear, Scout's honor. I did not drop him. I did not kick him. He just disappeared. He just faded into the blue. I was really interested to see where this conversation was going to go. I mean, Madagascar. I think he said he's in New York. All right. Well, next caller, I hope you'll stay on the line longer than a minute and a half, okay? I hope you won't get scared when I ask basic questions such as, where are you calling from? Where are your people from? I mean, if you want to say that we're not Native Americans and blase, then that's part of the, what's on your mind section of my line of questioning. But we got to start with, where are you from? Where are your people from? And honestly, maybe it's because I was just at the Mexican restaurant last night having doubles of silver tequila, was it Patron? I don't know what it was exactly, but I don't know. I feel is that tres leches I smell? Is it tamales? I don't know, guys. I think that was a Latin American. I think that was a Hispanic who was calling in cosplaying as an African. I told you guys the Hispanics have a huge identity crisis. I told you guys them Hispanics, they online. 1 minute they claiming they indigenous, next minute they claiming they Spanish, but they don't want to talk about that Filipino heritage, that African heritage. But no. Maybe this is just a Hispanic boy that was in tune with his African roots. That's why he said he's from Madagascar, okay? His ancestors were sold by fellow Madagascar Africans to Spanish or Portuguese Europeans, then shipped somewhere in South America or the Caribbean, and then they migrated recently to New York City, and that's why Hector is acknowledging his African roots, okay? Because while he does have that conquistador DNA, he also has that African heritage. Because Lord, oh Lord, them Spaniards, they did a whole lot of humping on them Africans and them Filipino slaves that they brought over. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Damn. Hey, maybe he was afraid I was gonna call ICE or something, y'all. I don't know. He said, "Oh shit. Let me say I'm African." No, sir. Africa is a continent. It's not okay. Madagascar. He was afraid that if I knew that he snuck through the border last July from Venezuela, he knew that somebody was gonna call ICE on that ass. ICE probably can trace the IP address. I mean, he said, "Hold on, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. I gotta go." That was kind of funny though. Well, let me see what the chat's talking about. Striving says, "Why is he talking in another tone? Probably not an African." Yeah. Serenity said he's Mexican. Yeah, facts. Where's ICE when you need them? Yeah. These guys, they want to be everything but European now. Now that being European is not in fashion. Oh, those Latin Americans, boy, oh boy. I guess they're cosplaying as Africans. But yeah, guys, I'm going to start knocking out some emails, listening to some music. If anybody wants to call in on YouTube, click the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. If anybody wants to call in on TikTok, go ahead and request to join. I'm taking all callers, whether you have general questions about genealogy, tribal citizenship, anything in between, let me know. Or if you would like to debate me on Black American indigeneity, come on. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You know what? Hold on. Do we still have Kevin in the building on YouTube? My chat's not moving as fast, Kevin. Let me see what you're talking about. Kevin says, "Bruh, I remember you from you being on Top Cat's channel before. You were explaining how you got the check from the Indian group. It bothered me how they got down on you. I didn't think it was fair." Oh, yeah. That was very interesting. Yeah. That was my first time dealing with Black Americans who I would say are borderline pretendians. I'm not going to front. Pretendians are mostly Asians and Europeans, but there is a very, very, very small niche community within the Black American diaspora, if you will, that you could put the pretendian label on. And that's simply because these are those same folks in our community. Come on, bless their heart. We probably have family members like this. You know those members of our community. One minute they're Moorish sovereign citizens. 1 minute they're Nation of Islam. 1 minute they're Hebrew Israelites. 1 minute they're foundational Black Americans. Now they're claiming they're indigenous Black Americans. And guess what? The original tribes of the Americas were richly melanated, much darker skinned than me in most areas. But there's a difference between having that oral tradition passed down through your family, doing the genealogical research, and knowing, yes, hey, so-and-so grandmother was Choctaw, so-and-so grandfather was Muskogee. It's a big difference between doing that. And unfortunately, what I found, Kevin, on that Top Cats channel, is a lot of those guys just identify as indigenous. I think I asked them straight up on that show, "Oh, so are you a member of a tribe?" "No." "Okay. Have you done your genealogy?" "No." "Have you created a family tree?" "No." "Okay, well, like, if you think you're indigenous, then why haven't you done your genealogy or sought citizenship with the tribe of your ancestors?" "Because I don't need to get citizenship with a foreign entity, and that's not right, and I'm an indigenous autochthon, da-da-da-da-da." "Okay, but, like, you have U.S. citizenship, right? You pay taxes, send your kids to public school, register your cars, right? So it's like you want to be a part of that system, but you don't want to be a part of the tribal system." I mean, and to each their own. There's a lot of people out there who have valid reasons for not wanting to be affiliated with a tribe that their ancestors may have been a part of. But you guys know what I'm talking about. It's a very small niche demographic in our community that is just like, and they're often the loudest with it. They're the ones in the feathers and the different outfits, making TikTok songs and shit, and you know, and they're kind of making us look bad. Let's just call a spade a spade. You're making us look a little bad. Calm it down. If you're going to get on TikTok, you're going to get on social media, rocking feathers and shit, at least know what you're doing. At least know the history. I don't really want to see you in a Navajo headdress and a poncho when Southeastern Black indigenous tribes didn't wear ponchos and didn't wear Navajo style headdresses. Rock what your ancestors rocked. If I wanted to get up here on TikTok and dress like a 1700s Muskogee Creek Indian like my ancestors were, then I would dress in my tribe's regalia exclusively. In certain instances, we had headdresses. A lot of the times we wore a turban style head wrap. The men wore leggings made out of deer skin. I ain't got nothing wrong with you keeping alive the culture of your ancestors. I mean, them white folks is doing Civil War reenactments all the time, goddamn it, right? But y'all know what I'm talking about. The certain demographic of our community, it's typically the lower IQ ones, and they'll just get online being all boisterous, all loud, making rap songs about being Indian and mismatching the tribal gear and stuff. And to each their own, but there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. Do you know how powerful it is for someone like me to come along who proclaims our indigeneity, has the receipts to back it, is also a member of a federally recognized tribe, descends from famous Black indigenous people of the Muskogee Creek Nation who were systematically racially reclassified? So like, this isn't just like some guy getting online talking about it. Like, I live it. I am it. Right? So again, I feel like Monique. I feel like Monique when she said, hey, stop wearing bonnets in public. It looks a little bit trashy. And all the sisters were like, no, we can wear whatever the fuck we want to wear. Monique, how dare you? Da, da, da. I feel like I'm in the same position because I can already hear it now. Some of you guys are going to get sensitive. Some of you guys are going to get insecure. You probably think I'm talking about you, don't you, face ass looking ass boy, right? I probably am, okay? But let's just sharpen the steel. Let's just, steel sharpen steel, right? Let's just get a little tighter. Get a little tighter with it. But in the meantime, guys, I want to see if we have any live callers before I get back to the research that I'm doing in the back end before I start playing some tunes that you probably don't want to hear. Let me see. Do we have anybody who'd like to call in? I know I see a bunch of trolls in the TikTok chat. I don't know what you're afraid of. Like, are you afraid that I'm not going to let you get your troll material off in time? Are you afraid that I'm going to embarrass you publicly? I mean, I'm on camera. Y'all don't even have to turn on your camera. We don't even have to see what you look like, see the mannerisms, look into your soulless eyes while you try to dictate heritage to us. But still, you guys are so afraid. There's a person named Pino in the chat that says, am not scared. Well, Pino, why don't I see a request to join from you in the back end of the TikTok studio? I don't know. I guess folks are a little timid. Maybe you think I'm gonna bite you. Maybe you think I'm gonna reach out through the airwaves and chin check you one time. I don't know, guys. I don't know why you guys make TikTok videos and Instagram videos and Facebook posts. You folks start whole channels predicated on trying to convince us we come from Africa. And when you finally have the opportunity to speak with a card-carrying Native Black American, you fold under pressure. You don't want to do it. You're too afraid. You're scared. You're timid. You're insecure. And I don't know why. The only caveat I have when somebody comes up on my show is you've got to answer the opening questions. Where are you calling in from? What's on your mind? But when we get to the what's on your mind, that's where you can get your troll material out. That's where you can blah, blah, blah. You're not Indian. You guys are Africans. You're blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. Maybe you just seen dozens and dozens of people call into my show before trying to challenge me and losing in a horrible fashion. I mean, maybe you're just like, okay, I'm gonna stay in the chat because like at least I know he's not gonna actually read all my messages, so I'll just get this vitriol out and I won't actually be academically challenged on it, right? No one's gonna actually put me to task for producing receipts on my rhetoric. So yeah, I'm just gonna be a keyboard warrior today. I don't know. Shout out to Miss P. Miss P says, I'm currently editing a 100,000-word novel. Oh Lord, Miss P, you need to send me an email, Miss P. I need somebody like you on the team. I'm working on my first novel. I already published a free ebook that's on my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I need somebody like you on the team, okay? If you've got editing skills, you know how to look through theses or first drafts, second drafts, mark it up, give a homie some pointers, definitely shoot me an email if you're down to assist with some projects. Let me see who we got on TikTok. Oh, we do have a guest backstage. We do have a lot of people in the TikTok asking for the number. It's not a number. If you're on TikTok, you request to join. There's like a co-host button or a join button, and you just click request to join. I'll bring you right up. Pino says there's no request button. Yeah, Pino, there definitely is. Everybody has a request button on TikTok. Anybody watching right now can request to join. And actually, we do have somebody backstage requesting. Let's see who we have. Ashrats. Ashrats, when I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, so is there a question I'm supposed to answer or I can just go?
Yeah. So first question is where you calling in from, and then you can let us know what's on your mind.
Absolutely. I'm calling from New York City right now.
Nice. Well, lay it on
So,
us.
yes, sir. So I have a question. So you don't believe that Black Americans descend from Africans?
Not primarily, no.
Okay, but you believe that we do have some African ancestry, right?
Some of us. If
Do you think?
if you do your genealogy and you find that your great 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 grandfather was shipped as a slave from West Africa into the Caribbean or something, then you have African ancestry. But it is academically unsound. It is intellectually nefarious to try to proclaim that every single Black American has African ancestry.
Okay, so what makes a Black American Black?
Ma'am, hold on one moment. One moment. I muted you. I'm going to mute myself as well. I got to clear my throat real quick. Allergies are a hell of a thing. All right. Now, I want to kind of spin the block on where you're from to see if maybe there's any immigrant heritage there. And the only reason that I'm thinking about doing that is because if you're truly a Black American woman who can trace her lineage here for centuries, then I don't know why you would ever ask such a question as what makes a Black person Black. That seems like a crazy question for a Black American to ask, right? That's why I'm kind of wondering what's up with the lineage there. But hey, I'm gonna wait and answer your question, and then we can see if you have any recent migrant heritage. Your question to me was, what makes a Black American Black? What makes a Black American Black is being reclassified as Black by the government. If you look at your birth certificate, if you look at your grandparents, your great-great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents' birth certificates, and it doesn't say Black or Negro or mulatto or colored or freedman, then guess what? You're not a Black American. Right? Isn't that pretty straightforward? Isn't that in the realm of common sense? In more modern terms, around 1960s is where we really got hit hard with that Black label, and we took it, flipped it, reversed it, made it something to be globally revered. Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. So when you say what makes a Black person Black, it's not just that you have melanin, because there's African migrants coming over here every day with melanin trying to cosplay as a Black American when they're not Black. We all know that Black has become synonymous with us, our culture, our lineage. When you talk about an African, Africans don't call themselves Black. Africans aren't on the continent of Africa and their 52 different countries calling themselves Black. What's up, my Black brother? Hey, my Black queen. No, they call themselves by their local tribes or their country. When you go to the UK, You don't have a bunch of Europeans calling African migrants black people. They're not reclassifying them as black people. They call them migrants. That's what they are. But you know what's funny? The migrants in the UK have tried to grift onto our term black, and I think they're even trying to call themselves Black Brits now. See that? They were never racially reclassified as black by the European elite, but because we took it, flipped it, reversed it, made it something so popular, everybody wants to grift onto this black identity. So even though your question is a little bit nonsensical, if you are a black woman descending from black people that can trace their heritage here for hundreds of years, even though your question seems a little bit nonsensical, a little bit, obvious, I thank you so much for asking it, because there are so many people trying to take this black label, trying to change what it means to be a black American. So it's nice for everybody watching to at least get my personal opinion on where I stand with this whole black identity. Now, what I'd like you to do is just quickly let us know, when you say you're calling in from New York, are your people like from New York, or your people from America originally, or you're a first generation, second generation, third generation migrant?
I can answer now.
Yeah, just ask your question.
Yeah, I'm not from New York City. I'm actually from South Louisiana. I'm from a place called Thibodaux, Louisiana. My ancestry is originally from Assumption Parish, which is slavery. And before that, they came from.
Whoa, time out. I'm muting you again because I'm confused. I literally asked a very specific question. Do you descend from first generation, second generation, third generation migrants? You're saying you're not from New York, you're from Louisiana. The area in Louisiana is slavery. I mean, that's a crazy label to put on the whole area. I mean, I'm sure for a period of time, indigenous people were enslaved, but there's a long history in that territory in Louisiana other than slavery. I'm sure there's indigenous tribes in that area that have a long history besides slavery, but okay. Just be more concise, ma'am. Is the answer yes or no when I say, do you descend from first generation, second generation, or third generation migrants?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Now you have the floor.
Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I'm from South Louisiana. So I want. Can I ask you another question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, right after I ask you the same question you asked me, what do you
Yes,
think
sir.
makes a black person a black person?
Having African ancestry and having the phenotypes of African ancestry.
I got you. So you have African ancestry.
Yes.
What's the name of your African ancestor that was shipped here?
I'm not sure. I think it's mostly Nigerian from what I was told, but I'm not sure.
No. I didn't ask a country. I asked for the name of your African ancestor.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what country in Africa your African ancestor was shipped from?
Yeah, mostly from what I know, what my grandma told me, it came from Nigeria.
Okay. And when you say your grandma told you your African ancestor came from Nigeria, do you know how far back that African ancestor migrated here? Was it like 1500s, 1700s, 1800s?
Honestly, no.
Okay. So when you say your grandma said that you have some mythical African ancestor that came from, I think you said Nigeria. Do you know where she got that information?
I think she got that from a DNA test. And on my dad's
Oh,
side,
wait. Time out. Pause. I thought you were going to tell me it's been a long-standing oral tradition passed down in your family. I thought you were going to tell me my great-great-grandfather did our genealogy and found that we had a slave manifest log of an ancestor shipped in from Nigeria. You're telling me Granny took a DNA test and it said she's Nigerian, so now you're up here believing that you have African ancestry.
well, I think it's also from genealogy too, but honestly, I'm not 100% sure.
Ma'am, time out. First of all, if you're not 100% sure, I don't know why you would claim African ancestry. That's strange. That's like stolen valor to me. I would never claim indigenous American lineage without knowing the name of my indigenous ancestors, the tribe they were a part of. And guess what? I'm actually a part of that same tribe, but we're going to get there in a moment. Granny took a DNA test. It says she's Nigerian. Now you're up here saying you're from Africa, that to be black means that you're from Africa. So I got to ask you a question. What if indigenous Americans were reclassified as black? Then would you find error in your definition of what it means to be a black person? Go ahead and mute yourself. If you knew that indigenous people in this country were reclassified as black, then would you say, oh, wait a minute, I have to think differently about my definition?
Well, I actually grew up with Native Americans where I'm from.
I didn't ask if you
Well,
actually grew up with Native Americans. I said if
okay.
you knew that indigenous Americans were reclassified as black, then would you change your definition of what it means to be a black person?
Well, I would have to get more information on it.
Ma'am, I didn't ask if you would need more information. I'm saying if you already got the information. If you got the information, you saw the receipts, you knew it was a fact, just hypothetically speaking, then would you change your definition, or would you think, nah, to be a black person means you have to have African descent? Which one is it?
I'm kind of confused by your question. I'm sorry.
Okay, well then I'll slow it down for you. Not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You just said to me, Mike, I think to be a black person means you have African descent and you have African phenotype. So I said, well, hey, if there were indigenous Americans reclassified as black, then would you change your definition once you had this new knowledge? Now, do you understand?
I have to get evidence on that.
I didn't ask you if you need to get evidence. We are doing a hypothetical scenario. Hypothetically, if you already got the evidence and you already reviewed the evidence and you knew the evidence was factual, would you still think that a black person is someone of African descent? Or would you change your mind on what your definition is of a black person? People in my YouTube say you pissing them off. People saying you deflecting. I don't think you're deflecting. I think you're just a little confused. So here, I'm going to try to say it one more time slowly and clearly. I'll give you an example. Let's say I go up to a hot dog stand. And in my mind, I have the preconceived notion that all hot dogs are made out of beef. And when I come up to the hot dog stand, I look at the menu and it actually says under the list of ingredients, some of the hot dogs are made out of beef and some of them are made out of pork. Well, then me, naturally, being a rational person, I would then change my notion of what I think is the ingredients within a hot dog. I would now think, well, you know what? It's wrong for me to assume that these hot dogs are beef when clearly there's beef hot dogs, there's pork hot dogs. It's nuanced. So in that same vein, if you're thinking that a black person is someone with exclusively African heritage, and I'm saying, well, hey, if you were armed with new information that indigenous Americans that weren't African at all are still reclassified as black, then would you change your definition of a black person? Would that make you think differently about what it means to be a black person? Like me viewing that hot dog menu would make me think differently about the ingredients in a hot dog. Please tell me you understood that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So now to make it even more simple for you, this is actually a yes or no question. Either yes, you would change your definition, or no, you wouldn't change your definition. Which one is it?
I wouldn't, because I would know that the ingredients were really pork and they say beef.
You said no, you wouldn't change your definition.
No, because
Okay, ma'am. Now we're in the realm of nonsense. And I have to make sure that I understand you clearly and that you're not being nonsensical, because we have so many people trying to call in on YouTube, so many people trying to call in on TikTok. I can't waste my time with someone who's nonsensical. You're telling me that if you discovered evidence that indigenous Americans were reclassified as black, that still wouldn't make you change the definition of what it means to be a black person? Is that what you just said, ma'am?
you said that they are reclassified. Reclassified don't change who you are.
Yes, it does. That's why it's fucking called reclassified. If I reclassify you, I literally just changed
you're an
who
idiot.
you
Have a nice
are.
day.
You
You're an
really
idiot.
from
Have a nice day.
Louisiana? Maybe she's really a Nigerian migrant, guys. Maybe she's a Nigerian migrant in the 80s. Her mama came from Nigeria to Louisiana, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ain't nobody I ever talked to from Louisiana not know the rich history of all the black indigenous tribes of the Louisianas. Ain't no black American ever got up here talking about, yeah, to be a black person means that you got to come from Africa. Okay, well, if you found that indigenous people were reclassified as African, would that change your definition? No, I wouldn't. It wouldn't change my definition. because reclassified doesn't change who you are. Bitch, do I have to pull up the definition of reclassified? Jesus, the ignorance, reclassified to assign to a different class or category. Damn, that means changing what you are. You imbecilic bedwench babbling hyena of a bitch, you. Oh Lord, I normally don't speak to women like this, but you, oh Lord, let's just say you triggered me tonight with your ignorance. What the fuck did I just listen to? I feel like I got some Q-tips or something? What did I just listen to? You know what it is? Either she's insecure about her migrant heritage or she's just a pan goofy. And it sounds like she's probably a pan goofy who comes from a long line of pan goofies, because while my grandparents passed down the oral tradition of our indigeneity, your grandparents went and paid the white man to look at their DNA and theorize over where they come from. And then they said Nigeria, and now your family's running with it. Oh Lord, you got a whole family, multi-generational family of pan goofies. Ugh. I guess you out there in Louisiana and they do their masking Indian festivals every other Sunday and you don't see all them black folks out there. Oh, okay. I got you. Lord, she was just so ignorant, guy. I normally don't get this out of character, but I'm just like, how can you be so ignorant? How? And the sad part is, I can easily share my screen right now and show definitive evidence that indigenous people were reclassified to Negro, black, colored, mulatto, and everything in between. I can pull up my ancestor who was the chief justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation, pull up the Dawes Roll where he's listed as a full-blooded Indian, and then pull up a book where a college professor tries to reclassify him as an African. But that dumb bitch gonna say, well, reclassifying doesn't change who you are. Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Do tell more. Let's see who we got backstage. Let's see. Pino figured out how to call in. Pino, when I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello.
Where you calling in from, Pino?
El Paso, Texas.
All right, and what's on your mind?
Well, what you say about that black people are indigenous to America. I mean, native, maybe. I mean, native, obviously native, yes. After a while, people become native to their land.
Hold on, I gotta mute you for a second. It's really, really hard to hear you. I don't know if you're driving. I don't know if you're driving underwater, but you just sound really, really faint. And I'm just hoping there's some way you can get closer to the microphone or something. Go ahead, unmute yourself and try to speak up.
Can you hear me now?
It's still a bit faint, but yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. What I was saying though is that black people,
are you driving or something?
Indigenous. Yeah, I'm a trucker.
You're a trucker. Okay. So I guess you don't have the blue parrot because this headset ain't it.
I do. I don't know why it's not working.
All right. Well, go ahead, Pino. You said black people aren't indigenous. They're maybe native or what?
No. Native, yes, of course. After a while, people become native to the land. But there's a difference between being native and being indigenous. Now, me as a Mexican American, because I was born in Mexico and then became a United States citizen. So, me as a Mexican, when I went to Mexico City and went to the Museum of Anthropology, the first registered black people that came from Africa was Cortez brought 300 black slaves to America. Before that, in Mexico,
Time out. It's so hard to hear you. I'm just gonna try to repeat what I hear you might be saying. Did you say that you took a trip to Mexico and you went somewhere and someone told you that 300 African slaves were shipped somewhere, or what exactly?
To the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City.
Okay, so you went to a museum of anthropology in Mexico City, and they told you what?
The first registered black people that came to Americas. Now, when I say Americas, I mean North and South America.
Okay.
the 300 black slaves that Cortez brought with him. That was the first black people that would have
And where
registered
did those
in
slaves
South
go?
America. Well, they were spread throughout North and South America.
No. Don't get up here on no revisionist poor scholarship descendant of conquistador. Don't you do that. You cannot get up here and try to tell me that a conquistador brought 300 African slaves. And when I ask you where in the Americas he brought them to, oh, he spread them out across North America and South America. Pino, if they spread them out between North America and South America, then tell me the name of the North American Spanish colonies. Go ahead.
The North American Spanish colonies. Okay, where there's Paso del Norte, which is El Paso, Texas. There's Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Time out. I said name the Spanish colonies. I said name the Spanish colonies. And the first thing you said is some shit in El Paso, Texas. The first thing he said out of his mouth was some El Species, Tres Leches, something in El Paso, whatever the hell. He just came up here and said the first Africans ever brought here, dude, that they came here by conquistador, and he brought 300. Well, where did he bring them to? Oh, well, he spread them around North America and South America. That's bullshit. Can you name the North American Spanish colonies? And the first thing he said, hold on, stay on mute, Mr. Trucker. I want you to pay attention to the road while I speak, okay? I don't want you fiddling around with the mute and unmute and go ahead and cause a collision, okay? The first thing he said was Texas. Okay. And again, I'm not debating him on that point. I'm just taking it in. I already know the history. I already know how off he is. I'm just like, whoa. So hey, I got another question for you, Pino. When you say that the first ever black people or Africans brought here by da-da-da-da, what year is this that he brought 300 Africans? Go ahead. What year was it?
In the 1500s.
Oh, in the 1500s. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. In the 1500s. Cool. All right. So see, guys, some of you may be confused. I know I'm long stroking you a little bit right now, but I'm going to connect these dots in just a moment. I'm just trying to make sure you guys clearly understand his talking points. We have a truck driver, some Mexican dude calling in, telling us we're not indigenous. Maybe we're native, but we're not indigenous because a Spanish conquistador brought 300 Africans in the 1500s, and he spread them North America and South America. I asked him to name a North American Spanish colony. He named some shit in Texas. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. I'm getting a text from my son's mother. Hold on. Priorities, guys. Priorities. You know, if y'all got a baby mama, you know how it is. She always needs some money. And I'll fuck with you. Okay, let me. There we go. Okay, so guys, where were we? Oh yeah. He's up here bullshitting. He doesn't know history. He doesn't know the history of his own country. He doesn't know the history of his own people. This makes absolutely no sense. 0 sense at all. The first colony that he named in North America was some shit in Texas. Guess what? That colony did not exist until the 1700s. He's claiming that 300 Africans were brought here as slaves. I'm not refuting that. But when I ask him the date, he says the 1500s. But then when I ask him where they got sent to, he's saying that it's a mix of North and South America, but the Spanish did not have a colonial presence in North America to that degree in the 1500s. What are you talking about? Do we have to take you back to grade school? The Spanish colonized South America, Central America, the Caribbean. Lord. So here, I'm gonna give him an opportunity, guys. I'm gonna give him an opportunity. Pino, here's your chance, Pino. Hold on, Pino. Here's your chance. Here's your chance. I think maybe you just don't know the answer to the question, where were those African slaves shipped to? And I think maybe you were just a little too insecure to just fess up and say, well, you know what, Mike? I know that 300 Africans were shipped here. That's the first blacks that I know sent here, but I don't really know where they were shipped to. If that's the answer, we'll accept it. We're not going to bash you for not knowing something. I mean, there's plenty of stuff I don't know. So again, I'm going to ask you again, do you want to change your answer? Do you maybe want to confess and let us know that you don't really know where those Africans were sent to? You think maybe they were spread out, but you don't know exactly what colony they were shipped to. Is that right or is that wrong? Go ahead, Pino.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, they were spread out through America. Now, you said that the Spanish didn't conquer North America.
No. I asked you a very specific question. And shout out to Shaq. Hold on. And shout out to Shaq on TikTok. Shaq, I know what the FBA website says. I know all about the Tariq Nasheed grift, the FBA hustle. I know. And if you think that the FBA website is the official source on history, you're sorely mistaken. The FBA website says that black people didn't exist in America until they were shipped here in 1526 by Vasquez de Ayllon to the South Carolina, Georgia coastline. I know exactly what bullshit it says on the FBA website. But go ahead, Pino. Continue. Do you know where those 300 slaves were shipped to, or do you not know?
All I know is that they were brought to the center of Mexico City.
Wait a minute. Time. First you said that they were spread between North America and South America. Now you're saying they were sent to Mexico City? Is this still in the 1500s? Are you expecting us to believe that in the 1500s they were shipped to Mexico City?
Well, what's the first place the conquistadors came to? They came to the Aztec Empire, which was in Mexico City now. Now, you told me that you said right now that the Spanish didn't conquer North America. I guess you never taken a trip to Albuquerque, New Mexico, or Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Sir, I never said that the Spanish never conquered North America. I said in the 1500s, the Spanish did not have a significant colonial presence in North America. That's exactly what I said. Yes, they had a little settlement here. Yes, they had been trying to get a settlement in Florida and getting taken out by Black indigenous tribes for 100+ years. We know the Spanish did not get a serious foothold in North America in the 1500s. That's why they were primarily in Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. What are you talking about? Don't get up here and try to act like I'm claiming the Spanish never. I'm from California. That's literally a previous Spanish colony. What are you talking about? The city I'm from, Sacramento, California, is named from a Spanish conquistador saying the Sacramento River was like a holy sacrament. I know that the Spanish got up here eventually, but what I'm talking about is these African slaves that are being trafficked by the Spanish. Africans were never trafficked to North America in a large degree.
I never said that.
No, your exact claim was that in the 1500s, 300 Africans were spread between North America and South America, and that's bullshit. That's not factual. They were sent to one port, one location, one colony, and you don't know the answer. You claimed Mexico City, but that's false, sir. We actually already gave you the answer, and you weren't paying attention. When I was talking to Sack about the FBA website, Shaq, the FBA website, we already gave you the answer. They were shipping them to South Carolina, Georgia coastline. There was one record of 100 or 200 or whatever being sent there. So you explain to me how 100 or 200, no. You explain to me how 100 or 200 African slaves being shipped to the South Carolina, Georgia coastline in the 1500s, how does that result in 45 million Black Americans present day? Let me know how that math works. Please explain to us how Africans grow. No. Please explain to us how a couple hundred African slaves, I guess they're just humping like jackrabbits or something. How do a couple hundred African slaves with a high mortality rate and a low birth rate become over 45 million Black Americans? Go ahead, explain that for us.
Well, reproduction, but like I said,
Reproduction. Thank you. Reproduction. So you explain to us how a couple hundred Africans are going to reproduce into 45 million over a few hundred years. How do you do that naturally when you have a high mortality rate and a low birth rate? The average life expectancy of a plantation slave was 25 to 35 years old. I bet you didn't know that. So you explain to me how these slaves are having all these babies.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there, but like I said,
you don't know. You don't know. So if you don't know, no. Yes, I do keep muting you because you're talking bullshit and your mic sounds like garbage anyways. You really shouldn't even be calling in trying to dictate heritage to us when you're fucking driving a big rig. That's some dangerous shit right there. Matter of fact, I don't want to be complicit. I'm gonna just drop him. Josue, this is some strange fucking behavior. You driving a big rig trying to call into us, convince us that we come from African slaves because in the 1500s, a couple hundred Africans were sent here by some Spaniards. Okay. But at the same time, I can literally pull up Spanish journals right now where they say in the 1500s, they found Black indigenous tribes already on the California coast. A whole nation of Black indigenous people were already here in the 1500s. But you want us to think that we come from a couple hundred African slaves that were shipped here. That doesn't make any sense. Not at all. Not even a little bit. And you know what? Why don't I just drop a gem on you guys? I got a whole digital archive, 600 plus documents on my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. But let me just drop a gem. Let me just bring up actual conquistador journals that note Black indigenous tribes in North America prior to any African. Do you know who the fuck you're talking to? You think I don't research it? I just did a whole dissertation on the entire colonial history of Spanish America from the you must not know who you're talking to. So I'm gonna show you. They call me the king of receipts. Let's bring up these journals, shall we? I'm a genealogist, a digital archivist, a card-carrying member of one of the most ancient tribes of the Southeast, descendant from Mississippi and Mound Builders. You done fucked up, and you gonna learn the hard way. And I don't feel sorry for you. Let me see. I got so many receipts. Do we want to go with that journal or do we want to go with? Oh, and mind you, he's so off his rocker. I guess he doesn't know that the Spanish, when they found these Black indigenous tribes in the Americas, not just in North America, in Central America, South America, the Caribbean, guess what they called us? Negros de terras, Blacks of this land. And those Africans that you're talking about, those Africans that they would bring over later, guess what they called those Africans? Negros de Guinea, Blacks of Africa. The Spanish knew that there were Blacks already here. They knew that the Africans they were bringing were different people. That's why they called us different names. But you don't know that because you're an ignorant Mexican migrant truck driver dude who thinks that he can willy-nilly while he's on the road debate heritage with me. Oh, you done fucked up. But we're not going to get off task. Let me pull up this journal. Let me bring up this journal. Here we go. Is it this one? Yes, I'm going to give you guys receipts, show you exactly where to find all this. For the folks watching on YouTube, you can already see my screen. For the folks watching on TikTok, give me just a moment. Let me share my monitor with you. Hold on. Let me share my monitor. Getting up here talking, oh, the Spanish brought a couple hundred Africans, so you guys all come from, because there wasn't any. Motherfucker, we're not saying we come from Africans. Yes, if our claim is we descend from Africans, then the first documented Africans are brought in the 1500s, But that's not our claim, dummy. Our claim is we descend from the indigenous tribes of the Americas, and I'm going to show you Spanish journals from the 1500s that confirm that. And then you're going to cry while you're driving your load to the next state over. And I don't feel sorry for you. Give me a moment, guys. Let me go ahead and share my screen. We're going to do a window capture. No, We're not going to do a window capture. We got to get the whole monitor. Here we go, display capture. And then which display is this? I want to say it's technically my second monitor. I know I got like 5 screens up here. Is it this one? Yes, it's this one. Perfect, perfect, guys. Check this out. Check this out. Let me bring this up here. This is how you participate in proper scholarship. This is how you cite sources. This is why nobody can fuck with me. This source right here, this book, is called The Philosophical and Antiquarian Aboriginal History of America. Let me say that again for the people in the back. This book is titled The Philosophical and Antiquarian Aboriginal History of America. And let's see what this book says. Let me bring it up a little higher. I know sometimes the TikTok chat makes it so you guys can't see it very good. Let's go here. Let's go here. Check out what it says. Check it out. Check it out. Though America possesses some dark brown men approaching to black, yet it has been universally believed that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. Let me break that down in layman terms. The Spanish start off saying, hey, we see some dark brown people here. We see some people who are damn near black, but we don't think there's any indigenous black people in America. No, we don't think there's any indigenous black people in America. So they're starting off just like, oh, Hector, thinking that there's no indigenous black people here. But check out what they say next. This is why reading is oh so fundamental, right, guys? It says, but from considering the peculiar circumstances under which a black race was found in North America, I hold it more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. So again, in layman terms, he's saying, guys, there's dark brown people here in North America. There's black people here in North America, but we don't think they're indigenous to the Americas. But wait a minute, we found a whole race of them here. So we were wrong when we previously thought there's no Aboriginal blacks. It's more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. That's a fancy way of saying we were wrong. Our previous theory was wrong. But let's keep going. Torquemada says, the Californians showed no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes. And again, they're talking about Africans. They're talking about Africans, Moors, vassals, slaves, coming with the Spanish, working for the Spanish. These are African conquistadores. Torquemada says the Californians showed no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes that accompanied Vizcaino on a voyage to this coast in 1602. Wait a minute, time out, guys, time out. If the California Native Americans aren't black, there's some Eurasian looking folks, and the Spanish come with Africans, they should be surprised. They should be perplexed. They should be like, oh my gosh, black people, where they do that at? Guys, there's villages that you can go to in Russia to this day. There's places you can go to China to this day. And if you take your black ass over there, people are going to be rubbing your skin. People are going to be staring, taking pictures. We've never seen a black person. Oh my God, we've never seen a black person. But that is not how these California Indians react when these Africans come with these Spanish conquistadors. Torquemada says the Californians showed no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes that accompanied Vizcaino on a voyage to this coast in 1602. If we skip down a little bit more, it says here, Torquemada says, when a Negro was ordered to distribute a biscuit to the Californians at the Bay of St. Barnabas, quote, the natives seemed greatly pleased at the sight of the Negro, and they signified to him that they lived in a friendship and a correspondence with people of his color, and that not far from thence was a Negro village. But the Mexican truck driver just called in to tell me that blacks weren't here until some African slaves got sent here by the Spanish in the 1500s. But when an African slave of the Spanish is ordered to give a biscuit to the Native Americans get excited and say, yo, a black person. We got black friends. There's a whole village down here. There's hella black people here too. This is crazy. Let me read that again because some of you guys are having your minds blown right now. When a Negro was ordered to distribute a biscuit to the Californians at the Bay of St. Barnabas, quote, the natives seemed greatly pleased at the sight of the Negro, and they signified to him that they lived in a friendship and a correspondence with people of his color, and that not far from thence was a Negro village. Damn. I see people in the chat asking me who wrote this. Look it up. I told you the title. You can look at the author. The title is The Aboriginal Antiquarian, Philosophical and Antiquarian Aboriginal History of America. Look it up. Let's keep reading, though. Let's keep reading. Because now the Spanish are going to go through different theories. They're going to try to rationalize, okay, we didn't think there was any indigenous black people. We're seeing all these black people. How did these black people get here? Just like how the Mexican trucker was trying to talk to me about how these black people got here. The Spanish conquistadors are doing the same thing. They find black people here already. They're trying to figure out, where did they come from? Check it out. Reading is also fundamental. It says right here, Torquemada undertakes to explain this remarkable circumstance by supposing that the Negroes had been left there by some ship from the Philippine Islands. He's throwing out a theory. Hey, maybe another Spanish conquistador, when he was bringing some slaves from the Philippines, maybe he left some Africans here on the California coast. It's a theory. Let's see where this theory goes. But as he does not quote the time when such an event had occurred, we presume it was a mere conjecture of his own to explain an anomaly of which he had been previously ignorant. Let's stop right there. In layman terms, he's saying he's theorizing some Africans got left here from the Philippines, but he can't give a date. This is just some theory. He's just trying to explain this anomaly that he was ignorant to. And that first we were disposed to think the supposition plausible, but it was found on extending our researches that the Negro character of the Indians on this coast has been distinctly remarked by various navigators, even of the present day. They come here with Africans. They see some California natives that aren't black. Hey, African, give the native a biscuit. The native says, whoa, black people, we got black friends. There's a whole village of black indigenous people down the way. The Spanish are like, whoa, this is crazy. Maybe they're shipwrecked here from the Philippines. Well, no, that's not right, because many navigators have documented all these black indigenous people that they've been finding in the Americas. Let's keep reading, guys. Let's keep reading. They then go on to say, check this out. This is the good part. They then go on to say, as it was found on extending our researches that the Negro character of the Indians on this coast has been distinctly remarked by various navigators, even of the present day, we deem it impossible that any few individuals who were probably without women with them when left on the coast could have been able to communicate their peculiar complexions and features to entire nations, even after a period of 200 years. Let me break that down for you in layman terms. He's saying, even if some Spanish folks left some Africans here on the California coast, those Africans would not have had women with them. And those Africans would not be able to mate with enough native women, even over 200 years, to make up for this large population of black indigenous people in North America. Oh, damn. I don't know, guys. Maybe I shouldn't have dropped these gems. Maybe I should have kept this to myself. Maybe then we'd have some more ignorant Latin Americans calling in to try to challenge me on history. I mean, no, Now I'm never going to get a Mexican to call in again and try to tell me some slick shit about where we're from. Or will they? Come on. Let me know what you guys think. Post some comments in the chat. Let me know you're still with me. If you want to call in, you know what to do. I see somebody on YouTube backstage for a while. Kiriana, it says your device is not connected. So you've got to at least have your microphone connected for me to be able to bring you up. We've got somebody backstage on TikTok. Let me go ahead and hold on a second. We got a couple people backstage on TikTok. Hold on. Wait a minute. We live on YouTube. We live on TikTok. I'm trying to manage both. I'm only one man. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right, let's see who we got backstage. Iroquois Brave. Iroquois, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm from Oneida Nation of the Thames.
The Oneida Nation
So
of the
what
what?
tribe do you belong to? I'm Iroquois. Oneida Nation of the Thames.
Oneida Nation. I've never heard of the Oneida Nation. Where's your guys' reservation located?
We are in Upper New York, and in Canada.
I got you.
Where are you from? What tribe do you belong to?
I'm born and raised in California, currently reside in Oklahoma, and I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation.
Muskogee.
You're breaking up. What was that?
Do you speak Muskogee?
Yes.
Do you belong to a community?
I just said I'm a member of the tribe. My entire tribe is my community, right?
What community?
Sir, you're asking quite a few questions in rapid concession, and I'm not really stay on mute while I speak. Stay on mute. I'm not really understanding, but I'd like to ask you some questions now, if I can. You said that you're a part of the Oneida Nation. Is that right?
It's a simple question. What community? What's the name of the community?
You asked me several questions. I'm now asking you a question. Did you say that you were a member of the Oneida Nation?
See, you guys say it like white people too. You don't even got a clan.
All right, guys. All right. I guess this question is too hard for him. Are you a member of the Oneida Nation? Yes or no? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm a member.
How long have you been a member?
I'm born and raised.
So you're born and raised on the res?
Yeah.
And do you have any European admixture?
No.
Do people in your tribe allow whites to be adopted in or intermarried in?
No.
Okay.
But you got your
time out. And every time I mute you, you unmute yourself. So we're going to drop you while I do some investigative research. He just told me no, the Oneida Nation does not allow Europeans to intermarry or be adopted in. I got to do some fact checking on that. I'm smelling bullshit. You telling me the tribes in New York been dealing with imperial colonization since the 1600s, and y'all don't have European admixture? You guys don't have European adopted into your tribe, married into your tribe? Oh, well, I'm surprised. I got to look this up. Wait a minute. First thing I'm going to look up, Oneida Nation. When I look up the Oneida Nation, it says South Dakota. Oh boy, it said something about Canada and New York. But it's showing me that the Oneida Nation is in South Dakota. I'm confused already. Let me do some more research. Has the Oneida Nation ever allowed Europeans, let's be specific, European settlers to marry into the tribe or be adopted as tribal members? Gosh, I get to speak with a fellow Native American and he's so strung out, we can't even get some basic questions and answers. Let's talk about it. And again, maybe he can come back and explain what Oneida Nation he's claiming, because I know he said New York. I know he said Canada. I'm finding an Oneida Nation in South Dakota. I'm finding another one in Wisconsin. if I do this research, I got to make it specific to his tribe. His tribe. But let me see here. Let me see. So it looks like the Oneida may have been displaced at one point in time. So it looks like just like how my tribe has a community in Oklahoma, there's also a band of Muskogee Creek Indians still in Alabama. It looks like it might be a similar thing. It's saying here that there are some Oneida that migrated in one way or another from New York to Wisconsin. Let me see. It says here that they uphold blood quantum legislation. Oh, that's interesting. All children who possess at least 1/4 degree Oneida blood. Hey, this is how funny it is. If he wasn't so strung out, I'd be able to ask him a question like, hey, it looks like your tribe goes by blood quantum for citizenship. What blood test does your tribe use to determine blood quantum? If you know, you know. If you know, you know that question was going to fuck him up. If you know, you know. Let me see. Yeah, I've never really looked into the Oneida. I'm learning something new. Hold up. I'm doing a deep dive. I'm from the West Coast. I ain't looking at every single tribe. There's thousands of tribes. Let me see. What's the history of European contact with the Oneida? Were they a part of the praying Indian towns? Were they spiritually converted by Christian denominations? Boom, 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 boom. Were Scottish and Scots-Irishmen intermarrying into their tribe in a similar fashion as tribes of the Southeast and other tribes on the East Coast? And let's see what we find. It'd be nice if he can just, participate in civil discourse so I can just ask him these questions directly. He's the resident expert. But let me see here. So it says the Oneida Nation were originally 6 nations, part of the Iroquois Confederacy, located in upstate New York. They've been having contact with Europeans since the 1600s. They originally participated in trade with French Jesuits and Dutch traders. The Oneida initially traded furs with the Dutch at Fort Orange, Albany, and later with the English after 1664, maintaining diplomacy between the French in Canada and the English colonies. Oh, they was down with the get down, huh? Imagine if they weren't so diplomatic towards the colonizers, if things would be different. I mean, guys, if you know American Indian history like I do, you know that our Black indigenous tribes of the Southeast were able to be taken out and removed in the 1830s because Europeans had already got a foothold in the East Coast because of tribes like this who were trading with them and letting them in and stuff. I mean, if the Europeans don't get those 13 colonies on the East Coast, they never have a foothold to then come into the Southeast in the 1830s. You see how this is all connected? You see how this is still important to research? Let me see. It says the Oneida did retain their independent villages, and they had a confederacy structure throughout the colonial period. It says here that the Oneida were never formally part of the praying town system, but they experienced a parallel phenomenon in the 18th century. Jesuit Catholic missions reached Iroquois in the 1600s, especially among the Huron and the Mohawk. A few Oneida interacted with Jesuits, but the Oneida largely resisted sustained Catholic missionization. Well, that's good. Shout out to the Oneida. Anglican and Protestant missionaries arrived later, especially Samuel Kirkland, a Congregationalist aligned with the Presbyterian/Calvinist thoughts, who established a mission in Oneida country in the 1760s to 1770s. Okay. Y'all ain't getting converted like some other tribes, which y'all sure are letting these Europeans live amongst you. These Europeans sure are getting a foothold in the East Coast because of your friendship. I got to do some research in a minute on what y'all were getting out of this exchange. Were y'all getting muskets? Were y'all getting gunpowder? I mean, you had to have been getting something. Hopefully, it wasn't just under threat and duress. I mean, let me look. Through Samuel Kirkland, we're talking about Samuel Kirkland. Through his influence, a sizable segment of the Oneida converted to Christianity. Oh, so you guys did still convert. You just converted later. A lot of indigenous tribes converted under duress. 1500s, 1600s. Of course, it was going on all throughout the 18 and the 1900s, but okay. Oh, Samuel Kirkland founded the Hamilton Oneida Academy in 1793. Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Now we're getting to a place where we would never get talking to this Oneida native man, right? So these Europeans have such a foothold in your community that they establish an academy which evolves into Hamilton College, where a sizable membership of your tribe is converted to Christianity, mostly Protestant denominations and Presbyterian, later Methodist and Episcopal. AKA, you adopted a spirit of white supremacy. So when you're getting up here so triggered because you see a black Indian in front of you, I now see why. I now see why. By the early 1800s, there were Oneida Christian communities both in New York and later in Wisconsin after relocation. So while they weren't praying Indians in name, they experienced the same missionary pressure and cultural reshaping that Southern New England tribes did as well. Okay. In the 1830s, they were facing land loss and encroachment in New York. A large group of Oneida migrated west between 1823 and 1838 to Wisconsin Territory, invited by the Menominee and the Ho-Chunk, or the Winnebago. Which is actually funny. I've been researching lately how so many words in American English are really taken from indigenous words. I didn't realize Winnebago was one of them. If you're a traveler, if you're an outdoorsman like myself, you know what Winnebagos are. Those are those RVs and stuff, right, guys? I didn't know that comes from the Ho-Chunk. Okay. Many who moved were Christian converts, influenced by missionary schooling and church networks. In Wisconsin, they built Christian churches. Ooh. Oh. And it looks like you guys did intermarry with Europeans. So he up here telling me that he doesn't have any European admixture, which may be true. But when I ask if his tribe intermixed with Europeans, he said no. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. He said no. But it says right here that the Scots and the Scot-Irish did intermarry in the Oneida. It says that you guys had marriage and you adopted British and Scot-Irish traders, interpreters, and missionaries, which makes sense, right, guys? They're letting them live amongst them and convert them to Christianity and send their kids to these academies and these Christian schools. So I'm sure there's going to be some intermarriage, right? But why was he not honest about that? This speaks to the character of the man that we just interacted with. Actually, it's a good thing I packed him up and got him on his way, because he was going to get into some splaining, and we were never going to get into this deep type of history on his tribe. Okay. Samuel Kirkland, the same dude who did the Christian colleges, and they got a Kirkland College named after him. Samuel Kirkland himself married Joshua Bingham, a white New England woman, but he lived closely with Oneidas and had mixed heritage children. So in classic European fashion, he had him a Becky Ann on his hip, but he was humping on some indigenous folks on the side. But that boy just told me that they wasn't intermixing with Europeans. Okay. And you know, if he turned on his camera and we saw what he looked like, I bet you he would look much less melanated than myself. Let's talk about it. There were Scot-Irish fur traders from Albany and Fort Stanwix who took Oneida wives. Their descendants later appeared in both the Wisconsin and Ontario branches. So when he says he's from the Oneida of Canada and New York, and I say, did you guys adopt or intermarry Europeans? And he says, no, you a goddamn lie. And we just caught you in 4K. Intermarriage was often a political alliance, a trade, or Christian mission circles. Damn, damn, damn. And guys, here's the thing. This was common amongst many tribes in North America. It happened with my tribe since the 1500s. We had Scottish Highlanders coming and intermarrying with our women to try to get political favor. We had half-breed agent provocateurs signing treaties, resulting in us walking the Trail of Tears. But you see how I will easily give you that oral tradition of my tribe, but old man is going to lie to us about his. He's going to lie to our face, and I'm going to give you the real. Damn. So sad. You ain't got to lie to kick it. Hold on, I gotta. Damn, I can't believe that we had a native up here lying like this. I just can't believe that we had a native up here lying like this. Hold on, I gotta get my Quetzalcoatl and I gotta burn me some sail. Hold on. No. I gotta clear the atmosphere. I mean, such deception, y'all. Such deception. Why? Make it make sense. Y'all here tripping. You don't know the culture. You don't know your tribe's history, but you're going to get up here and claim because you're part of some tribe in the Northeast, Black folks aren't indigenous in the Southeast. Well, you don't know a damn thing about the Southeast. You don't even know nothing about your own people. Stop it. Jesus. This is crazy. Tell them, oh, you ain't got to lie to kick it, Craig. You ain't got to lie to kick it. And you know what? We're going to bring up our next guest from YouTube. We've got Kiriana back, and she looks like she has a microphone this time. Kiriana, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, I'm calling in from Detroit. Is it an echo?
Folks on TikTok, let me know if you hear an echo. Folks on YouTube, let me know if you hear an echo. I think I might have heard a slight echo in your background. If you're listening to me on like the TV or something, or if you have it on speaker, just turn down the audio a little bit or try to plug in some headphones. But the echo's not bad. It's very small.
Okay. Well, hopefully I'm not off topic. I just got into your channel, and I saw you were live, so I wanted to call in. My mother just passed recently, and she never met her father. But I recently found his family, and I spoke with one of his sisters, and he told me that, she told me, I'm sorry, that her mother was Choctaw.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Do you have the YouTube video playing while you're in StreamYard?
Let me see if it's on the same. Okay, let me see. I turned it off on this phone and my other phone.
Just try to turn the volume on your phone down a little bit.
Okay. I did that too. Is that better?
Not really, but we'll just deal with it. That's all good. So what were you saying again?
Well, my question was, if my mother's father never signed her birth certificate, would I still be able to, I mean, obviously I could trace the lineage with the names and the knowledge that I have, but would I still be able to really classify myself through, the government, or however you guys do this?
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be an uphill battle doing genealogy if the records are scarce, but it's not impossible. This is actually where DNA testing does come into play. A lot of people try to say DNA testing can actually tell us our ethnicity, the tribe we come from, the country. That's false. But you know what DNA testing can actually do? If you do a DNA test and some people on your father's side who you don't even know did the same DNA test with the same company, then it could link you and it can let you know, hey, these people are blood relatives through DNA, right? So that's one method. But if we're talking specifically about genealogy, paper trail records, there are still ways to find it. I've got several clients of mine who have sides of their family where they just know nothing about because they were adopted. Or I had a recent client who signed up with me, hired me to do the research, and then halfway through, we find out the person that they thought was their grandfather wasn't even their grandfather. It was like a step grandfather Right? So there's a lot of complicated things when you look at the genealogy of Native Black Americans, but don't be discouraged. Don't give up hope. If you need more personalized assistance, check out my website, nativebblackancestry.com. You can even access my calendar, pick a day and time to connect with me one-on-one, and I'll show you exactly how to trace the records and go about doing this on your own so you can save money and not have to hire a genealogist.
Okay, that sounds good. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And if you ever do take me up on that and you go to the website and book a consultation, when you check out, use the coupon code TikTok, all one word, and that's going to hook you up with, I think, a 20% discount.
Lower caps or capital, or does it matter?
I think it's all lowercase, one word, TikTok. But if that doesn't work, then just try capital T, rest of the letters lowercase, one word, TikTok.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate
But
it.
at the same time, my email is mike@nativebblackancestry.com. So, if for some reason the coupon code is not working for you or it says it's expired, just shoot me an email and I'll still figure out a way to honor that discount for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem. Before you get off the line, how long have you been watching tonight?
Like I guess the last 30 or 40, however long I've been on hold.
What were some of the guests that you saw?
I heard you. I think I came in when you were arguing with the young lady who couldn't understand the reclassification.
So you done seen some good shit tonight, huh?
I didn't know you was going off like that, but I'm not mad at it. Your thing.
Hey, the only reason I got so out of character with her is because it's like, I really do believe that she was not a descendant of migrants. I really believe her folks are from Louisiana, and there is such a rich culture and history of the Black indigenous tribes that were reclassified to Creole, mulatto, this and that. So like, it's just like for you to actually be of our community and still be caught up on this Pan-African psyops, it's just like, ugh.
No, I understand. I mean, my background is really crazy. My father was actually from Iraq. He's Chaldean. I'm not sure if you know what that is.
Yep, yeah, I do. Chaldean.
Yeah, and then my mother's father, from what I was told, like I said, he was Native American, but I heard his father was just quote unquote black. What that means, I'm not sure, right?
Yeah.
But his mother, from what I was told, was Choctaw, and supposedly her father was Irish. But if you look at the picture of her, I mean, she's very dark for her to have a white father.
But when you know the history and the heritage of these Scottish and Irish men intermarrying with the Creek, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, what you may have thought was just a crazy family rumor, when we do the genealogy research, we might actually find evidence of a Scottish lineage. When I did my genealogy, I found I got a whole German line. I got a whole line from the Gremen Empire in Germany, and they were captured as slaves from the local prince and sent to the Americas to fight in the American Revolution and shit. And a lot of Black Americans are surprised when they find some European ancestry as well. But the crazy thing is, they think we're not claiming an African heritage because we're trying to run from it. And that's not the case. When we thought that we were Africans, we took it, we ran with it, we rocked the dashikis and the ankhs, and we were looking up Nile Valley civilization and all throughout the 80s and the 90s and shit, right? So it's not that we're insecure about it. It's just when we do the research and we actually start aiming that scholarship in the Americas, we find, no, we descend from reclassified American Indians. And for those of us like myself or like yourself who do have admixture from other countries, we acknowledge it. It's part of our makeup. I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed about. But you notice how, even though your father's from, did you say Iraq?
Correct.
There's probably not a lot of people that you come across, even online, who are going to try to force you to identify as an Iraqi. You need to call yourself an Iraqi American, and you need to identify as an Iraqi because your dad's from Iraq. They don't do that. But people theorize that we might potentially have African heritage. And now because of that, we're supposed to assume an exclusively African identity.
Well, you know, side note, my last name is German because my grandmother is white and her father was German.
There you go.
So like I said, I got a lot going on over here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, my father, Chaldeans, they don't believe in mixing races, so his family, they don't accept me anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's like that, especially once you get into the Middle East.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Hey,
So
the
that's the
Middle
whole
East,
thing.
the Middle East is so anti-black, so anti-African that they won't admit that they're Africans in Africa. They call it the Middle East. What the fuck you mean the Middle East? It's connected to Africa. It's the same continent. It's the same landmass, literally.
Yeah, and they say that the Chaldeans of today are not the original Chaldeans either. So who knows, right? I don't
Most
know.
likely. I mean, if you look at most places in the Eastern Hemisphere, those people living there aren't the original people because of thousands of years of displacement, wars, migration, et cetera, et cetera. In the Americas, similar thing. 90% of the people walking around aren't from here. They're migrants, right?
Correct.
And the original people are reclassified, forced on reservations, relabeled with different misnomers.
Yeah, well, I'm really interested just to learn my history and figure out, where everybody coming from. So I'm actually gonna go meet my aunt for the first time, and she lives in Texas now, but she's from Louisiana. They're from Shreveport, so I'm excited to go do that next month or so.
Shreveport, okay, rich heritage there, most def. And see, the funny thing is, the Black indigenous side of your family, they probably don't like ostracize you or look at you differently because your dad's from Iraq, right?
Like I said, I've never met them.
Oh, that's right.
You
said that you meet the aunt for the first.
White. She left her family. She was from Seattle. She left her family years ago. Came to Detroit, never looked back. So I grew up in a black neighborhood. She was the only white person on the block.
So after you link up with your Black indigenous side of the family, you got to call back in one day and let us know what it was like. But I guarantee you may get a couple of jokes at the barbecue, but ain't nobody gonna try to disown you because your daddy from. We don't get down like that. From day one, we accept foreigners. If you're rocking with us, you can be a part of the tribe. We'll adopt you. A lot of them runaway African slaves, we let them come be a part of our tribes and stuff. I mean, we're not xenophobic.
No, not at all. Listen, I can't. I'm just a human being. All I got is love for everybody. So it's all good.
Most stuff. Well, hey, thanks for calling in. Don't hesitate to click that button in the future.
No, definitely. I'm gonna definitely be reaching out to you. I appreciate your time.
All right, talk to you soon. Thanks. Man, that's the first time I done talked to somebody who had a Middle Eastern heritage mixed with the Louisiana indigenous, mixed with the German. Okay. You got to realize a lot of us is mutts out here. But when we do the genealogy research, although we find some German, maybe we find some Scottish, maybe we find some Irish, you know what we definitely find? Black indigenous ancestors that were reclassified. And you know what we definitely don't find? Africans on the family tree. Matter of fact, didn't I ask that Pan Goofy girl from Louisiana, didn't I ask her, does she know the name of her African ancestor? She said no. I said, what country in Africa did your people come from? She said, Nigeria. I said, how do you know that? She said, my grandma told me. And guys, this is why you tune into Mike TV. Any other host, any other content creator would have just left it there. Oh, grandma said you Nigerian, huh? But I took it further. How did your grandma know she was, your people were from Nigeria? Oh, she took a DNA test. You see why you got to keep doing the digging. You got to peel it back like layers. But I know we had like 5 or 6 people trying to call in on TikTok. They're not backstage anymore. Guys, I am opening up the phone lines once again. If anybody on TikTok wants to call in, you know what to do. Whether you're a naysayer, a detractor, somebody who has general questions about genealogy, or anything in between. Let's talk about it. Empress says, I see hella people that need a timeout. But you put them on timeout if they need a timeout. We got Tyrone backstage. Tyrone, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
What's going on, Mike? What's going on?
What's up? This has been an interesting broadcast.
I came in on the what's that guy? The Oneida. Yeah, you know about.
Wait. You talking about the Oneida dude who either didn't know or just lied to our face about Europeans mixing into his tribe?
Yeah, he's sitting up here lying that they not admixed when they are. Like one of the famous Oneida figures would be Aaliyah.
And you're talking about the singer or no?
Yeah, the singer.
And that's definitely admixture right there, because I believe she also had some kind of Caribbean heritage.
Yeah, a lot of them New Yorkers, they still got black Indians up there. So for this guy to sit up here and lie about like the Iroquois Confederacy tribes, like a lot of them people got like Black American admixture, YT American admixture. It's a lot of Métis.
And I
people.
really wish that he wasn't so like flustered, because we could have actually got into an interesting discussion. I mean, he's a part of the Oneida tribe. I'm a part of the Muskogee Creek, and he's trying to debate me about whether there's black members of my tribe. Motherfucker, you don't know nothing about my tribe. Just like I know nothing about your tribe. And when I asked you about your tribe, you lied to us, and I had to do my own independent research.
Yeah, that guy is being disingenuous. They want to gatekeep indigeneity from black Americans, and 9 times out of 10, that person must be a YT, or they might be like a Joyaya or a baby ghost, where they are Métis lineage, but they got grandparents that are black that they try to hide.
Let's talk about it.
These people, they mainly want to gatekeep us from getting our restitution. And you out here putting in good work, and they see that as a threat because YTs get a lot of benefits off of you just helping black Americans obtain their genealogy. And what I've noticed is from the different factions of the conscious community, none of these cats want to take this reparations thing seriously, because you literally got angles for you to go get your tangible reparations, like the Cherokee Nation literally rolled back the decisions of being anti-black and are allowing.
And hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I want to acknowledge the chat. I know I've been not doing a great job reading the chat. Shout out to Blue. Blue says Mike is putting in great work. I appreciate you, Blue. Thanks for tuning in. Tavaya says, what about the Moors? Tavaya, read. If you're available, click the link and call in. I already told folks earlier, you probably weren't here, but this whole broadcast is to answer questions, open myself up for debate, and I'm not going to be answering questions for folks who just type it in the chat. You got to join the panel and ask your questions. So if you want to get into the Moors, we can get into it, but go ahead and click that request to join button. And I know I saw some people earlier in the chat. Let me see what else they were talking about. Yeah, Muskogee Creek. That's right, Empress. Right. And then how was the Oneida dude trying to? He started to scoff at me. He tried to say something about, oh, but you don't have a clan. Like what?
Abandoned clan, silly stuff.
Like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm not affiliated with a clan because you're born on the reservation. I'm not. See how that works? If I was born on the reservation, I'd have a clan, either the Wind Clan or the Bear Clan or the this or the that. And some old lady on the res would have christened me with my native name at some point in time. But guess what? When you're not raised on the res, you don't participate in that aspect of reservation culture. Duh. Just like how I wasn't familiar with this tribe at all because I'm born and raised in Northern California, not New York or Canada, where his tribe's from. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's too much of a complex notion for him to understand. But Tyrone, sit tight for one moment. I'm going to keep you on the panel. Just go on mute for a sec. I got some more people calling in. Let's see. Miss Reed, sit backstage for just a moment. I'm bringing people up in the order of appearance. I got 1994 coming first. Rafa, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Oh, you know what? I think Rafa has fled the stage. Reed, we're going to bring you up then. Tavaya Reed, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Tavaya, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. My bad. I thought you had somebody before me.
Oh, no. That person dropped off. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Virginia. I'm from Virginia.
All right.
And
I think you had a question in the chat, right?
Yeah, I was asking because I be seeing a lot of videos and stuff. So I was just like, I know a lot of people say that black Americans are, they're originally called the Moors or Moors before they were classified as other, names and stuff like that.
Hold on real quick, brother. Blue, thank you for the gifts. And actually, thank you, Tyrone, Ancient, Tata, Dimples, Toy, Big Chief, everybody who's been sending gifts on TikTok. You know, I'm trying to manage multiple broadcasts. It's really hard to keep track with the chat. So everybody who sent a gift tonight, I appreciate you. Brother, slight correction. It's not that there's a bunch of people claiming we're Moors. That's not what's going on. We are not seeing a bunch of people claiming we're Moors. What we're seeing are people who identify as Moors trying to tell the rest of us we're Moors as well, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And
So,
and the reason I give you that slight correction is because it would be different if there were just black historians, just neutral black folks who are like, yeah, we're Moors, but that's not the case. It's people who are Moors themselves trying to promote the notion that we're all Moors from Morocco or to America and this and that, right?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So, like, my grandmother told me she was an Indian, but so I read this book. It was called Black Slave Owners, and it was based upon like black people having slaves in South Carolina.
Yep.
And one of the things they said in the book was they used to call black people free Moors, then they called them free Negroes, then they called them, like, kept going on. So and documented in the court system in South Carolina, one point in time, it was called free Moors. So I'm not saying we were Moors. I'm just saying that some people can argue the fact that some people it was Moors in America.
Time out. Where are you getting this information from? Can you cite a source?
The book is called Black Slave Owners. You can get it off Amazon.
Okay. Thank you. So I heard you mention the book earlier. I didn't realize. I'm trying to read the chat and stuff, so my bad. I didn't realize that we were still talking about that same book. So you're basically saying that because in the territory of South Carolina, some black indigenous people were reclassified as Moor or free Moor, then that means that all of us are Moors, or that there's a significant Moorish presence?
No, I'm not saying that everybody Moors. I'm just saying that some people in America consider themselves as Moors way before we was called black, African American, Negro, and all that stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. It's documented inside the courts. I'm not saying that because it's also a book called.
Well, hold on. But before you name another book, this is what I'm trying to get to. And I know that I'm very blunt and direct, so just know I'm not trying to like challenge you. This isn't a debate or anything. But when you say, hey, I read this book about black slave owners, and this book is talking about folks in South Carolina that are free, and they're referring to themselves as free Moors, so you use that as a way to lend credence. No, hold on. I'm not talking to you personally. I'm just saying you're kind of using that as a piece of evidence to say that there must be some credence or some validity to people claiming that we're Moors because, hey, there were some people in South Carolina who identified as free Moors, so there's Moors in America. Is that basically where you're getting at?
I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying that I also believe that we are indigenous. Some people are indigenous to this land, Black Americans, because, like I said, my grandma told me she was an Indian, and also I had a book by an author named Jay Rogers. He was a historian, and he talked about how, like, in Virginia, the so-called Moors or Africans made it with the Indians so much you could not recognize them. So I agree with you.
Okay. Now we're getting into the realm of pseudoism with the Moors made it with us so much. So, that's why there's so many black indigenous people who were mixed with Moors. Nah, miss me with that. And that's not a shot at you. That's just a shot at that theory. Now, I'm going to break it down for you. And I'm going to break it down for everybody because I'm really glad that you asked this question. I invited you up on the show because this is a topic that comes up a lot. And this is a point of confusion for many people in our community. Many people hear this Moorish stuff, this Moorish Science Temple stuff, Admiralty Law, and it's very confusing to some. So let me break it down.
I'm not a part of Moorish Science Temple.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm not clear. Hey, if you were, I would be able to tell. Okay, I would be able to tell.
No. I just read a lot of books. That's all. I just read a lot. So
let me break it down for you. Let me break it down. So what you're referring to is in South Carolina in 1790, there was a group of people that petitioned to be reclassified as free Moors because they claimed that they were subjects of the Sultan of Morocco. So let's pause right there real quick. It's not that Black indigenous people are being reclassified by the colonial elite as free Moors. No. It's not even that black people or black indigenous people were trying to identify as free Moors. No. There was a specific group of people in 1790 that petitioned to be called free Moors. South Carolina government said okay, and they referred to them as free Moors, or they also called them Turks. But this is a very small niche demographic in one territory of the Americas. This is not any kind of sufficient evidence to say, hey, we all have Moorish admixture, we all have some kind of history with the Moors. No, there was one migrant class in the Carolinas. They were being reclassified as Negro by the colonial government, and they said, no, we're not Negroes, we're free Moors. And the government said, okay, you guys are free Moors. But the issue is, instead of somebody doing their genealogy, finding out they have Moorish heritage, and just saying, hey, I've got Moorish heritage, I've got Moorish admixture. They don't do that. They get online and they try to tell us that we're all Moors and this is really Morocco and da-da-da-da-da. And that is the point of confusion. So I thank you for at least citing the source. If anybody wants to look into the source, we know where to go. The Black slave owners in America. If anybody wants to look at the petition I'm talking about, you can look it up. Just type it on Google, January 1790, South Carolina Free Moor Petition. But again, this is a very niche community, and it's not representative of even half of us or a quarter of us. I mean, it's a nothing burger.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Like, you know, people gonna have their own, you know, I'm not saying you wrong or I'm saying I'm right. I'm just saying I read different things. And also, like, if you look back at, people always bringing up like the white people and all the other stuff. Well, the white people was ruled over by the Moors. That's actually a fact. So
what does that have to do with American Indian heritage?
Because if you want to look at history, you got to look at how the white man got to America and who taught him how he got here. So he didn't get here on his own. So you can't just always blame like the white man changed our name, all this stuff. Everybody should look into the Moors and how they ruled over Europeans and how they learned everything. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not a Moor.
Stop. And when you talk about they ruled over Europe, let's be specific. They did not rule over most of Europe, not even half of Europe. They ruled over a specific spot. Yeah, and where was it?
It was Spain and
Portugal. The Iberian Peninsula, right?
Exactly. But the Europeans who got to America, they got here because they was taught by the Moors.
Time out. You're right. Nothing you're saying right now is incorrect. I'm just reiterating so that people that are watching can understand. When you guys hear Moorish folks get online and the feds talking about we ruled Europe, we conquered Europe, it's bullshit. They had control over. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my community. When my community sees people get online in fezzes talking about we ruled Europe, we conquered Europe, we taught the white man how to bathe, they're not giving you the full story. They did not conquer most of Europe, not even a significant portion like that. They had control over the Iberian Peninsula, that is Spain and Portugal. And he's correct. Those people civilized Spain and Portugal, taught them mathematics, culture, reading, writing, hygiene. And guess what? Here's the cold part. In 1492, when the Alhambra Edict was issued, that's the same year that Cristobal Colon set sail. And just like the brother said, he had Moorish vassals and Moorish guides teaching him how to get to the Americas. Now, here's where my opinion comes into play. It is so asinine to me, and I'm going to mute you for a minute, sir, because we got a lot of background noise. It is so asinine to me. And again, this is not a shot at the caller. I'm not talking about the caller at all right now. I'm not talking about the caller. I'll say it again. I'm not talking about the caller. It is so asinine to me that we have Black Americans to this day who want to big up the Moors, make it seem like Moors are something to be proud of. Moors are heroes. Moors are these cool guys when Moors are fucking sellouts. You taught our opposition how to get to our land. You then were used as African conquistadors to come amongst indigenous tribes to disarm them and then take them over from within. So it's crazy to me when I hear folks talking about Moors and the Moors had control over Europe. Why the fuck do we care about that? They're Africans. We're not African. Don't get caught up with the Moor and the MOOR and the MUUR. They are Africans. These are North Africans who circumnavigated the globe. Some of them came over here, traded with us. We did good business. And when shit hit the fan with the Moors and they lost control over Spain, they snitched and told the ops how to get over to our country. They snitched and told the Spanish and the Portuguese, hey, there's this continent over here with people rich in gold, and we've been trading with them. And come on, we'll be your guides. We'll teach you how to go. They're fucking sellouts. Spanish colonialism would have never happened in the way that it did if not for the willing participation of North Africans who call themselves Moors. So Africans, no matter which way you put it, have been sellouts in recent times. And I'm not talking about all Moors. I'm talking about the Moors from 1492 onward that did not choose to leave Spain. They did not choose to leave Portugal. Instead, they said, I'm going to convert and I'm going to work on behalf of the conquistadors. There were African conquistadors coming here with the Spanish, helping them enslave our ancestors. So you see why I get heated when some of you guys online, and I'm not talking about the caller, when some of you guys online, we're Moors, and yeah, the Moors is cool, and the Moors are fucking sellouts. What are we talking about? But again, I digress. Again, not aimed at the caller at all. But go ahead, caller. What's on your mind? You have to unmute yourself.
Could I interject right quick about the Moors thing?
All right,
because
go ahead.
You even got Chief
Langley. I'll talk to him. Go ahead.
You even got Chief Langley that's saying that the Moors were no good to the Muskogee Creek or Uchian or Yamasee people because, for one, they were beefing with one another, and that the Moors literally sold out and went against them. So it's not good to attach yourself to a Moor unless you got it in your paper genealogy. And people that would be able to connect themselves to some Moors are some of these mestizos and Latinos in Latin America via autosomal DNA, because I'm seeing a lot of these mestizos show their DNA and it shows that they got recent North African and West African genetics, and they try and dismiss the small percentage, which the small percentage actually means that's somebody recent within the 6 to 8 generations. They just overlook that for a larger percentage, which that's
Tyrone, in that same vein, I don't get why North American Black Americans want to identify with this Moorish shit when you're right. Moorish people grafted themselves onto indigenous communities and stuff, but they were with the Spanish. That's South America. That's the Caribbean. That's Central America. That's not the Southeast like that. That's not the East Coast like that.
Yeah. So is he done? If you're speaking, other guy.
Yeah, I was going to land it on the Tammany Hall and all them because you had it with the Delaware and the Lenni Lenape. You had so many, you had tribes that were interacting and had positive things with the Moors, but also, particularly if you're dealing with Negroes lineage in the Southeast, no, they weren't on no buddy stuff with the Moors because the Moors were their ops, along with the YTs. And I land right there.
Earlier, I read a journal of Spanish conquistadors, and they talked about how they had a Negro that they issued to give a biscuit to the indigenous people in California. That's what the Moors were used for, as guides, interpreters, and to infiltrate tribes.
Just to respond to some of the stuff you said, you're not wrong about the Moors being. Well, I think the Moors in America, the Moors sign simple. No disrespect about that. I think they sell out. I honestly think all black movements are sellouts. Technically, I think they're controlled by the FBI and the CIA, but that's a whole nother question. But just based upon my own studies, I don't even reckon. I don't call myself a Moor. If anything, I just look at myself like a Jew. My dad was a pastor, so I just say I'm a Jew. If anything, my grandma said she was an Indian, which I believe her on both sides of my family, but I just recognize myself as a Jew, period. But anyway, as far as the Moors go,
but a quick question I've got for you though: if your grandma identified as an Indian, why would you identify as a Jew?
Because I feel like Indian is also a misnomer, just like Black American is. I think that this is my personal opinion. I have no sources for this. This is just something I feel like, just personally with me, my own heart. I just feel like the Jews was in America. So when you say the Moors told, I believe is a secret that the Masons know that the Moors told them like, where are the Jews at? They in America. I can show you where they're at. And they showed them, and then they start calling them other names like Indian and all the other stuff. The whole time they really were Jews or part of the tribe of Israel. That's my personal opinion. I believe the other people are faking to be Jews, whatever. Anyway, that's what I think. I ain't even trying to talk about it on the internet. That's my own personal theory. That's my theory.
But that's not true, because these people would have had a kosher diet, which all indigenous people ate shellfish. And if you're dealing with some type of tribe, like, come on now.
No, yeah, I'm not saying the Israel people was a tribe, but I'm just saying like the Moors was ruling the world with the Arabs, so they most likely they knew they controlled like the seas and stuff. So I'm not saying all black people are Moors. I believe all black people are different. I think some black people was Muslims. I think some black people was Jews. I think some black people were Christians, or you could say Indians, whatever. I don't like debating what black people was. I just like try to talk about history because it's important. That's why the Europeans, they study the Moors. That's why they love them so much, because the Moors give them so much information. And when you talk about black and white,
I'm still confused though. If you're saying that these are different groups, they're not the same group. There's Christians, there's Indians, there's Moors. Well, if your lineage identifies as Indian, I'm still not understanding where the Jew thing comes in.
Oh, Indian? My grandmother said she was an Indian. But what I'm saying is that could be a misnomer, because India.
Did anybody in your family say that you were a Jew?
My dad, no. My family.
So who was the first person to tell you you're a Jew?
Myself, because.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Because that's just my own theory. But my reason why I say that
no. Time out. This
is not India. It's not India.
Sir. We were not called Indians because this was India. That's not why we were called Indian. How do you know that the Moors helped Columbus and them come over here and still perpetuate the notion that Columbus got lost on his way to India? Sir, they knew where they were going. He knew he was not going to reach India. He knew he was going to an undiscovered landmass that the Moors had told him about. They never called us Indians because he thought he was in India. If that's the case, then you have to ask yourself, at what point in time did he realize he's not in India? And why did they still refer to them as Indians? Indian does not come from Indians. India was called Hindustan at the time. Indians weren't even called Indians in India at that time. It was called Hindustans. They're called Hindus. We're called Indians because it comes from several different Spanish phrases, such as unos de los indios. The Franciscan friars, the Spanish conquistadors, they saw that we are, as they say, a people in God. Indios comes from people in God. They were remarking on our Hebrew-like customs, circumcision, the Sabbath, etc., etc. That's why every single European that came over here came up with the same theory that we were descendants of some lost tribe of Israel. So, I get kind of where you're going with the whole Jew thing, but I'm still not really seeing why you would choose to identify as a Jew if your family identifies as Indian. And when I ask you that question, you say, well, Mike, India, this is an India. Well, now that you know that the term Indian comes from Indios and it doesn't come from the lie that Columbus got lost, do you now change your conception on the term Indian, or are you still opposed to the term Indian?
Well, yes, I'm opposed to the term Indian. And like I said, I don't like debating all these different terms, because it's like, if you look at other groups, they don't do that. White people don't walk around arguing about whether I'm German or this, none of that. Like, so it's stupid to me to even argue that. It doesn't matter. I look at myself as a Jew because I like the way they move. I like the way they did in the Bible. I like the way how they build businesses, they build stuff, and they run stuff. They run the world. So that's what I do. I'd rather build stuff and build instead of argue about, what I am. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. That's stupid. That's why I don't like the Moors, because they always arguing about they Moors. You the Moors, but you don't got shit. You don't run shit. That's stupid to me.
Yeah, and this isn't in any way an argument. I'm just trying to understand why you identify with the term Jew, because even if we talk historically, Jews didn't originally call themselves Jews. Jew is also a misnomer. They originally called themselves Israelites, right?
Israelites, yes, Israelites, exactly.
So why don't you call yourself an Israelite?
My daddy was a pastor. So my daddy was a pastor, and I read the Bible. And
why don't you call yourself an Israelite?
I just used the word Jew because everybody know it. I didn't say Israelite because I know that Jacob changed his name to Israel in the Bible. I know that, but I'm saying
now we're getting somewhere. So the real term wouldn't be Jew, it would be Israelite, and you know that, but you use the term Jew because you know people are more familiar with the term Jew. Well, that's still not making that much sense to me because I think people would be even more familiar with the concept of a Black indigenous person more so than a Black Jew.
Yeah, okay, I get it, but it doesn't matter. You can say Jew, Israel. I don't care. Like I said, the Indians to me, they are people. They don't own nothing. So if I call myself Indian, what's it gonna do for me?
Sir, Israel Jews, blacks that identify as Jews also don't own nothing. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying that I said me personally. I said this is a personal thing. I'm not trying to tell them about what to call themselves. I said I read my daddy was a pastor.
Slow down. Stay on mute for just a moment. You literally just said verbatim. Why would I call myself Indian? Indians don't own nothing. You also said earlier, it's crazy people calling themselves Moors because Moors don't own nothing. And I'm saying you identify as a Black Jew, and Black Jews in America don't own nothing. So by your own logic, I don't see why you associate with the word Jew, unless you're saying I'm wrong and Black Jews in America own a whole lot of stuff. Go ahead.
And also, they have freedom. They have freedom of religion.
Can I respond, please?
From my perspective,
Tyrone, hold on. Tyrone, hold on.
I want to respond to what he said.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He said that something about I call myself a Jew. That's something I just was having a conversation with you. It wasn't about me trying to say like arguing with you. I'm just saying that's what I do myself personally. What I'm saying is that I know the Black Israelites or the Hebrew Israelites, them other people that try to act like they something, they don't own it either. But me personally, I own stuff. I have my own business. I don't want no followers on this. So I'm just saying to me, as Black people, we argue about titles too much. We need to build stuff. That's what I'm saying. What does it do for Black people to argue about titles?
I'm still not understanding. You came up here literally speaking about different terms, and you were speaking down on other terms like Moor and Indian, claiming they're misnomers, claiming Moors and Indians don't own shit. Then you say, well, hey, I'm not trying to get caught up on different labels and stuff. I'm just saying that I identify as a Black Jew and I own some stuff. Well, by your own logic, you could also identify as Indian like your grandmother, because even though there's a lot of Indians that you think don't own stuff, you own stuff. So there should be no issue with you using the term Indian. And the only reason why I paused you and I mute you to bring this up is because there's something missing here. You're making it seem like you identify as a Jew because these other misnomers don't own nothing. And then when I say, well, Black Jews in America don't own nothing, you say, but I do. Well, by that logic, you should be able to identify with all these other terms too, because you own something. So there has to be some other reason that you identify as a Jew other than the other terms don't own nothing and they're misnomers. Can you give us another reason for why you use that term? Go ahead.
It's really like I said, my dad was a pastor. I read the Bible. I read other books. I got a library in my house, so I read a lot of books. And like I said, it's a personal reason. I don't go around. I wasn't even gonna bring it up. I don't know how I brought it up.
And did your father identify as a Jew?
Yes, my dad identifies as a Christian, which is the same thing to me. It's the
a Christian and a Jew are two different words matter. Come on, words matter, brother. Words matter.
No, Christianity is derived from Judaism. That's a fact.
All right. Well, hey, respectfully, I got a lot of callers backstage. People are begging me to get on to the next caller. Your grandmother identifies as Indian. Your father identifies as Christian. You want to identify as Jew. That's cool. You originally came up here because you had questions about the Moors. We answered them. Moors are sellouts. Moors are not to be celebrated. Moors are not to be praised. That's it. That's all when it comes to the Moorish thing. I got up some more callers backstage. Let me see who's still hanging out patiently backstage. We had a few people, but not everybody has the patience. We've got Rafa back. Rafa. Oh, boy. Rafa, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Rafa going once. Rafa going twice. All right. Well, Rafa, you've been trying to get on here for a while, and when you finally have your chance, you blow it. If there's anybody else that wants to call in, you know what to do. We're going to keep this broadcast going for another 30 minutes or so. So this is going to be your last chance to call in. Tyrone, what do you think about this? I mean, he came here having questions about the Moors, then he volunteered the informations about the Jewish stuff, and I was just wondering like why he would identify with a term that none of his ancestors did, and then he says, well, because these other terms are misnomers and they don't own shit. Well, you guys that claim to be Black Jews don't own nothing. No, but I own stuff. Okay, then by your logic, you should be able to identify with all those other terms too if you wanted to. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it.
All right. Personally, what I've discovered with the Hebrew Israelite thing, for one, they're a stigmatized community that's called a HATE group.
Thank you. I was sensing that. He really is an Israelite. He just didn't want to use the term Israelite because it's been demonized by other groups.
Mm-hmm. And they do have a freedom of religion and all that. That's backed by the First Amendment. But when I plugged in all these other conscious community factions into like the AI algorithm with ChatGPT, I asked them which group is the most strongest.
Hold on. Tyron. Hold on for just a second. I'm so sorry. There's a person named G in my TikTok that says they were Moors who ruled for 800 years. Mm-hmm. G. What does North Africans ruling Spain for 800 years have to do with Black Americans descending from reclassified American Indians? I would love to know. Because when we talk about our indigenous roots in America, you Moorish folks always come out trying to tie the Moorish thing to us. And if there's any tie, it's because you guys are fucking sellouts who helped the conquistadors take over our land and enslave our women and children. So Gee, let me know why did you just bring that random fact about Africans? Are you an African, G? Or are you just like really a big cheerleader of what North Africans do? Are you just like, oh my gosh, North Africans ruled Spain and then they got kicked out and enslaved and ran out? I mean, they never talk about that part. They always talk about how they ruled Spain for 800 years. Why do we care that Africans colonized a European country? What relevance does that have to the discussion? I'm honestly asking. This isn't an argument. I just want to know. Because whenever we start talking about our indigenous ancestry, there's always someone that's trying to bring up some Moorish shit. And I just don't see the relevance.
I believe Rafa is available now. He said he wanted to come back.
Oh, let me see. Is Rafa backstage? Yeah, Rafa's back. Let's see if his mic's working this time. Rafa, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
Yeah, you can hear me from New Jersey.
Yep, loud and clear.
Nah, what's going on, brother? Nah, listen, y'all just my question is, why are you so obsessed with claiming to be Indian or Native American when y'all clearly not? Y'all from Africa.
Where did you say you were calling in from again?
Do you still?
Rafa, could you say where you're from?
Rafa. Yeah. Hold on, Tyrone. I got it. Rafa, your microphone was cutting out a little bit. Where did you say you're calling in from? Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling from New Jersey.
Okay. By way of?
What do you mean?
Like, where is your family from originally?
We're from Mexico.
Okay. So you're, what, first or second generation Mexican migrant?
First generation.
Okay, I got you. And what was your question? You said, why do we identify as what?
As Native Americans when y'all not, y'all lineage, y'all come from Africa.
Okay. So, and I'm going to pause you again. I'm just going to mute you just so I can collect my thoughts. We've talked to a lot of people tonight. He just said to me, Mexican migrant in New Jersey says, why do y'all claim to be Native when you're not? You come from Africa. Guys, we're going to do this like the Roman Colosseum. I'm going to give you guys the luxury of choice. There's two different paths we can take. Either A, we go into his claim of us not being indigenous. We can walk down that path, why he thinks we're not indigenous, blah, 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 blah. Or we can walk down the path of his claim that we all come from Africa. Put an I in the chat for indigenous, put an A in the chat for Africa. He made 2 points, and we're going to address them both, but I want to see the order that the audience wants us to address them. I'm seeing some A's. I'm seeing some A's. I'm seeing a lot of A's. I'm seeing a lot of A's. Yeah, people say, why do we care what he thinks? We don't, but he chose to call into us, so we're going to hear him out. I see a couple eyes. Okay, so it's mostly A's. So they want us to touch on the African thing first. Okay, I got you. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And Rafa, let us know. How do you know that all of us come from Africa? Rafa, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Your phenotype.
Oh, great. So you're basically saying you know that we all come from Africa because we look like Africans.
Let me say something too.
No. You can make other points after we finish the points you're currently making. So you just said that we all come from Africa because we look like Africans. Was that what you said? Yes or no? Go ahead and mute yourself.
Yes, what I said.
Okay, so Africa is a continent. It's not a country. So you tell me.
I never said it was a country.
Stop interrupting me when I'm speaking, because we really don't care to hear what you have to say. I can just kick you. Just listen. You just said that we all look like Africans. So we're from Africa. Africa is a continent. It's not a country. So name the country in Africa that has Africans that look like me. Name the country. Unmute yourself.
Dude, all the natives look exactly this. They have the same.
Okay, this
I
is a
asked
native.
Tyrone, stop interrupting. I'm going to drop you
sorry.
down, Tyrone. These are one-on-ones. I'll bring you back. Rafa, I didn't ask you what you think natives look like. I asked you what country in Africa has Africans that look like me. You must have researched this, since you're saying all Black Americans look like Africans.
The majority of the population in Africa, of course, y'all got white.
Sir, what country in Africa? We cannot continue our conversation until you name a country in Africa. Go ahead.
Dude, I just told you the
what? Name a country.
I don't know the majority of the people who live in Africa.
You don't know. We know you don't know. So we're trying to lock you down to a country now. Name a country in Africa that has people that look like us. Go ahead.
I just told you, dog, the majority of people who live in Africa.
So if the majority of the people that live in Africa look like me, it should be so easy for you to name one country in Africa that has people that look like me.
I'm not informed with Africa like that.
If you're not informed with Africa and you don't know what country in Africa has people that look like me, how are you going to say we're all from Africa because we look like Africans? And clearly, you don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Though you get what I'm trying to say, though. You get my point, right?
I don't get your point. If I came to a Mexican live stream and I told Mexicans, you're not really Mexican, you come from the Philippines. And if they said to me, well, Mike, what area within the Philippines do you think we came from? No matter of fact, if they said to me, Mike, why do you think us Mexicans come from the Philippines? Imagine if I said, because you look just like Filipinos. And then imagine if you then said to me, well, Mike, what area in the Philippines have Filipinos that look like us Mexicans? And imagine if I said, oh, I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, just all of the Philippines, just, I can't name an exact region or a territory, but just trust me, just take my word for it. You guys all look like Filipinos. I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm not well researched on the Philippines, but you guys all look like Filipinos. That's exactly what you're doing. It makes no sense. It's nonsensical. And we don't understand why you guys are so obsessed with us in the first place. So where you're trying to convince us, convince us that we come from another continent. So this is what we're going to do. We've already established that we're not going to get anywhere with him trying to substantiate his claim that we look like Africans. He is unable to name a single country in Africa that has Africans that look like me. So we're going to get off that. He failed. He failed miserably. And in this game, we're going to give you 2 strikes, not 3. Here's the second point we're going to try to make with you. Your other claim was that why are we claiming we're indigenous when we're not indigenous? Resident Mexican migrant, let us know, why do you think that we're not indigenous to America? What research have you done? Can you name a source? Can you cite a book? Anything? Go ahead, unmute yourself. Why do you think that we're not Native Americans?
Yo, what was your question?
I said, you already failed on the whole African thing, so we're not going to touch that anymore. I'm asking you, why did you start off saying that we identify as Native Americans, but we're not Native Americans?
Yo, dude, you're asking a lot of questions. How about you let me ask you some questions?
Because you ain't shit, your mama ain't shit. You descend from a Spanish whore that was shipped here to be ran through by conquistadors and produce more citizens for the Spanish crown. You're nothing. You're beneath us. If we were at a physical cookout, you would be outside trying to get in. That's why I'm asking you questions, even though you want to just ramble. Josue, do you get it now? So I'm going to ask you for a second time. Why did you make the claim that Black Americans are identifying as Native Americans when we're not Native? What evidence do you have? What research substantiates your claim that we're not Native American? Go ahead, Hector. Unmute yourself. Having trouble finding the mute button, huh? Cat got your tongue? Oh, he just muted himself. He just unmuted himself, then muted himself again. We're going to give him one chance. Go ahead, unmute yourself and let us know why you're trying to convince us that we're not Native Americans.
Because y'all go around like stealing other people's cultures. Yo, one day y'all the Moors, right?
Oh, okay. So he hasn't done any research that leads him to the conclusion that we're not indigenous. He just feels like we keep claiming a bunch of things. Okay. And the silly part is, I'm not just up here saying we're indigenous. I am a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I have citizenship with a federally recognized tribe, and still I have a Mexican migrant trying to tell me I'm not a Native American. The US government says I'm a Native American. My tribe says I'm a member of that community, but a Mexican migrant is going to tell me who I am, who we're not. We're Africans because we look like Africans, but he can't name a country in Africa with Africans that look like us. You see how lost those Mexicans are? Did you know that they were so infatuated with us? Guys, we would never call into some Mexican live stream trying to talk to them about anything, let alone their heritage, because we don't care about them. But clearly, they care so much about us. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Let's see who else we got backstage. We got several people backstage now. And it's just so unfortunate that you guys are so low IQ that we can't even get further into the conversation. Like, my audience would learn so much. This would be so much better content if we can actually get deeper into the conversation, but most of you guys can't pass go. Come on. Let's see who we're going to bring up next. We've got Third Eye. Third Eye. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Oh, peace, brother. I'm calling in from Texas.
Texas, by way of?
By way of being here since my inceptions, since my people's inception.
And where's your family from originally? I mean, are you first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation migrant, or?
No, I'm native. I'm not migrant.
Okay.
I'm Black American.
Okay, for sure. Well, let us know what's on your mind.
What's on my mind? What's on my mind? I just came to commend you on how you go in and you shut it down. Anybody come with misinformation, misnomers, lies, propaganda, just being messy, you shut it down. So that's what time it is, though. They've been lying for over 500 years and stealing and every type of crime you could think of been did to us 3,000 times a week. So no, you're doing a great job, sir.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you.
That was all I wanted to say to you. Just commend you and keep up the good work. And I'm always gonna be listening and supporting. And I'm already doing my checks and searches, and we're gonna get it done.
Nice. Sounds good. Hey, realize genealogy is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So just stay the course. Don't give up on the research. And if you ever need to get pushed in the right direction, check out the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, hey, thanks for calling in, brother.
My pleasure.
Peace. Hey, y'all, now I got to start asking people when they say where they from, I got to say by way of, because the last couple of people have been trying to be like, I'm from New Jersey, I'm from Texas, I'm from here. And then we sense the accent, we see they're on some weird shit. And then I'm like, well, no, by way of, oh, I'm from Mexico. Why don't you lead with that? Why don't you lead with, I'm a Mexican American, I'm a Mexican migrant, I'm a Mexican living in Texas. I mean, why are they trying to be so deceitful with their heritage? And I'm not talking about the last caller. I'm talking about the Mexicans that called in, y'all. That shit was crazy, y'all. That shit's crazy. We got Marie Denise trying to call in on YouTube. Marie, your microphone is not connected. You got to at least have your mic connected before I bring you up. Empress, I'm going to bring you up in just a bit. Let me get through some more folks on TikTok. K-Real, when I bring you up, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
All right, I'm doing good. I just want to share a incident that happened to me. Caribbean
Hold
descent.
on. Have you let us know where you're calling in from?
Oh, I'm calling from Canada.
Okay, and you already were going into saying Caribbean descent. So
Yes.
Which island in the Caribbean?
Jamaica.
Nice.
Jamaica. And so I was at work one day and I met another brother. I thought he was a Caribbean, and he said to me, "No, I'm actually a native Canadian." I said, "Black native Canadian?" He said, "Yeah, there's a lot of us." I go, "I never heard of this." So he said, "Come over to my house." I went to his house. He opened up these books. He showed me his grandfather, his great grandfather, and he showed how they were pushed from Niagara Falls all the way up north. And he said, "They don't tell you about us in school, but there's Black Native Canadians and Black Native Americans." I said, "Yeah, I never heard of this." He goes, "Yeah, and we're not from Africa." I go, "Yeah, I'm not from Africa either." But he said, "No, we're not from Africa. We're natives. We've been here a long time, my forefathers." And he started showing me all these pictures, and I was amazed to know the history that he was saying, showing. So I just want to share that this is not something I read in a book. This is someone I met.
Yeah.
I seen him, so it was new light to me. And I was just scrolling and found your page and thought it was very interesting that there was someone else out there who's talking about Black natives. So I just wanted to share that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And
a good experience,
And real quick, just to bridge the gap, because some people are listening and they're like, "What's he talking about? Black natives in Canada?" Da, da, da. Well, you have to realize that they don't teach us this in American history classes, right? But there were Black indigenous communities since the 1700s that allied with the British. Even during the American Revolution, they called them Black loyalists. Actually, I have a book about a famous family of Black loyalists. Let me grab the book so I can name drop this author and stuff.
Okay.
This book is called Revolutionary Blacks. Revolutionary Blacks, Discovering the Frank Brothers, Free-Born Men of Color, Soldiers of the Independence. And some of the Frank brothers fought for the rebels, some fought for the British. But when you talk about the Black loyalists, a perfect introduction to this for you guys. It's kind of a horror movie. It's like an apocalyptic survivor movie. It was in the movie theaters recently. Go watch it. There was a movie that came out recently called 40 Acres.
40 Acres. Okay.
40 Acres. It was filmed in Canada, has a lot of Black Canadian cast, Black Native class. You're right. So that movie, I was surprised when I'm in the theaters and I'm watching it because it's called 40 Acres. That phrase is synonymous with Black Americans, but the movie takes place in Canada, right? And
Okay.
the movie also explains the same thing I'm going to explain to you guys now about the Black loyalists. There were Black indigenous communities who sided with the British. We actually did not really have no beef with the British like that. Yeah, there were certain skirmishes, there were certain situations, but if we had to choose between the Americans or the British, we were going with the British every time. The British are mostly here to conduct trade with us and go back to Europe. But these Americans who are trying to rebel from the crown are trying to stay here permanently and take our land and take more of our land. So a lot of Black folks, you'd be surprised, they fought for the British during the American Revolution, just like these Frank brothers that are written about in this book by Shirley L. Green. Frank Brothers, Soldiers
Frank brother.
of Independence, Revolutionary Blacks. Now, you got to understand that after the British lose the Revolutionary War, the Americans, the descendants of the British, the newfound Americans, they wanted to round up these Black loyalists and send them to plantations as slaves. And believe it or not, the British protected their Black loyalists, and they told them, make your way up to British Columbia, up to Canada, and guess what? We will get you on a boat back to Europe, to Britain, or we'll get you to another one of our colonies. If you want to leave, you can get out of America, come to Canada, you can settle in Canada, or we'll get you a ship from Canada somewhere else. So when the brother comes up here talking about, hey, Black indigenous people and da-da-da, some of you guys are thinking, nah, this is some tether who came into contact with another tether who doesn't want to admit he's African, so he's saying that there's Black Canadians. No, guys, look it up. There is actually a large population of Black American indigenous communities in Canada to this day. I've had some of them call into my broadcasts over the years, and they tell me straight up, yeah, Mike, I live in Canada. The whole community is Black Americans. Our ancestors migrated here in the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s. Remember, the real Underground Railroad up north wasn't up to the northern colonies, because the northern colonies still had slaves in a lot of cases, right? The northern colonies, the Union, they still had slave states. The real Underground Railroad up north was getting to Canada, and a lot of our ancestors did. So definitely look into that. The Black loyalists from the 1780s and onward. And then even around the 1812s, after the War of 1812, you've got another migration of Black loyalists. Y'all don't know about the War of 1812? After the Revolutionary War, the British came back and said, nah, we trying to put you on this Federal Reserve banking system. We trying to give you a central bank. We trying to control you from afar with our crypto Jews. And guess what? Our founding fathers weren't rocking with the whole central bank idea. So the British came and invaded us again and burnt down the White House. That's the War of 1812. And those Black loyalists that fought with the British in 1812, once again, they had to flee to Canada to get asylum because they were on the losing side. And if they stayed in North America in 1812 and in the new US of A, they would be enslaved. So not only do we have a migration pattern in the 1780s from the Revolutionary War, we've got a migration pattern around 1812 from the War of 1812. And then all throughout the 19th and the 20th century, you still have Black folks migrating up to Canada. So definitely look into it.
Yes. Thank you for sharing though. Thank you. I really appreciate this type of history because it was a shock to me, but I never even knew this was existed until I met this guy. So, and he showed straight proof. So, I mean, his family proof in pictures and everything can't lie. You know what I mean? So there you go.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if you don't have any other thoughts, I'm gonna segue to the next caller. But thanks for calling in.
No, I don't actually. I'm just listening in.
All right. Well, the folks on YouTube appreciate you tuning in. They said that you are a great caller, so don't hesitate to call in the future.
Thank you.
All right, peace.
Peace.
All right, and who is this in the chat talking about I'm scared of him? Who it's Tavea? Is it Tavea? Didn't I already try to bring you up and you didn't say nothing or you weren't connected or something? To Tavea, I'll bring you up, but I got to bring folks in order. The next person is AT Alt-Thou 16 or something. 16. 16, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind? 16 going once. 16 going twice. All right, it looks like we'll move on to Reed. Tavea Reed. Tavea, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling from Virginia, and I just got a few questions.
Virginia by way of?
Virginia Beach.
No, like, are you a first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation migrant or no?
Oh no, I'm originally from Suffolk, Virginia, and my grandfather like have a street name after him. We had a plantation out there. So, but Suffolk, Virginia is like 40 minutes from Virginia Beach, so Virginia.
Okay, I got you. Well, what's on your mind? And was I misreading it, or were you saying something in the chat that I was afraid to speak to you or something?
Yes.
And why did you think that I'd be afraid to speak to you?
Because I want to ask logical questions. I just don't want to go with what you say. I'm not a follower.
And you think that I would be afraid to speak with you and have you ask me logical questions?
Everybody that go up
Matter
there,
of fact, hold on. He sounds familiar. Did we already talk to him tonight, guys? I'm confused. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Did you already call in earlier?
I did, but I don't want to debate. I just want to ask questions. That's all.
Okay, hold on. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. If you already called in and we had a conversation, why would you then be in my chat saying I'm afraid to speak to you if clearly I'm not afraid to speak to you because we've already spoken tonight? I mean, I'm just all right. Never mind. Okay, the chat's saying he's the Moor guy. Okay, no, he's not the Moor guy. He's the Jew guy. He's the black Jew guy. Go ahead. You've got logical questions. You think I'm going to be afraid to answer them? Go ahead. What are your questions?
My first question is, when you speak, I'm watching right now, and I would like for you to sources. Where do you get your sources from for all the information about us being Indians? Where are the sources? Because I like to read and I want to read the books.
You can go to my website, nativebblackancestry.com. I built out a digital archive with over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, etc., etc. Also, on the website, nativebblackancestry.com, is a full-fledged book list of all of my primary sources. So you can go read them for yourself. Actually, through my website, you can read the books straight through my website. You don't even have to buy them on Amazon. So if you want to see my sources, go to nativebblackancestry.com. If you're asking for me to cite sources for what I've been talking about tonight, I'm confused. My main claim tonight is Black Americans descend from reclassified American Indians. People have challenged me on being Native American. I've literally showed my tribal citizenship card for the tribe that I'm a part of. I mean, if you want me to provide some sources that Black Americans were reclassified, is that your question? You want me to give you sources that Black indigenous people were reclassified?
No, you say you got a website, so I probably got to go up there. But I was saying that how would a Black person know which tribe they're from if they don't know?
Their genealogy. That's why I'm a genealogist. That's why I'm up here. That's why I'm up here for 2 hours live streaming. That's why I've got 3 different YouTube channels, 2 TikTok channels, a website. I mean, this is why I do what I do, to teach Black Americans how to research their heritage and discover the tribe that their ancestors were affiliated with. And when they discover that, if they want to get tribal citizenship, I also walk them through that process as well.
Okay, well, I thought you popped up on my agenda. I was just on TikTok, strolling, you popped up. I just clicked on I was like, let me watch this, and that's how I got involved with it.
Well, I think that you've got a few more questions, so go ahead and let us know all your questions. But to answer your last question of how does a Black American discover what tribe their ancestors were a part of, that's through genealogical research. And just so you know, genealogy has nothing to do with DNA testing.
So what would that consist of, genealogy? You talking about like going to the courthouse or something? Like, explain more to me.
It's 2025. If it was the 1990s, then yeah, we'd have to go drive to the state archive and the courthouse and this university, that university. But nowadays, most of the research is available online through digitized archives. So most people don't know that genealogy has nothing to do with DNA testing. Excuse me, those DNA testing companies that are trying to convince you to buy their kit, they oftentimes co-opt the term genealogy to make you think that DNA tests have something to do with genealogy. But no, genealogy is paper trail research, census records, birth certificates, death certificates, military documents, bills of sale, tribe chiefs and treaties. The list goes on and on and on and on. But genealogy is paper records, not spitting in a cup.
Well, I did some of that on my own, and I got back all the way to the 1700s.
Yep.
And my granddad have a street in my home city, and they had a plantation, and none of it never said there was Indian up there. None of it.
Did it say they were African?
No, when I went back, farther I went back, it said it was Negro.
And I'm glad you came back, because I know earlier when we were talking, you thought we were having a debate or something. It was never a debate. So you're saying that you did your genealogy. You took it back to the 1700s. You got ancestors who are prominent individuals. They own land. They own plantations. You say, my ancestors, they weren't classified as Indian, though. They're classified as Negro. Is that what you said?
No, I said when I did my genealogy research by paperwork from the courthouse, like you said, archives on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
When I went back, they had them classified as Negroes. Also, that stuff is done through the white man. So you're still trying to go to the white man to find out about your own.
Time out. Before you start rambling about other things, you said I did my genealogy to the 1700s. My ancestor was not classified as an Indian. He was classified as a Negro. Is that what you just said? Yes or no?
What you say? My wife was speaking. What you say? I can't hear everything you said.
What are we doing up here? Can you tell your wife not to speak to you while you try to call in and waste more of my time? I mean,
she just
what are we really doing? I'll say it again. Jesus. Are you saying you did your genealogy to the 1700s? You found ancestors that were not classified as an indigenous. They were identified as Negro. Is that what you just said? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. So you obviously must not be aware that since the 1500s, American Indians have been reclassified to Negro. Did you know that? Yes or no?
No, but you said look it up.
I don't need no but. The answer is no. Mike, I had no idea American Indians were reclassified as Negro. Now, here's the thing. This is where we're at now. I can easily share my screen and show evidence. I can easily cite sources on this, but I don't want to waste my time. So let me ask you this. If you found out that American Indians were reclassified as Negro, then how would that change your theories on your ancestry? Go ahead.
Well, if I'm gonna stay up here, can you stop muting me when I'm talking? Or I just get down?
No, you can just get down. You can just go. You're not interesting. You're not really making much sense. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know you. I don't care about you. You're calling in to talk to me, so I will mute you whenever I damn well choose. And if you don't like it, stick to spectating in the stands. Jesus, not only did he just discover me today, clearly he's done no research on the territory his ancestors are from. He's going to tell me, well, Mike, my ancestor had plantations and stuff, but he was called a Negro. He wasn't called Indian. Yeah, Indians had already been reclassified as Negro since Bacon's Rebellion, 1670s. What are you talking about? Jesus, Lord. Let me see if we got, and I'm just so disappointed, guys. I'm just so disappointed. I'm just walking through this virtual landscape seeking worthy opposition, and there is nobody on my level. And it's sad. It's disheartening. I wish there was somebody who had enough IQ to challenge me intellectually, and I can cite sources and he can cite sources and I can give you guys a real good show. But these folks are so imbecilic. They're so low IQ. They come to the dojo to challenge sensei, and I'm just giving them a stiff arm on their temple while they're just like this trying to get at me. And I'm just like, just come, at least have some form. At least, Lord, guys, I'm going to have to create my own opposition, y'all. I'm going to have to, I don't know what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to do some Yakubian shit and make somebody in a lab that has enough IQ to challenge me publicly so we can have a nice debate or something. I don't know what we're going to do. Justice, thank you for the gifts. Shout out to everybody who's been sending the gifts. Lord, oh Lord. Let's see who the next caller is. 500 Block Navy. 500. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
What up, though, brother? I'm from Detroit. You hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. So look, I wanted to ask a question because I ain't your op, so whatever. I wanted to ask you a question, brother.
I don't know if you noticed, but I don't really have any ops. Ain't nobody on my level to even be opposition.
As I can see, I see where this shit going, man. But whatever. But long story short, where I'm trying to get to is the one guy that was talking about the more stuff, right? Now remember he said that no, okay, I want to have my facts straight. Now, where did the term Indian come from again? You said the Spanish said what again?
It's from the Spanish term indios.
Indios, which is saying what? Is describing what? Like definition?
A people in God.
A people in God, right? Okay, so with that being said, do you still think this is a real question? Do you think we are not in some type of way Hebrew? You hear me, brother?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to understand your question.
Okay, my bad. I guess I ain't explaining this shit right.
No, you are explaining it. I'm just, I'm taking in what you're saying, and I'm just taking a moment to think about it. You said, do I not think that we are Hebrew?
In some type of way.
Now, for you to pose that question like that, and it's a great question,
okay.
I'm going to answer it, but for you to pose that question like that, I must have somehow given you the impression that I think that we're not.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
because where I was.
No, it's cool. Really... No, that's how you don't have to explain anymore. I'll just go ahead and answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I've always thought that shit was no. I know. I'm just giving a disclaimer. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I've always thought that shit was silly. But in my independent research on American Indian history and colonialism in particular, it is well documented that every single European colonizer that came here and spent any amount of time with the indigenous groups here, they all came to the same conclusion that the American Indians are a descendant of a lost tribe of Israel. And I've even asked some of them this. A year and a half ago, I learned that this was also like what the Mormon faith is predicated on. And one day, while I'm doing some research, I got a knock at the door, and it was the Mormon boys on the bikes. And I say, yo, it's crazy you guys are here. Is it true that you guys believe that like Native Americans descend from like a lost tribe of Israel or something? And they got all excited. And guess what they did? They handed me a Mormon Bible. I got it right here. Hold on.
Right.
They gave me this Mormon Bible, Book of Mormon, and right here on like the first page on the introduction, right here, table of contents, introduction, right here on the introduction, it says, this book was written by many ancient prophets by the spirit of prophecy and revelation. Their words written on gold plates were quoted and abridged by a prophet historian named Mormon. The record gives an account of two great civilizations. One came from Jerusalem in 600 BC and afterwards separated into two nations known as the Nephites and the Lamanites. The other came much earlier when the Lord confounded the tongues at the Tower of Babel. This group is known as the Jaredites. After thousands of years, all were destroyed except the Lamanites, and they are among the ancestors of the American Indians. So again, I'm not a Mormon, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but through my own research on American indigeneity, on colonialism, I was surprised to learn that it doesn't matter if they were French, if they were British, if they were Dutch, if they were Portuguese, they all came to the same conclusion that we descend from a lost tribe, and they documented our Hebrew customs. There are even mounds, burial mounds throughout the Southeast where they have found Hebrew artifacts. There's the Keystone, there's the Decalogue Stone, there's the Bat Creek Stone. Not only that, when you get into the etymology of most indigenous languages, they clearly have a Hebrew roots. When you hear a term like hallelujah, hallelujah.
Right.
Well, hey, it's crazy. When I was doing the research, I actually found that Europeans write in their journals of being amongst tribes of the Southeast, and these tribes dancing in a circle, chanting hymns and rhythmic tunes, and they would say things like "Ale, yeah, Allah, Alleluia, Hallelujah."
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So again, I'm not like on that tip. I'm just like,
Right.
it would be disingenuous for me to not admit that through my research, all these Europeans said that there's some Hebrew connection with us, and the Smithsonian has worked to hide it, to cover it up.
Yeah, exactly.
They took the Back Creek Stone. They said it was written in Cherokee or Choctaw or something, and they said it was authenticated. It was a real thing. But then some researchers over the last few years went to the basement of the Smithsonian where they were hiding it, and they flipped it right side up. It turns out the Smithsonian
I know
displayed
exactly.
it upside down.
Yeah.
And when you
Okay.
flip it
Yeah.
right side up, the historians are like, "Yo, this is ancient Hebrew script." And since the historian said this is Hebrew, guess what the Smithsonian did? They said, "You know what? This artifact that we've had for so long that we said was authenticated, matter of fact, it's a forgery."
Yeah.
So clearly there is a Hebrew connection here. Clearly, in our culture, in our customs, there's something there. That's why the power structure keeps us fragmented with these different schools of thought. They break it up with the Moorish, with the Hebrew, with the this. All of those groups have a seed of truth, but they're being ran by agent provocateurs meant to confuse you and keep you from your indigenous heritage.
Exactly. Okay, because my well, you don't know, but my OG, she was telling me though back in them days that most of the slaves, they was writing Hebrews on the church benches, and doing things of that nature. And then not only that, you really hit it on the nose when you was talking to the Jamaican guy about the Canadian connect. You know what I'm saying? Because my father's people is from Canada.
There you
They
go.
came down to Michigan. You feel me? Like my people is from, you cross that water, we right there. You know what I'm saying? So like they came, like I said, my father's father is from Michigan, and his mother is from Alabama. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it do correlate. I'm putting it all together. I just keep listening to you. I'm doing my own research because you still another man. But at the end of the day, you are hitting it on the nose with damn near everything you saying, brother. So yeah, I rock with you, brother. You know what I'm saying? We in the city too. I done turned a few people in the city on to you, man.
Appreciate it.
Tell these little niggas like, hey man, y'all got to get this right, bro. You feel me? Just to look into yourself. I'm not saying you 100% right or, but the niggas have to look into themselves. Forgive me for my language.
No, you good.
People
You're
have
good.
to look into themselves to find out who they want to be. And God said, ask and you shall receive, brother. So shit, keep digging for the ones who won't dig. You know what I'm saying? So that it's all love, brother. I just wanted to tap in with you and see how you felt about that or whatnot.
Yeah, most def. Thanks for tapping in. But no, it's very, very interesting when we get into these types of conversations because I really come from the school of thought that even with myself, no one should take what I say as dogma. I mean, that's why I'm always sharing my screen. That's why I'm always providing sources. Hey, here's the book. Look it up. If y'all want to look up what we was talking about, I brought up the Book of Mormon. I read their own book. I named the artifacts Back Creek Stone, Decalogue Stone, Keystone, Smithsonian cover up. You can look it up, right? So
Because you be speaking on things that I vaguely already know about a little bit, but you like clarify it into the simplest terms or whatnot. But yeah, brother, I rock with you. I'm following you. I done did all the support I can do for you, nigga. So
I appreciate it. You locked in. I appreciate you.
All right, brother. You take care, man. I'm gonna keep on listening in.
All right, till next time, brother. Peace. All right, and before we bring up our next caller, again, I want to urge you guys to go to my website, check it out, nativeblack.ancestry.com. I built it out with tons of historical resources for you guys. There's a tribal surname tab because it's a huge misconception that we get our surnames from slave masters. There were many indigenous tribes of the Americas that adopted European surnames. So this is a great first step. You know, see if your family last name is affiliated with any of these tribes on the tribal surname tab. Beyond that, I do have the digital archive. I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. This digital archive has over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, Black Indian obituaries, indigenous ex-slave interviews, Indian slave ads, you name it. And you can download these to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media, whatever you want to do. I actually update the digital archive weekly with new content. And I told you guys that I also had a book list. So check out the book list as well. A lot of my primary sources, you can actually read these books straight through my website, courtesy of Internet Archive. And to get access to the digital archive and the book list, you got to be a member of the website. I believe the membership is like $15. So call me biased, but I think it's going to be the best $15 you spend. The whole point of this website was to archive all of my research and put it in one central location. So when you guys are trying to do your own independent studies, you don't have to, you know, spend so much time looking for, wait, what's the source? What's the this? What are the? I've compiled it all so that we can shave down that learning curve. We've got a lot of primary sources all throughout the website. And as well, I do give you guys the ability to have access to my calendar, schedule a day, schedule a time to connect with me one-on-one. If you need more personalized help with genealogy research, then you can book a session with me. And here's some testimonials from some of my recent clients.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Yeah, guys, check out the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? Now, we do have a few more callers. Let's go ahead and bring them up. Let's see. Again, if you guys have questions on genealogy, American Indian history, Black American indigeneity, if you want to debate me and you think that we all come from Africa, I mean, I'm opening up the phone lines for everybody. And before we bring up some more people on TikTok, we've had Empress waiting so patiently backstage on YouTube. Let's bring up Empress. Empress, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, everybody. I'm calling in from California. I just wanted to say I love you live. It's really good. And had me excited here.
And wait, hold on. There's a really bad echo. Are you playing the YouTube video on your TV or something?
I got it right now. Okay, how was that?
All right, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to go back a little bit on the Mexican dude Rafa from New Jersey.
Yep.
Okay, so I was on TikTok, and Rafa was in the chat. He said you're African, you're that. And it was really funny to me when he got a call and kept telling him that he was Mexican in New Jersey. What did you call it? An expat.
No, they might.
I like how you handled that call because I think it's awfully funny how they hop up here and they speak about somebody's genealogy when they don't even know their own.
We had a Mexican call in who didn't even know Mexican history. He's talking about Spanish conquistadors brought African slaves and spread them from North America and South America. Didn't know what he was talking about. We had some native calling in from New Jersey or New York, part of the Oneida tribe, lied to our faces when we asked if they adopted or intermarried with Europeans. I mean, we got a lot of people who are really hell-bent on dictating heritage to us, but they don't know anything about their own people. That's the weird part.
Exactly, Chief. That's the whole point. Clean up your backyard. Find out who you are first.
Oh, wait,
Tell us.
hold on. And the craziest one is Tavea. Tavea is still in the TikTok chat talking about, I'm another Dr. Umar misleading you. Tavea, you've been up here twice and you couldn't pass go. Come on, Tavea, don't do that. Come on.
Yeah, she said a lot in the chat. And I keep on telling her to call in. Look.
Oh, no. Tavea is a man. Tavea is the man that's already been on my broadcast twice tonight who was talking about that Black Jew Moorish stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's the same person. I thought it was a girl because of the name.
Yeah, no, he's the one who recently came back and was like, I did my genealogy to the 1700s and my ancestor owned plantations and he was listed as a Negro, not an Indian. So we're not Indian. And I'm like, bro, like, you don't know that Indians had already been reclassified by that time.
I don't want to call him dumb, but I'm going to say misinformed. He needs to go read. You answered every question that he asked, and you even directed him to your website where it has book free, and you always play it all the time. He needs to take that up and get on.
Let's call a spade. Not for free, but you can get access to the digital archive and the book list for a funky $15, okay? For $15, I'll get you all the American Indian history and receipts that you want to know. Yep.
Yes, and he needs to get her to take advantage of the $15 and do it. Because there's no way at his big age he should be up here doing nonsense and looking ignorant. I kind of got secondhand embarrassment because you're a black man coming from another black man, an indigenous black man who done genealogy, who is a genealogist, who does the work, who has the receipts, who we have the king of receipts, and to come up here so informed. That's ridiculous.
And hold on. Time out. I need some feedback. Folks are saying the echo is real bad on YouTube. Is the echo only bad when she's talking, or is it also bad when I'm talking? Let me know, guys. Let me know. Give me some feedback over on YouTube. GJ says yes. Yes to what? Okay, yeah, it's only her. So okay. So the echo's a little unbearable for the audience. Empress.
Okay. I'm gonna call back in.
Okay. I appreciate it, sister. I'll talk to you soon. All right, we're trying to make it a pleasant listening experience for y'all. Let me see. We had somebody backstage on the TikTok. Yeah, we got Blue. Blue, when I bring you up, let me know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Okay, Mike, you were saying what? It was as I was coming on, then I didn't hear the request that you were making.
Oh, it's all good. I was asking you where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yeah, so I'm calling in from Gary, Indiana. I'm foundational Black American, Indigenous American. Listen, I want to say this to you, right? I so greatly appreciate you, right? You're professional, meticulous. You bring the receipts, right? I don't necessarily have a question per se. I know that my heaviest business endeavors are coming to an end now, and I will take full advantage of your platform with my family, right? So I was reading some of the comments and people were saying, I've read 100 books or so. And I just said this to my sister recently. It's not about that you read 100 books, right? It's about what you're reading, right? How you put information together, because there are pieces that can provide awareness and clues that can paint a better picture. Like, for example, when you went into it with Tabaya, he went into Negroes, then you were able to explain to him how indigenous, melanated people had been reclassified. He could see that on the Dawes Rolls as well, right? But this is my real point that I wanted to make. Man, listen, each time that you help to scale a person's imaginations with facts and with truth so that they can reattach back to their rightful heritage, right? Make the proper claims in court, right? And be knowledge based when they come on and they have these conversations. Listen, brother, you like the Michael Jordan of listen, this is the reason why you have no ops is because you're the Michael Jordan of this subject, right? And you're so vast and comprehensive, that it's just a beautiful thing. But I say this in parting, right?
Mhm.
Each time that you do this, you help to shake and bust loose this matrix of lies, right? And the more people that you help, like Morpheus, to wake up out of that dream state and bring them online into the real world, then collectively with that knowledge, then we can go back somewhere in the near future, stronger than ever, challenge and win, right? And reclaim what is rightfully ours. So for you, I have nothing but adoration, praise, because you are one of the best that I have ever heard. And you're so patient how you break down things and help people to be able to scale. So I want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. I follow you, right? I will connect with you and my family, and we will definitely invest some of our hard-earned money, right, to be able to go down and learn exactly through genealogy and other methods of disciplines, right, how we connect and find out and discover who we are. So I wanted to just give you that big up, that big thumbs up, and tell you that even though it can be frustrating sometimes, brother, stick in there because we absolutely need you. You are an essential for our people. Thank you.
Hey, well, I appreciate it. It's always nice to be given some flowers instead of trolling all the time from foreigners. But hey, don't hype me up too much, okay? I can be professional at times. I try to maintain a level of professionalism, but I think I did call a couple of people some bitches tonight, and I think I did call somebody's mama a Spanish hoe. Okay, so I get a little unprofessional sometimes. Okay, we get a little unprofessional with it. Okay, I be professionally unprofessional when I need to be. Okay, but shout out to Blue. I appreciate you calling in, brother. I appreciate you. I'm like, oh, I did call some people some bitches and hoes tonight. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. I think I give you guys a nice blend of professionalism and once in a while I gotta just give somebody a throat shot real quick. Just a little quick chop suey to the throat. Just oh, let's talk about it, y'all. But hey, the night is young. Is there anybody else who'd like to call in? Yeah, the Black Mamba says it's called balance. That's right. It's all about balance. See, them Europeans want to twist our indigenous spiritual systems and insert notions of turn the other cheek and vengeance is reserved for the Lord. No, that's what they taught us so that we didn't seek vengeance on them for the harm they're doing to our people. In actuality, the way our ancestors ran, if you did something to the tribe, we beefing. We running a drill on you. I mean, why do you think Black Americans in the inner city still move in the same tribal way? We got different type of Black Americans depending on region of the country. Then within a region, there's different type of Black Americans depending on the city. Then within a single city, you got different tribes of Black Americans depending on the neighborhoods of the cities. Then within a single neighborhood, you got different factions and clans of Black Americans based on the streets and shit. I mean, we still move in a clan-based way. It's just nowadays they call it ghetto. They call it some gang shit, but no, this is our ancestral tribal practices. Just like in the hood, what they call you Big Mike, Lil Pig, Lil Rob, da 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 da. Just like we always had indigenous nicknames when you were a part of the tribe back in the day. I mean, there's so many parallels to what we think is Black American culture and indigenous American culture. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But let me see. Do I have some more callers? If anybody on TikTok wants to call in, you know what to do. We're going to close out the broadcast in about 20 minutes if nobody else wants to call in. We still got Tyrone backstage. I'm going to bring you up again, Tyrone. I'll probably bring you up to close out the show with me, and I'll definitely give you the floor. Speaking of which, Tyrone, you got to shoot me a text. I was trying to call you earlier today. I want to invite you for an interview on my my YouTube channel, Mike TV. Just want to kind of give you a platform and let you present some information because you're one of the most well-researched people that I came in contact with when I was first getting into the space. So, yeah, I definitely want to have you over on Mike TV from an exclusive broadcast. Now, we do have a caller on YouTube. Let me see who this is. Mary Denise. Mary, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, I'm calling in from New York.
Hello. Well, let us know what's on your mind, Mary.
I was just calling to say that I did some research last night, and I just found out that we verified that my granddad is Cherokee.
Nice.
Which I always knew that, but I didn't have proof until I actually was able to look it up. And then also my dad's side, I believe they're Cherokee as well, but I'm still in the process of verifying that as well. So I was just shocked to find that out, to verify because he always said that he was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's dope. And that's what it's all about, taking it from oral tradition to, you know, actually finding the documentation. And you know what? People are saying that there's an echo still. You know what I think it is? I think when I stream to TikTok and YouTube at the same time, I think there's just damn near always going to be. Hold on. I'm going to try something real quick. I'm going to mute this. Say something real quick, Mary.
Hi.
All right. Say a little sentence or two real quick.
I think it might be gone now.
Think it might be gone. GJ, do you still hear the echo or is the echo gone for Mary? Say something again, Mary.
But yes, I did find all that information yesterday. So it was very interesting. And then I found your program today just now too. And I just said, oh, I wish I had some help. So this is wonderful that I could do some further research as well.
Yeah. If you need personalized guidance with genealogy, just go to nativeblackancestry.com. You can even have access to my calendar, pick a day and time, and I'll sit down with you one-on-one for a good hour and show you A to Z how me and my family got tribal citizenship and traced our heritage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great show. Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, for sure. Not a problem. Thanks for calling in. And you know, guys, I think I figured it out. I'm sharing audio to TikTok, to YouTube. I think when I don't have a TikTok guest, I should just mute my audio for YouTube. Yeah, I think I got it, guys. I got it now. Sorry for the echoes earlier. So Empress, it wasn't your fault, okay? It was my fault, the way I'm running the audio. Shout out to Empress. Empress says, Mike helped me with my genealogy search and much, much more. Yeah, it was great connecting with you. I think I meet with so many people. Forgive me, Empress. When I met with you, was it just you? Or did I meet with you and your sister at the same time? I can't remember. Sometimes these genealogy consultations are a family affair. I mean, I don't charge people extra to bring a family member to the consultation. So sometimes it'd be mother, daughter, sister, sister, you know. Okay, so Joshina was on there too. Nice. Nice. And you know what, Tavaya, we'll give you one last chance to call in, Tavaya. We'll give you one last chance. And I know that you think I'm controlling the narrative. I know you're so upset that I've been muting you, Tavaya. So what I'll do is if you come back, I'll put on the timer for 3 minutes and I'll let you speak uninterrupted before you and I start conversing back and forth. How's that sound? Tavaya Reed, our resident Black Jew. Scammy Sosa says, let me get in here. Well, Scammy, you got a request to join. Before we close out this broadcast, I still got the phone lines open, but y'all got a request to join on TikTok. I mean, I guess I could send some invites as well, but y'all should know how to request to join. Y'all should know what's up. All right, and we've got Tavaya back. Tavaya, hold on just a moment. I'm putting you on mute just until... Oh, you muted yourself. Perfect. I just want to bring up this timer. Like I said, I'm going to give you a fair shake since you think that we're like, you know, dogging you out and doing you so wrong. Hold on. Let me get this timer going. 3 minutes. All right, go ahead. I'll start the time when you start talking. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Wait, hold on. I forgot to enable the audio for YouTube, so just start off at the top. YouTube should now be able to hear you. Go ahead.
So people in the comments were saying, "Oh, Tavaye's a fool. He got Tavaye. Da 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 da. I'm dumb. He playing Call of Duty. Why? I read books every day. I read books every day. I can play the game sometimes. I own a business. Also, I'm also a real estate agent. So, like I said, I don't know this guy. I was just strolling on TikTok because it's Sunday. It's my free day, and I just seen this live stream and I joined it. I'm not an Israelite. I'm not a Moorish Zion temple. None of that stuff. One point in time, he said something about my grandma having an Indian. My family is prominent in my city, which is Suffolk, Virginia. My granddad, my great-great-granddad had a street named after him, and they had a plantation. Like I said, when I did my genealogy, it said free Negro. Never came up here to debate him. I just said, when I first commented, I said, what about the Moors? Because I read about the Moors. I read about Indians in America. I read about a lot of things. What I'm trying to say is that Black people sit around all day debating about what they're called and they don't run anything. They need to learn about business, learn how to open things up, learn how to get married, have a family, and start worrying about titles. Black people used to own streets, banks, and everything. It's stupid to sit around all day and worry about titles. If y'all really want to do something, build, own stuff. America is a business. Every country in the world is a business. Why do we argue all day? We kill each other and do dumb stuff. I can't stand these Black leaders who are always charging Black people for this and that. If you want to learn, read for yourself. Don't let nobody tell you what to read. And I said after this, I will not join this live again because I don't do this. But like I said, it was on my heart. So I'm just going to say what I got to say. Point blank, period. And people can say I'm dumb, stupid, whatever you want to say. I'm in college right now, and I read every day, all day long. I barely talk technically. You can go look at my TikTok. I just got up stuff there about being a real estate agent. I don't talk about history. My mom probably don't even know how much I know about history. My only person knows is my wife, because she knew I got tons and tons and tons of books, and my daughter and my son. But like I said, I was just saying that he didn't let me speak. He was muting me when I couldn't speak to him. And I never tried to beat him. Okay, some people say they Indians. Who gives a fuck? What about saying, hey, let me get married and take care of my kids? Do you know Black people can't read on the 6th grade level? Do people know that Black people can't? Most Black children can't read. Do you know Black people get the lowest SAT scores leaving out of college? You know Black people got the less amount of business in America. What about that stuff? Who care that we are Indians? Who care or that we are Moors or that this and that? Who fucking cares? It doesn't do anything for Black people. White people still runs TikTok. They run social media. They run the banks. They run everything. They run the archives. They run the court systems. Who cares? It's other people that come to America, other nationalities, and they got way more money than us, billions and billions of dollars. Blacks sit around all day getting on TikTok and social media complaining.
Ding. That is your 3 minutes. So I will go ahead and respond to your points. Oh boy, I was definitely taking notes. Don't worry, guys. I know a lot of people are saying he was rambling, but I took notes so we can make sense of the rambles. First of all, Black people are not a monolith. I don't know who the hell you think you are coming up here talking about Black people are killing each other. I've never killed a person a day in my life, and I doubt any of the 200-300 plus people watching or the thousands watching the replay have either. And then we go with another monolith. Black people can't read at more than a 6th grade. Sir, I was an avid reader. I was sent to the principal's office all through grade school to be personally handed awards from the principal because I was such an avid reader. I got a library back there that I pull from when we do our broadcast, and it's time to cite sources. So again, if you come from an uneducated family, if you come from a family of criminals and prisoners and gangsters and stuff, that's you. Don't try to put that on us. Then he's going to say some stuff about, so what? You guys are Indian. Who gives a fuck? You do. You got a wife. You got kids. You're a realtor. You're in college. And out of all the things you could be doing on a Sunday night, you wanted to spend your free time calling in to question our indigeneity. So when you say, oh, you guys are Indian, who gives a fuck? You do clearly. Just like the Mexicans that called in and the Africans that call in and the Pan-African, you guys care. And I don't know why. You then try to say, you then try to gaslight us trying to make it seem like we're up here wasting time and we should be running businesses and stop worrying about it. Hey, guess what, dummy? I'm running a business right now. You may be a real estate agent in college. I dropped out of college at 17 to become a realtor. And after I got to the bag doing that for 7 years, I parlayed that into opening an insurance practice. And then after I sold that through COVID, I parlayed that into a marketing agency. And then when I got into this space and saw that there was Black Americans trying to get in touch with their indigenous roots, and there was nobody providing a service or a product to this underserved community, I sold my marketing practice and became a full-time genealogist. So when you say, y'all are wasting time when you could be running business, hi. Nice to see you. You're participating in my business right now. I have the best business in the world. I participate in the purest, most ethical form of capitalism in the world because I earn a living by educating my community on their indigenous roots that mainstream academia has tried to hide for centuries. Guess what? When I was a realtor, it was cool. That 6% commission is oh so nice. Oh Lord, oh Lord. But although I was making great money, although I was, as a teenager, managing most folks' largest financial decision of their life, it still wasn't really that fulfilling. When I became an insurance broker and I'm then again managing some of the largest financial assets of people's lives, well, that was a little more fulfilling. I'd literally meet with people where I sign them up for a policy and 2 years later they die. And their kids are calling me saying, oh my gosh, Mike, I'm glad that my father got with you and got that policy because he just passed. How can we get these benefits so we can bury him? We need help, Mike. You know what? That was a profession where I definitely did have a lot more sense of purpose. But then again, I was just serving the general American population. I wasn't specifically serving my community. Not until I became a full-time genealogist. Not until I started producing content exclusively about indigenous Americans that are racially reclassified. Not until I did that did I finally have an opportunity to use my intellect, my intellectual prowess, my sales acumen, everything in between, the marketing prowess, everything to now for once serve our underserved community. So it's even more asinine that you're up here ridiculing what I'm doing, what we're doing. Meanwhile, you're not studying for a test right now. You're not looking through the MLS to find a FISBO to try to convince to let you list with them. You up here trying to bitch and moan and gripe and complain to us over what we identify as and what we claim our ancestry to be. That's the biggest waste of time, not what we're doing. But again, I wasn't really impressed with that 3 minutes we gave him to speak. We'll just drop him down. I mean, I really don't even want to go back and forth with the guy. I mean, he got 3 minutes uninterrupted and he just spouted a bunch of Black Republican talking points. You blacks are killing each other and you can't read, and who cares if you're really Indian? The government cares if we're Indian. That's why they've reclassified our ancestors for centuries. You see how that works? You said you're in school, you're in college. Well, guess what? Although I had oral tradition of indigenous ancestry, I didn't do my family genealogy and get tribal citizenship until 2021, just a few years ago. Imagine if I had tribal citizenship since birth. You know what's a nice benefit of being a member of a federally recognized tribe? Besides thousands of dollars and different programs and subsidies, you know something else we get? College kid? We get free college tuition. So when you get up here talking about, we shouldn't be talking about this, we need to be running business. Meanwhile, you're a real estate agent who's clearly failing at that, because if you were a successful realtor, you wouldn't be in school anymore. You'd be earning more than your professor. So clearly you're a struggling realtor with a family and kids still in college. I don't know where they do that at. Shout out to all the parents in school, but I don't know the man's age. But hey, this bio sounds weird to me. But again, that's your path you took. And in your free time, you want to call and complain to us. Meanwhile, what we're doing here is actually helping people not just restore their identity, not just reverse the effects of paper genocide, but we're actually getting people real world tangible benefits. Do you know how many people that I've personally helped get tribal citizenship? Some tribes straight up give their tribal members $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 a month as a per cap payment for their proceeds of the tribe's casino. Some tribes, like my tribe, we don't get a per cap payment, but we get free dental, free healthcare, free college tuition. The list goes on and on and on. So when you're talking about business, damn, maybe it'd be a lot more easier for Black Americans to participate in higher education and business if we had some of these tribal benefits that were owed to our ancestors by things like the Treaty of 1866. But clearly, I was speaking to someone who's so invested with us, our heritage, our culture, yet he thinks what we're doing is a waste of time. If us getting online proclaiming our indigenous roots is a waste of time, then you're wasting even more time calling in to try to debate us on it. I mean, Jesus, these folks saying they have low IQ is an understatement at this point. I mean, where they do that at? Come on. If I think that people that play hockey are stupid and they're wasting their time, then imagine how much more time I'm wasting and how stupid I would look to go out to the hockey stadium when they're playing a game and pay for a ticket and sit in the stands and heckle them about how they should be doing something different with their time. Read the room, Playboy. You got packed up tonight on more than one occasion. And I think your wife was watching. I think your wife was listening. This is not a good look. That's not a good look at all. Let me know what tangible benefits you've received from identifying as a Black Jew. I can tell you all the tangible benefits I've received being a Muskogee Creek citizen. Fun fact, when COVID happened and Trump was giving y'all $1,200 payments, COVID relief payments, guess what? I got my $1,200 payments for being a member of, the U.S., for being a U.S. citizen. I got my $1,200. And on top of that, I got 2 payments of $4,000 from my tribe because that COVID budget was federal and tribes got a piece of it. So you see how we're actually talking about tangible benefits, how we're talking about some real world shit, right? You got kids. I got a 6-year-old. My 6-year-old is a citizen of my tribe. So there's benefits that come with that. I just bought him like $500 in school clothes. Guess what? I send the receipts to my tribe. They reimburse me. When it's time for my son to go to college, college is paid for. Tuition is free. When it comes time for me or my son to buy a property, there's down payment assistance programs. But I don't know of any programs like that for you Black Jews, yet your whole notion was that we're wasting time because we're not getting financial incentive from this. And even though we're not looking for financial incentives, we're just looking to reconnect with our ancestry. Clearly you're lost because there's a huge financial aspect to us getting in touch with our indigeneity, which is why so many different factions have colluded against us to keep us from it. And you're a part of the problem. So keep struggling, trying to sell houses on the weekend while raising your family, while going to college full time to pay your oppressor to get a certificate of completion. And in your free time, I guess you'll call into a successful self-made entrepreneur's channel to see if you can give me a little intellectual challenge, which clearly you're not qualified to provide. Hey, I would be petty and tell your wife who's listening, if she wants a man with a higher IQ, she should hit me up. I'm single. But respectfully, I don't date women with kids. And I don't want your sloppy leftovers. But I feel for her. I feel for her because Lord, oh Lord, she shacked up with, blended her bloodline with an ignorant ass Negro. And I digress. Whoo! And hey, and brother, that was me being nice to you. That was me being nice. I just treated you with finesse. I just treated you with kid gloves. You may have thought that was harsh. That was me being sweet. Don't take it for granted. Let me see who the next caller is. We still got Tavaya Reed backstage. I don't know why. Let's switch to Scammy Sosa. Scammy Sosa was trying to call in for a while. Actually, before we switch to Scammy, let me just let Tyrone come up for a minute. For a couple minutes, Tyrone, just give us some thoughts, what you witnessing. Give us some remarks. I know you've been waiting patiently backstage, and then we're going to bring up Scammy.
Dang, man, I wanted to cook Rafa too, bro. I brought up my image and all that. But dang, I wish he stayed up here. But anyway, yeah, I was about to say the same thing for the Mr. Hebrew Israelite Moore guy. I plugged in different conscious community factions, on Chat GPT, and what it told me was the strongest ideology that Black Americans should follow is the indigenous paradigm. Why? Because it's tied in the land, it's tied into probate, it's tied into restitution, physical reparations. I went around asking these pan goofies, FBAs, wannabe Solons, or whatever. These cats ain't serious about getting their tangibles, because every time I ask these cats about which is the strongest ideology and why haven't you claimed this Indian identity, because the Cherokee Nation and the Creek Nation are rolling back their anti-Black discriminatory practices and allowing us to finally step up to the plate and parlay with getting our tangibles. And you want to know what these Negroes said to me?
What?
They literally was talking about, oh, let's have therapy. We shouldn't put a price tag on what our ancestors went through, and talking about, oh, we need to get to Africa. Maybe the Africans will give us a bag and all this other nonsense that ain't got nothing to do with handing over the keys to power to us.
I feel you.
It's annoying. That's why we got to leave some of these people behind and come back for them.
No. Time out, Tyrone. Time out. It's not that we have to leave some of these people behind. We've already left them behind. We've already delineated from these different pseudo factions. And now that they saw that we delineated, now they're coming to our cookouts. The Pan-Africans want to come over here and talk to us. The Mexicans want to come over here and talk to us. The Jews want to come over here and talk to us. The Moors want to come over here and talk. The Hebrew Israelites want to come over here and talk to us, because they're wondering, why am I losing my membership? Where are all these what new school of thought are all these Black Americans researching? Oh.
You know who I name dropped you on? I shouted you out and others.
Cool.
Tariq Nasheed came over here.
Oh yeah,
left
I
that
saw
X space, and I name dropped you. You know what he did? He was furious.
I bet.
He merged your name with Dane Calloway, and he was cussing up a storm.
Well, send me the clip, and I'd love to react to it. I've been exposing Tariq for over a year now. He's been sending his cronies to make videos about me, trying to slander me.
He
it's
most
funny.
Definitely know who you are.
Oh, he knows exactly who I am. Yeah.
Maybe you should pay him a visit on this platform as well.
Hey,
because he's opening the panels.
He can come to me. He's not worth my time for me to stop the knowledge that I'm promoting to go over and talk to some Pan-African nigga that's starting some new FBA grift while still saying we're all Africans shipped here as slaves from Spanish conquistadors in 1526. He's not worth me going to have a conversation with. He's trying to grift into what we got going on over here.
Yep. Oh, I heard you. You wanted to do an interview with me.
Yep.
Man, my phone broke. I got to get me a new phone, but you can hit me up in my email. I'll send it to you. No.
I already got your email. I already got your email, so I'll just go ahead and communicate with you via email. I had no idea that your phone broke. So yeah, we'll set something up for like Monday or Tuesday. And I can
slide you my sister's phone number as well, bro.
Okay. For sure. We'll only slide me your sister's number if you're comfortable with the potentiality of me becoming your brother-in-law, okay?
Sure. She looking for a husband?
This nigga says, I will give you my sister. One goat for my sister. No, I'm kidding. Hey, on some African dowry type shit, right?
Yeah. Well, she's the genealogist of the family, and she out there grinding.
Oh, she grinding? Is she a genealogist? How tall is she?
She about my height, like
Okay.
somewhere in
Now,
6'5" range.
she don't look like you, does she?
We both look like twins, bro.
Oh shit, I don't know. No, fuck with you. I'll fuck
Well,
with
she
you.
lighter than me. She lighter than me. I'm brown complected. She the light skinned one.
Hey, shout out to Tavaya. Tavaya is still in my chat tweaking, y'all. He said he probably don't have a wife or a girlfriend. No, you know what? In actuality, some would say I'm actually living the single man's fantasy. You're right. I don't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend. Instead, I'm single, ready to mingle, and I've garnered such an audience to where I get emails from women across the country every day trying to proposition me. So Lord, oh Lord, you're right. You're right. I don't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend, but I got a lot of WNBA players shooting their shot, if you catch my drift. Meanwhile, you're happily shacked up with your wife and your children, whom probably see you as a strange, imbecilic man for staying in this feed, typing and trying to get back on the show to talk to Mike when Mike has already embarrassed you. Please don't. I know your wife is in earshot. Please don't tell me your kids can. Please tell me the kids are already put up. They're already going to bed. Because if you got a son, he should not see his father get bitched out like this. He should not know that my daddy, who I think is a hero, is really not as smart of a man as I thought he was. I mean, yeah. I don't want your kids to see this footage. I don't.
You still out there in Oklahoma?
Yep.
Oh, where is she? The next state over, Bentonville.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, we recently came from there. Remember? I just came from like the Muskogee Creek Nation, and Cherokee Nation went out there to their museum last summer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait,
yeah, we can hang out.
Real quick. I'm gonna bring you back. I said that we were gonna get to Scammy Sosa. Let me see if Scammy Sosa is still backstage. And yes, ladies, I'm single and ready to mingle. I'm really looking for a Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia peach. I'm looking for a lady from the Southeast. Or if you live somewhere else, at least have roots from the Southeast, okay? Let me see who we got. Scammy Sosa, when I bring you up, let the people know where are you calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yo, I'm Scammy Sosa, and I'm from Birmingham, Alabama.
All right, well, lay it on us, brother.
Yeah, so I came across this statement: Black Americans descend from declassified American Indians and not Africans. And I just thought it was one of the most absurd claims I probably heard in a long time. I mean, I heard the whole our identities was switched and all of these things, arguments for a long time. And it's like, I mean, there's no like archaeological evidence, no genetical evidence that support any of these claims. I mean,
genetical evidence?
Yeah.
That's not a word, sir. But all right, keep going.
I mean, I'm black. I mean, ain't you black? We make up our own shit. I thought you was black. You white? We're going by standard.
Sir, if you're not intelligent enough to properly pronunciate words and I call you out on it, please don't use I'm a black person cop out. Yes, we create our own words. You did not just create your own word. You try to use a word poorly, incorrectly. There's a difference. But go ahead, go ahead.
Right. So, I mean, we literally have the genetic haplogroups that these indigenous Indians belong to. I mean, we don't have any. All
right. Time out. We got to make this a little more concise. The screen clearly says Black Americans descend from reclassified American Indians, not Africans. Prove me wrong. You came up here claiming that this is the most craziest notion you've ever heard. So now prove me wrong. Go ahead. You have the floor.
What genetic haplogroup do you belong to?
Asking me questions is not how you prove someone wrong. You prove someone wrong by making statements and backing your statements by sources that you cite. Go ahead.
Okay. One goes, right? So from your phenotypes, right, I can tell that your genetics developed below the Sahara, right? We don't have any history
when you say my phenotype genetics developed below the Sahara, are you trying to make the claim that I look like an African?
Well, I mean, I would be able to finish my statement if I would stop being muted. I mean,
and this is my show, so I'll mute you whenever I want. So now answer my question. Are you claiming that I look like an African? Yes, or no?
bro. I mean, yes.
Thank you. The answer is yes.
And I said
Africa is a continent. It's not a country. So name the country in Africa that has people that look like me. Go ahead.
Well, I literally said below the Sahara, right?
Then name a fucking country below the Sahara before I take the kid gloves off with you. And you don't want me to do that. Name a country.
Well, I mean, what are you just going to do? Curse at me through your phone?
Name a country. I can just drop you. You want to talk to me. I don't care about you. You see how that works? You want your moment with Mike. Name
You're
a
the one of
country.
your emotions. You're acting like a woman right now. I thought we having a
So guys, he made the asinine claim that clearly my genetic phenotype comes from below the Sahara. And then I say to him, are you saying I look like an African? And he says, yes. So then I respond with, name the country in Africa that has people that look like me. And he starts babbling. Well, Mike, I said below the sub-Sahara, then name a country below the sub-Sahara. See how that works? Maybe he just needs a moment, you know. He's dreamed of this moment. He didn't know if it would ever come. He knows my platform is rather popular. So many people call in. He maybe thought, hey, there's a 50-50 chance he may not even bring me up. Maybe he got caught off guard. Maybe he got flustered. I'm going to give him a moment. Please, sir, call back in. Call back in, please. And when you call back in, tell me what country in Africa has people with the same phenotype as me. It's simple. And then he had the nerve to say something about I'm acting like a woman. Shout out to all my ladies. I love you. Shout out to all the female viewers. We know that something that is synonymous with women is ranting and raving and not making that much sense at times. So the only one that was up here acting like a woman is you, because you were ranting and raving and not making any sense. Let's talk about it. And the only reason I have to raise my voice with you is because we're not in the same room. If we were in the same room, I could just grab you by your throat. You see how that works? Oh, and don't worry. I'm real devious with it. I wouldn't grab you like this. No, I'm going to grab your trachea. I'm going to grab right here and I'm going to pinch right there. And then you're going to sing. And you're going to say what I want you to. And you're going to respond with the way I tell you to. But we're not in the same room. I can't pinch your nerve muscles right there. I can't do you like a puppet. So I'm left to just raise my voice to show you that if you don't sharpen up, you're going to get dealt with. See how that works? Lord, oh Lord. But guys, let's see if he has the testicular fortitude to call back in. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. We're not even in a debate right now. You're the one who said that my phenotype is sub-Saharan African. So I just want to know what country has people that look like me. Simple. I don't think he'll ever give us an answer on that, though. Oh, he is backstage. Let's give him one more chance. Sir, I promise I'll put on a timer like I did the other people. I'll give you 3 minutes uninterrupted. But first, you have to answer what country in Africa has people that look like me. You can't just say below the sub-Sahara. You got to name a country. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, bro. But I mean, can I talk now or?
If you're naming a country, you can talk.
Yeah, so we have specific regions and tribes in Africa that these broad noses that we.
What's the name of the country?
Science call.
What's the name of the country?
So Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa.
Yoruba is not a country. Igbo is not a country.
So I'm naming a specific
Name
tribe.
a country. I didn't tell you to name a tribe. You do what I tell you to do, or you leave. That's how this works. You must have fucked around and thought this was a democracy when it's a dictatorship. You do what I tell you to do, or you leave. That is a great answer you just gave me. If I asked you what tribe had people that look like me, but I didn't say that. I said name a country. So this is your last chance. Name a country.
Yeah, so the Congo primarily.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. I tip my hat to you. Round of a fucking applause. He named a country, guys. We can actually proceed with this conversation. He named a country. Well, you know what? To keep it a buck, some of my long-term viewers, you already know where we're about to go with this. Some of my long-term viewers, you already know what's next. But before we get to that, I've been live for 4 hours now. I need to run downstairs, grab something to drink, throw some water on my face. We're going to address his asinine point he just made that my phenotype is one of an African from the Congo. We're not running from that. We're going to stay right there, guys. Don't worry. But first, I got to run downstairs. I got to grab something to drink. So allow me to go do what I need to do for a good 2 minutes. And I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back.
Say they give it time now. She running through my mind, oh. I keep coming back to you. Know that I can have it, but it's the only thing that I'm wishing for. Trying to give it time, but you're racing through my mind, oh. I keep coming back to you. Know that I can have you, but it's the only thing I'm wishing for.
Yeah, for sure. I tell her she's sexy, she said period per. It don't matter who you fucking on, baby, cause I hit it first. Baby, I'ma put it to work. I'm just tryna get up under your skirt. Okay, for sure. Lil' shawty, she got cake, tryna eat me like dessert. Shawty got a pretty face, I can tell that she a flirt. No, I can't give you my heart. My ex bitch did me the worst, but you can swing my, you can swing my way. Tell me what you wanna, tell me what you wanna say. We can hop up in that coupe and we can go to outer space. Or you can stay home with that nigga who don't take you on no dates. It's your way, okay, yeah. Tell me what we doing, we can get into it. Big movie Stanley Kubrick. If I tell her do it, she gon' do it. All we rock is double C. Stay with it again like it's a unit. Baby, who you fooling? Ooh, baby. She said I'm unforgettable, I swear. You find my mind, let's have a baby. My pockets blue like Sonic and her pussy pink like Amy. I feel like dealer, I can teach the whole finesse. Hit it good, she tell me Joey, you the best. You can hit me where you at, you don't never gotta stress. She said she ain't loving my side, she told me she thinks she obsessed. Okay, tell me baby, what's the rest? Baby, you look like a star, I can tell you I'm impressed.
For the folks watching on TikTok, in a couple moments, I'm going to hide my camera on TikTok. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on TikTok. Different rules, different platforms. I've spoken with so many imbeciles tonight that I got to roll up. I just got to at this point. I mean, we're going on 4 hours now. I mean, come on. Sorry, not sorry. TikTok does not allow me to French kiss Mary Jane on camera. So in a couple moments, I'm going to hide my camera feed on TikTok. But if anybody really cares to see my face and hear my voice simultaneously, just transition from TikTok to YouTube. Go to Mike TV. My camera will still be on YouTube. YouTube has no issues with people kissing on Mary Jane on camera. But Lord, oh Lord, 4 hours straight, I've heard nothing but imbecilic rhetoric. The last caller is trying to convince me that I look like a Congolese African. All right. Allow me to just kind of get my mind right for a second, Lord. Just give me a moment, Lord. I promise in a moment we're going to address this whole Congo thing. I'm gonna bring up several photos of Africans from the Congo and bring them side by side to my face and see if I look like an African from the Congo. And then we'll bring Sammy back and see what he has to say. But Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Whoo. Whoo. So unfortunate. And a lot of you dumb niggas calling in got families, and y'all got people who look up to you and depend on you and shit. And I'm just like, ugh. Hey, I should get a lot more callers once I spark up. Once I spark up, you guys should think, oh shit, Mike has his guard down. He's getting inebriated. He's getting relaxed. This is my chance to call in and challenge him and da-da-da. God, hey, please, I will give you my neck. I will expose my neck and make you think that I am defenseless and you should strike. And I hope one of you try me. I hope one of you try me. Because if you think me kissing on some Mary Jane is going to give you a higher probability of winning a debate with me, oh, you've got another thing coming. Boy, oh boy, do you have another thing coming.
Say to give it time, but you running through my mind.
And actually, hold up. I ain't trying to listen to this R&B hip hop shit right now. I'm going scorched earth on these motherfuckers. I'm going scorched earth. Scorched earth. We about to burn everything.
I denounce anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I stand with my friends in the Jewish community. And that, Kanye, is how you buy yourself some time.
Oh, burn everything like gasoline. Oh, burn everything like gasoline. Oh, like gasoline. Wipe gasoline. That's not my thing. We got those things. Oh, I just can't change. Burn everything. Oh, burn everything. Glory in my eyes, this the story of my life, and you'll be sorry that you tried me. You'll be sorry that you lied, you'll be sorry. I pour a 40 for the guys, it's for my brodies in disguise, and not these phonies in disguise and telling stories. Yeah, they telling stories, telling lies, cause the fact is I'm right, so the facts they don't like. They telling stories, telling lies, trying to censor my light, but I'm blessed, I'm alright. When I step in, ego tripping, ego deafened. This is destined, this is God flow, this is heaven. It's that 777. This that flow from my transgression. Second guessing every second. Each and every session feel like sex and Armageddon. What's my new obsession? Just this bitch in my possession. What's in my direction? Just these meals from my expression. Baby, I'm your best friend, I'm your boyfriend, that's a dead end. Then you learn your lesson from your last man, shit depressing.
And hold on, y'all. I just realized, in order for me to do this comparison, I got to have my camera on. You guys got to see my face while I pull up images of men from the Congo to see if mans was onto something or if he was up here tweaking. So give me like 3 to 5 minutes. Just let me kiss on Mary Jane for a little bit. Then I'll bring my camera back up. We'll go through the whole Congo thing. If you guys want to see my face in the meantime, go to YouTube, Mike TV. The camera's still up over there. But, you know, just give me a quick, like, 5-minute smoke break real quick. Just, can you blame me? I done had, 2 Mexicans, 3 pan goofies, a black Jew. I mean, whew. Whoo! I am doing the Lord's work, if you ask me.
Can I tell you last time on the motherfucking legend? Burn everything, legend. Like gasoline. Burn everything. Oh, burn everything. I just can't change. Burn everything. Burn everything. Yeah. Okay. It's us. I been falling. I was geeking. I was high as fuck, tweaking. I was trying to strike shit. I was trying to strike shit like a match late night. Yeah, strike like I missed it. Strike like I hit the pin. Strike like I'm not gonna work. Strike. You know that shit on real when you already do. You know that guy ain't sip on drink till it's early. All of this Bottega shit I shopped at Burlington. Drink man had cracked the seal. I begged him to sell it to me. Stars in the roof, this shit ain't nothing. I switched the coupe. Emo bitch, she like to go take shrooms, look like Betty Boop. Shit in me, hop in SRTs and do fruity loops. He can't play big bank, I switch out whips like they switch out shoes. Yeah. Okay. It's us. I been falling. I was geeking. I was high as fuck.
Hey, no. That's not me. This is you callers. This is the callers, okay? This is not me. It is the callers. Y'all be calling me high as fuck. Y'all be geeking. Y'all be tweaking. Y'all don't be making no damn sense.
You think I switch out whips like they switch out shoes? Yeah. Okay. It's us. I been falling. I was geeking. I was high as fuck, tweaking. I was trying to strike shit. I was trying to strike shit like a match late night. Yeah, strike like I missed it. Strike like I hit the pin. Strike like I'm not gonna work. Strike, slide, shoulder, shoulder. Stack them old hunters, recreate Yoda. I don't put no crushed ice in my soda. Perky got her stuck like a holster. It's a gun in my holster. New Balenciaga Nova. 220. It's a 4 in my soda. Sit on a Balenciaga Costa. Yeah. Okay. It's us. I been falling. I was geeking. I was high as fuck, tweaking. I was trying to strike shit. I was trying to strike shit like a match late night. Yeah, strike like I missed it. Strike like I hit the pin. Strike like I'm not gonna work. Strike.
All right, guys, I promise I'm almost where I need to be, guys. I promise I'm almost where I need to be. Give me like 1 or 2 more songs, okay? I'm almost there. We'll get right back to the content, I promise. We going 4 hours straight. Let me have a quick convo with my girl Mary, okay? Let me have a quick convo with Mary. And I ain't talking about the one that had a little lamb. Man, oh man. What do I want to listen to? What's on my mind? I know what's on my, oh yes. I know what's on my, a wise man once spoke a prophetic proverb. He said, beautiful big titty but naked women don't just fall out the sky, you know? And for the youth that are watching, for the youth who think that we are literally speaking of big titty women, you have to understand this is a proverb, this is a metaphor for aspiring for greatness, for accomplishing your goals. Nothing will fall into your lap. You have to go out and get it. You have to see something in your mind's eye. You have to manifest it into this realm. Thus, we say, beautiful big titty but naked women don't just fall out the sky, you know?
You. We fell in love with you. Guys like us just don't fall the fucking sky, you know?
Let's keep zoning, let's keep floating, let's keep moaning. Girl, I know that it ain't over. In the morning, you'll be running back to me. I was broken, now you're frozen, now you're glowing. This is more than just a moment. In the morning, you'll be running
This is shit
back
that make
to
rap
me.
niggas mad. Them think they cool niggas mad.
Bad bitches more bad.
You should've bought it more ass. Shall I add? Tell me where we at. I
Put nerds on the map.
Now this circle in your bitch. Did I do that?
Let's keep zoning, let's keep floating, let's keep moaning. Girl, I know that it ain't over. In the morning, you'll be running back to me. I was broken, now you're frozen, now you're glowing. This is more than just a moment. In the morning, you'll be running back to me.
Sky, you know. Sky, you know. Them beautiful big titty but naked women just don't follow the sky, you know. Tell me how you know. I've been searching high and low, and I can tell you one thing: beautiful big titty but naked women just don't follow the sky, you know. You my bottom at ALO, you my bottom at Pressure No. On the LA apparel billboard, I need half of them, I know. You my bottom at ALO, you my bottom at Pressure No. On the LA apparel billboard, I need half them girls I know. Tell me how you know. I've been searching high and low, and I can tell you one thing: you know, big titty but naked women just don't fall out of the sky, you know.
Just a moment. In the morning, you'll be running.
That shit that make niggas mad. Yeah, fucking them twins. I told her skinny was in, so she took out all the ass. Kept it natural, but that thing still moving. I had to knock it down. Easy, where we at? Promise a me line. Just turn the bird bitch to my ex like I was Elon. Cow runnings on the blue side. Booty must have grew a side. Seen it from the front side. Damn, it must be two sides. God damn, it must be two sides. 40s on that double R. I'm floating like a cruise line. Bitches wanna fuck me, then trap me, then fuck me over. She crying tears in that Maybach and not the Toyota. Once it's over, then she dead and me get that hoe a memorial. Suck my dick for the interview, a editorial. Put you on the track, how you working like I appointed you. Oh, how you gon' go back in your blessing when I anointed you? Beautiful big titty, but naked bitches, where you at? Started off stripping, celebrate tuition, no congrats. Whining and dining, and I take my ratchet, hold the sack. She was too used to hamburger, help a chili mac. And that's fact, you can fact check it. I'm from the crack, red bone bitches, they came in like I'm a black checker. Standing at the plate, your hoe catch it, boss like a black catcher. I bring my pistol when I fuck her, cause it's all about survival, ho. I got you clean, I think you fuck with my rival, so put that on everything, a whole stack of Bible, so real niggas like me just don't fall off the sky, you know. So keep vibing, ho. And you know this facts, you can fact check it. I'm from the crack era. When niggas run off and work it, don't bring it back ever. Standing at the plate, your whole catching boss like a back catch. Beautiful naked big titty women just don't fall the sky, you know.
All right. I thank you guys for allowing me to get my mind right. I thank you guys for giving me the space and opportunity to pause the show and detox from a lot of this nonsensical rhetoric we've been hearing this evening. Although a interaction with Mary Jane does not it's really not going to help you niggas at all. I hope you think it will. I hope you see that I'm moving a bit slower. I'm speaking slower. I'm significantly more relaxed. I'm most likely not going to be hooting and hollering and shouting. I'm going to keep it in a very nice, calm tone. And I hope that gives you a false sense of confidence. I hope that lulls you into a sweet state of blissful ignorance. And I pray that you now think that the odds are in your favor. Oh boy, I hope and I pray that we have even more challengers. Because you know what happens now? Now you guys get to see both sides. Both. You got to see Neo in the Matrix with his first boss fight with Mr. Smith, where he's putting forth all this effort and da. And now that I've had a brief interaction with Mary Jane, now you get to see Neo at his advanced stage when he fighting niggas with one hand behind his back. Just, Oh, you're busting shots at me? Let me just stop the bullets in midair and send them back at you. I mean, they see that I'm gonna be a little more chill with it. And I hope that gives them a false sense of security, because I think my audience will be even more entertained to not just see me get all rah with you niggas, but also see how I can defeat you with the most simple, passive, monotone, relaxed manner possible. See, my knowledge is sound, the history is sound, the heritage, the genealogy, it's all there. So I don't have to mask my rhetoric in theatrics. Some of y'all just really get me bent out of shape, and next thing you know, I got to call your mama Spanish conquistadors or whatever I called old boy's mom. Okay, I forget, but he made me go there. I'm going to watch the replay on this like tomorrow or later in the week, and I'm going to be rolling, y'all. I'm telling you, this is live TV. This is how you know that I'm not faking the funk. I'm not reading from a script. This isn't a pre-recorded video. This is live. You see people call in live and challenge me on my heritage, on our collective heritage. They give every pseudo talking point that we're used to. Do a DNA test. You look like Africans. You come from Africa. Spanish brought African slaves. And you just watch me defeat it all in real time. And I hope above all else, this gives you a sense of self-esteem. This gives you a little more swagger when you move. The next time that you're alone in one of these social media spaces and you got someone trying to dictate heritage to you, hopefully Mike has given you many of tools for your tool belt. You know how to defeat all their talking points. You know how to stand on business, how to stand on lineage with ease, right? Let's talk about it. Now, I want to give you guys a little bit of a lesson, as well as finish out my conversation with Mary. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play one more tune. This is a short one, only 2 minutes or so. This one is going to have a bit of a religious vibe. And when some of you are confused, when some of you guys especially long-term viewers, are like, damn, Mike, wait a minute, this song you're playing, it seems that it is within the Christian denomination. It seems that this is a denomination of imperial colonialism. Well, guys, I'm giving you a grand lesson. So let me finish this conversation with Mary. Let me play this tune, and let me then tie this song to everything we've been discussing tonight, especially when it comes to the discussion of our connection with Hebrew. Let's talk about it.
God is king, we the soldiers. Ultra beam out the solar. When I get to heaven's gates, I ain't gotta peek over. Keeping perfect composure. When I scream at the chauffeur, I ain't mean, I'm just focused. I ain't mean, I'm just focused. Put a lean out slower. Got us clean out of soda. Before the flood, people judge. They did the same thing to Noah. Everybody wanted Yandi. That Jesus Christ did the laundry. They say that we start on Monday, but the strong start on Sunday. Won't be in bondage to any man. John 8:33. We the descendants of Abraham. Ye should be made free. John 8:36. To whom the Son set free is free indeed. He say the wretch like me. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Don't wake up with Judas kiss and make up. Even with the bitter cup, forgave my brothers and drank up. Did everything but gave up. Stabbed my back, I came front. Still we win, we prayed up. Even when we die, we raise up. Ain't no wanting, no we need it. The powers that be them been greedy. We need ours by this evening. No white flag or no treaty. We got the product, we got the tools, we got the minds, we got the youth. We going wild, we on the loose. People is lying, we are the truth. Everything old should now become new. The leaves will be green, bearing the fruit. Love God and our neighbor as written in Luke. The army of God and we are the truth.
And you know what? You know what? You know what? I got to do one more. I ain't done with Mary. I'm going to do one more, and you're going to understand why our culture, our community cannot rid themselves of Christendom. Why your elders, your ancestors cannot get themselves out of that church. You're going to understand that this comes from us. Let's talk about it. I'm almost done with Mary. I'm going to explain it all. I've got a whole dissertation prepared for you.
We began after the storm has sighed. Land is just a morning light.
Switch your attitude. Go ahead, level up yourself. This that different latitude. Life too short, don't spoil yourself. Feel that feel, enjoy yourself. Cause
we have everything we need. Come on, y'all. Let's talk about it.
We have everything we
Why
need.
can our ancestors not get out of the church? What was it? Were they just infatuated with Christianity? Or is Christianity a bastardized version of our indigenous spirituality?
We began After the storm inside, land is just a morning light.
Switch my attitude. I'm so radical. All these people mad at dude. This for who it mattered to. What if Eve made apple juice? You gon' do what Adam do? Or say,
Hey,
baby, let's put that back on the tree. Cause we have everything we need. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have everything we need. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have everything we need. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have everything we need. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have everything we need.
We began after the storm inside. Land is just a morning light.
How you get so much favor on your side? Accept them as your Lord and Savior, I replied. That should love that neighbor, not divide. I'm a ride, that's on God. His light shine the brightest in the dark. Single mothers know they got my heart. And all my brothers locked up on the yard. You can still be anything you wanna be. Went from 1 and 4 to 1 and 3. 13th Amendment gotta end it, that's on me. He the new commander and the chief. That's on Keith, that's on Cobb. Before the ranch I had horses in the garage. When the Forbes cover was just a mirage. They had me chasing statues, that's on Pride. Oh my God, Buster, that's on Tribe. When I thought the book of Job was a job. The devil had my soul, I can't lie. Life gon' have some lows and some highs. Before the Grammys ever gave a nod, I wore my heart on my sleeve, I couldn't hide. In 03 they told me not to drive. I bleached my hair for every time I could've died. But I survived, that's on God. I've been telling y'all since 05. The greatest artists resting or alive. That's on L.A. Reid, that's on Clive. That's no jive, that's on God. Off the 350s he supplied. The IRS want they 50 plus I tied. Man, it's over half of the pie. I felt tried, that's on God. That's why I charge the prices that I charge. I can't be out here dancing with the stars. No, I cannot let my family starve. I go hard, that's on God. Yo, yeah, you wanna come out here? Break in, they ain't let us in. We pass on the settlements. This path I don't recommend. We pass what they expected, man. I go where they never can. I float, I don't ever land. When it's dark, you don't know where you go. Need a light bearer to lead you home. I go where they never can. I float, I don't ever land. When it's dark, you don't know where you go. Need a light bearer to lead you home. Light 'em up, beam me up. The only GOAT, the genius one. They switching sides, I seen it coming. The plot twist, a convenient one. Look, nobody finna extort me, even when they record me. I'ma keep it more G. Hand me a drink before I get more deep. She hates sports, unless she watch it from the floor seats. I hate that guy didn't make a couple more of me. And all my haters in the chords at the coordinate. They imitate the sound, call it forgery. What we doing's more important, more importantly. Look where we made it to. Made love that's unmakeable, bonds that's unbreakable. Broke rules and bent corners and hopes of breaking through. Basically went out my way to make a way for you.
Basically, we finna take them high places through it. Way improved it like a beta, we gon' stay improving. This the light that's gonna illuminate the way we move it. Trust in me, we going God mode, the theory's proven. Light 'em up, beam me up, the only GOAT, the genius one. They switching sides, I seen it coming. The plot twist, I prevented one.
I woke up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and give to you. I give to you. And I woke up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and give to you. I give to you. And I woke up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and give to you. I give to you. I woke up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and give to you. I give to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for your patience. You know, if I ever put you on hold like that, it's damn sure worth the wait. For those of you that are still here, you are here for a reason. Watch me drop these gems on you. Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat if you can still hear me on TikTok and YouTube. And let's break it down real quick. Let's break it all the way down. All the way down. Now, before we get too deep, those songs, I'm sure you're familiar with that voice. That's Kanye West, right? The only black billionaire in America to challenge the power structure and the Jewish elite. The only black man to get on the news, live TV during the most tumultuous time where black indigenous people were being displaced and say George Bush don't care about black people. They are doing the victims of Katrina dirty. When a black person is looking for food, it says they're a looter. When a white person does it, they're just seeking refuge. I mean, hey, the mainstream media wants you to think Kanye West is batshit crazy for good reason. Those majestic songs that we just heard were, of course, from Ye. But you know what? You know what's strange? We're talking all this black indigenous stuff,
Fucking
right?
around with our contracts.
We're talking all this black indigenous stuff, right? We're talking about the Mississippian mound builders. We're talking about how crypto Jews came over here under the guise of being Protestants and Puritans and pilgrims to take over the quote unquote new world. And you know what? Maybe this is why they want you to believe that a person like Kanye is so crazy. He's at a party, he goes on a rant for 15 minutes. And don't worry, I'm not going to make you dig for the gems. I'm going to cut to them. And this 15-minute rant, we're going to hear some very profound things from the richest black man in America. Whoa. Guys, you know what's so strange? If everything that we're saying about our heritage, about our genealogy, about the mounds and the pyramids, if that's also verbally affirmed by someone like Kanye West, wow, that's interesting. We're not saying Kanye West is our leader or our messiah, but we're just saying, like, why would a guy like Kanye echo these same exact talking points as us native black Americans? I don't know. Let's see what Kanye has to say. We're going to skip straight to the meat and the potatoes. Watch this. I got timestamps.
About my fucking political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga.
Money ain't nothing. It's our money.
Fuck your political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country, nigga. It's I ain't stolen from it. It's pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids in St. Louis, nigga, Missouri.
Whoa, what? I made all this money to show you money ain't nothing. It's all our money. There's pyramids. There's pyramids in St. Louis. There's pyramids in Missouri. Guys, he's referring to the Cahokia Mound site, the earthen pyramids that our Mississippian mound builder ancestors are known for creating. I mean, this is just, can I get some fists or feathers in the chat if this is your first time hearing Kanye West echo the same exact sentiments as us folks on social media? I mean, whoa, this is just something that makes you go, So maybe this is why they want to demonize and ostracize, why the mainstream media wants to make him seem like a crazy person that we shouldn't listen to. I mean, if the richest black man in the world is saying the same shit we saying all along, whoa, that lends credibility, validity to our movement.
Money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country, nigga. It's I ain't stolen from it. It's pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids in St. Louis, nigga, Missouri. They stole it. All this shit. America just the latest bitch that been ran through so many times. The Greeks hit her. Mansa Musa hit her. We had her. The Indians and shit. The mother.
What did he say? I made all this money to show you money ain't shit. This is all ours. They stole it from us. We built pyramids, mounds, St. Louis, Missouri. America's been ran through. Who ran through America?
St. Louis, nigga, Missouri. They stole it. All this shit. America just the latest bitch that been ran through so many times. The Greeks hit her.
The Greeks.
Mansa Musa hit her. We had her. The Indians and shit.
We had her.
The motherfucking.
What? Did he just say that we're Indians? Huh? Hold on.
The motherfucking pilgrims. It's the Jewish niggas. They dress the same, nigga.
Oh, and he's also exposing the crypto Jews that came here as pilgrims. Look it up. I got a whole book back here. Hold on. I had to import this book from the United Kingdom. It was $700. And when I read the title, you'll know why. This is written by a Jewish Ivy League professor, and it's called Diasporas Within a Diaspora, Jews, Crypto Jews, and the World of Maritime Empires. A lot of you guys have never heard the phrase crypto Jew before. What a crypto Jew is someone who you think is just a white American or a French person or a Spanish person or a Portuguese person or a Dutch person or a Jewish person, but secretly, they're Jewish. They're fronting like they're Spanish or they're Dutch or they're Irish or they're Scottish, but secretly they're Jewish and they're pulling the strings behind the scenes. Look it up. This is no longer a conspiracy. Historians in Europe admit Cristobal Colon, aka Christopher Columbus, was a crypto Jew. When he was coming to the New World, he had that knowledge from the Moors, and he was seeking a new homeland for the Jews that were getting expelled from Spain through the Alhambra Edict of 1492, the same year he set sail on the ocean blue. Whoa. If you think America isn't filled with and ran by crypto Jews, they're all around us. You don't realize it because they're cryptic with it. Mark Cuban from the show Shark Tank. You guys probably don't know he's Jewish, right? And yes, CZR, Columbus had a Jewish interpreter with him. His first two financiers for the voyage before he went to Isabella and Ferdinand were two Jews. Yes, the Jews had a huge role in the colonization of the Americas. A lot of Confederates in the South, lynching and enslaving people, they're crypto Jews. You just don't know they're Jewish because they changed their last name. They learn a different language. They wave a different flag. Guys, Mark Cuban, Shark Tank. Can I get a 0 in the chat if you guys did not know he was Jewish? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that Mark Cuban from Shark Tank is Jewish. Put a 0 in the chat if you had no idea that Mark Cuban from Shark Tank is Jewish. I'm seeing a lot of zeros. Shout out to Blue. Blue put a 1, but the vast majority of people are putting zeros. You know why most people don't know that? Because his family are crypto Jews. His family's original last name. Guess what? Big part of being a crypto Jew is changing your family's surname, because we can kind of sense a Jewish surname because they stand out, right? Mark Cuban's original family name was Chabinsky. His name's not Mark Cuban, it's Mark Chabinsky. But his grandfather changed the family name to Cuban after immigrating from the to the United States from Russia. These crypto Jews are in Russia, migrate from Russia to our ancestral homeland, and change their last name from Chabinsky to Cuban. Why? Because a lot of people know how Jewish folks get down and how they've been kicked out of 123 countries plus from thousands of years. The Jewish people have an interesting reputation, so they become crypto Jews. Harvey Weinstein. Sick, nasty Harvey Weinstein. He's Jewish. Jeffrey Epstein. Nasty island motherfucker. Jeffrey Epstein. Jewish. So many actors and actresses and prominent figures in banking and media and entertainment are Jewish, but you just don't know it because they change their last name and fly under the banner of being a white American. But guys, let me get off of that. Let's listen to Ye for a sec. He said, what?
Fuck the blue. All y'all niggas on Instagram got some shit to say. Y'all niggas saw this shit. Don't tell me about my fucking political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country, nigga. It's I ain't stolen from it. It's pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids in St. Louis, nigga, in Missouri. They stole it. All this shit. America just the latest bitch that been ran through so many times. The Greeks hit her. Mansa Musa hit her. We had her. The Indians and shit. The motherfucking pilgrims. It's the Jewish niggas. They dress the same, nigga. It's the same shit. That's a story. They put us in the school. The Rothschilds. I know Jay-Z back here like, oh, this nigga gonna die now. I've been here for a year, my nigga. Yeah. They can't fucking touch me. Why?
Damn. He's making perfect sense to me. Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat if he's making perfect sense to you. But guys, that's not the creme de la creme. That's not the climax. Check this out. Oh, check this out.
I'm just saying. Come on.
They can make him sound crazy because he's black.
Nick, what you care about crazy?
No,
and by the way, we're not black. How about that? We're not black, nigga. We're Indian.
Whoa, what? He's kicking some lady out of the party because she keeps interrupting them. She says, well, hey, I support you. They just make you seem crazy because you black. He says, nah, we ain't black. We Indian. Whoa. And you never heard this from Kanye West because they demonize him in the media to such a degree that you would never even think to watch a 15-minute video of him ranting at a party to get these gems.
I'm just saying. Come on. They can make him sound crazy because he's black.
Nick, what you care about crazy?
No,
and by the way, we're not black. How about that? We're not black, nigga. We're Indian.
Yeah.
We're Native American.
Yeah.
How many of y'all grandmothers got Indian in your family?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Period.
I'm Indian. Wait a second, but what happened to the Indians? We black. Show me black on the planet.
Because he's
Why
the
you stop
last
recording?
left. He knows the fucking shit.
Why you sound crazy?
Because my phone is down.
Nah, because you think I sound crazy.
No, you don't sound crazy. You sound fucking legit.
I'm still recording.
You're talking
Thank
truth. You're talking truth.
We're not black. Race was made up.
You're talking truth.
Race was made up.
Yeah, with the brown eyes.
Show me black. Show me black on the planet.
It was here first.
Show me black. Everybody else, they European, they Australian, they Chinese, they Japanese. Show me black on the planet. We marginalized as entertainers.
Come on. So again, I just wanted to make you privy to something you probably didn't know. Again, let me get some zeros in the chat if this is the first time you heard this from Kanye West. And while I wait for that feedback, Let me get this info queued up. I told you guys that I was playing those Kanye tunes, even though they seem to be Christian in nature. I was playing them for a purpose because I got a nice lesson where I'm quickly going to tie in how the reason why our ancestors can't rid themselves over the spirit of Christianity is because that is our indigenous spiritual system subverted, turned upside down, and given back to us under the guise of a new ghost spell. Let's talk about it. European colonizers, since day one, they remarked that the American Indians had Hebrew-like customs. We even had the cross. The cross was not brought to us by Europeans. We already had the cross. But to us, the cross did not represent God manifesting his son into flesh and then dying on a cross and then coming back to life like a zombie. No, our cross was a symbol for the four directions and or the four elements. They took our indigenous spiritual system, twisted it, flipped it. We had our own messianic Jesus-like figures. We had our own deity similar to Father God. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's get into it. Each one teach one is what they say. And I did want to do like a whole thing on this. I did want to do like a whole broadcast at some point on this, but you know, right now we'll just freestyle a little bit and get into the knowledge. First and foremost, you got to understand there are so many early European accounts that describe indigenous tribes of the Americas, including the Southeastern and the Caribbean people, dancing in circles, singing rhythmic songs, using words resembling hallelujah. See, what's fascinating is these observations occur before the missionary period. They are observing Hebrew customs, praising, saying hallelujah, dancing in circles before the missionaries even get here to try to convert us. So you tell me that they weren't doing recon ahead of time, peeping what our spirituality was, giving the intel to the missionaries so the missionaries could flip they shit and give it to us in a way that we would accept it. And now we're converted. You see how that works? Some of you guys wonder if we outnumbered the Pilgrims, if we outnumbered the Europeans, how were they able to take over our whole continent? Well, first of all, they was doing some CIA black ops type shit. They were also doing some biological warfare type shit. And they were also taking our indigenous spiritual system, flipping it and using it to convert us. You got to understand that there were a lot of parallel spiritual expressions that Europeans heard, similar sounding sacred words in Native American ceremonies, and they reinterpreted them through a Christian lens. Hernando de Soto, he did an expedition in the 1540s through the Southeast. There were chroniclers like Jarlisco de la Vaga. He wrote something called El Inca. And there were also a person named Rodrigo Raniel. Rodrigo described Muskogee, my people, Chickasaw, and other Southeastern peoples as performing circular dances accompanied by beautiful voices and drums during ceremonies and festivals. Sound familiar? Garcilaso notes that these were not war dances, but spiritual gatherings with coordinated singing and rhythm, often around a central fire or a sacred post, just like my tribe to this day does the Creek Stomp dance. Here's a quote from Garcilaso de la Vaga. He wrote this in La Florida del Inca in 1607, quote, "They danced in a great circle, men and women alternating, with measured steps and songs that seemed to praise their gods." We've got French and Spanish accounts from the Gulf and the Atlantic coast from the 1500s to the 1600s. You've got René de Londière from 1564. He describes the Timucua of Florida. He wrote that the people sang praises to the sun while moving in circles. Jean Ribault observed similar dance rituals that resembled our hymns of praise, said he. So they're amongst indigenous tribes of the Southeast. And they're saying that our spiritual system, our rituals kind of resemble their ways of praise. Early Spanish friars in Georgia and Florida also noted that the Wale and the Yamasi had holy dances at sunrise and sunset. They used repetitive rhythmic chants that missionaries often compared to psalms. Now let's talk about the hallelujah connection. Some missionaries and explorers recorded phonetic words in indigenous songs that sounded strikingly like hallelujah. These were sometimes misunderstood or reinterpreted as evidence of Christian influence, even when no mission activity had yet occurred. Guys, we're participating in praising our God. We're singing praise. We're singing hallelujah. Some historians try to write it off as Christian influence from colonizers, but this is before the mission system. This is before they were bringing the friars and the Ursuline order and the Mormons and the Protestants and the Puritans and the Catholics and the Christians and the Coptics. This is before that. Come on. Even in the Caribbean in the 1500s, Spanish observers said that Taino people sang songs like Alleluia during their aritos. The aritos are their ceremonial dances. The Taino word arito itself actually refers to sacred song dances combining history, worship, and celebration. Friar Ramon Pene, who lived amongst the Taino in the 1490s, he wrote that they sang songs, quote, in praise to their zemis. Zemi is the Taino word for gods or ancestors. So again, we're singing praise to our gods, our ancestors. He remarks that the chorus reminded him of their own hymns of praise. So these indigenous people are singing choruses that remind the Franciscan friar, Catholic dude, of their own hymns. Interesting. Some later chronicles paraphrase his account using the word hallelujah, though it's likely that the actual Taino syllables only sounded similar, and the Taino were actually saying something along the lines of Alleluia. Now let's get to the southeastern tribes. Amongst the Muskogee, the Natchez, and the Caddo, European visitors from the 1600s and the 1700s noted ceremonial chants repeating syllables like yo, ya, and he. These appeared in sacred songs and stomp dances even today. Hey ya, yo hey ya. And they bear an uncanny resemblance to the Hebrew hallelujah, meaning praise God. Damn. Hallelujah is Hebrew for praise God, and the Europeans since the 1400s are saying indigenous people praise God and their ancestors by saying variations of Halle, Alle, Alleluia, Heya, Yo, Heya, and different phrases. Early missionaries sometimes translated these sounds as praising God, assuming that the natives were instinctively praising the Christian deity. But what you guys are going to learn later on tonight is we were praising a different deity. You wonder why they demonized dragons and serpents, and the devil was a serpent, and dragons are evil, because they're trying to demonize what we worshipped. Yes, our ancestors worship dragons. I'm going to explain it in just a moment. I know that comes off a little bit pseudo, but you'll see what I mean. And I'll use my own tribe as an example. Check it out. This is a quote from a French Jesuit that was in Louisiana in the 1680s. He said, quote, "They make a great circle about the fire, singing, hey ya, clapping their hands to the rhythm, which some of our people thought was like saying, Alleluia." Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. You got to understand that these chant syllables, ya, yo, hey, ya, they reflect an ancient sacred expression rooted in shared spiritual sound patterns found worldwide. The Muskogee stomp dance, for instance, uses yo ho, hey ya, and hi ya, just as ancient Near Eastern rituals use ya for divinity. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about the modern The modern continuity. My tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation, we've got something called the Creek Stomp Dance, right? And this still involves dancing in circles around a sacred fire, alternating male and female singers, chanting with repetition of sacred syllables and songs that build in energy until sunrise. This ceremonial form is one of the oldest continuous indigenous religious traditions in North America, and its vocal patterning and circular structure are directly in line with what early explorers described centuries ago. Now, when I say that we were praising dragons, let me break that down. I wasn't even being tongue-in-cheek. I was being a bit literal, okay? This, for example, is a deity that we worshipped all across the Americas. South America, they refer to it as Quetzalcoatl. This is a serpent. This is a serpent. Now, interestingly enough, when we talk about this whole dragon thing, let's break it all the way down. South America, they had Quetzalcoatl. Muskogee Creek, my tribe, we had something called the winged serpent or the horned serpent. And it's really depicted quite beautifully in what is called our hand-eye motif by some. They found, and this is funny because folks be talking about, y'all don't got no archaeology, da-da-da-da-da. Here's some archaeology from my tribe that has so many Black indigenous members throughout history. The further back you get in time, the tribe was darker and darker and darker. Well, let's talk about it, guys. Let's talk about it. This right here is part of the Mississippian culture. This wasn't just my tribe. This was most tribes in the Southeast. This is the hand-eye motif. It's also found in parts of Asia and stuff. But let me see if I can find a good image that I can zoom in on. Hold on. None of these images want to let me zoom in. Look at all these copper plates with this hand-eye motif. And motherfuckers want to get on my stream and talk about we ain't got no archaeology. The archaeology is in the basement of the Smithsonian. Nice try. Nice try. Damn, is it going to let me zoom in? It's not really letting me zoom in. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to download it real quick. Just give me a second, guys. I want to make sure you guys can see this nice and big. So this is the hand-eye motif. And what this is depicting, clearly, let me bring it up for the folks on TikTok. There we go. You've got the hand in the center with the eye. And around it is the horned serpent, tied up, bound, surrounding the hand. This is what I'm talking about when I say that our ancestors praised serpent deity, winged, horned serpent deities. And when the conquistadors and the Catholics came over here and found that, they used that as an excuse to massacre and enslave our ancestors. They said we were pagans, we were savages, we were praising the devil. It's only right for us to butcher them all and massacre them and take their land now. But it's not that we were praising the devil. It's not that we were worshiping some devilish force. When I explain this to you, it will make perfect sense. And it will most likely resonate with you because this is the spiritual system of our ancestors. Let's talk about it. The horned serpent or the tie snake. This is a very close comparison to Quetzalcoatl. South America had Quetzalcoatl. In the Southeast, we had the horned serpent or the tie snake. This was actually a powerful water spirit. It's a guardian of rivers and springs, a symbol of knowledge and transformation. The great serpent either has horns or antlers. Sometimes it's adorned with feathers or light, echoing the feathered serpent motif. This represents the boundary between the upper and the lower worlds. You have to understand our ancestors in their indigenous spiritual system, we thought that there was 3 realms. There's the upper world, there is where we are in the earthly realm, and there is the underworld, which is an abyss in water, which would literally be our earth, right? If you get deep into the earth, it's a oceanic abyss. We still haven't explored the depths of the, we still haven't. Motherfuckers trying to go to space and we still haven't even mapped out the ocean yet, right? But guys, you got to understand that this is a representation of the boundary between the upper world and the lower world. My tribe, the Creek, we believe that the medicine man or our Hilia could gain wisdom or spiritual power through visions involving the serpent. In many traditions, the horned serpent was associated with lightning and rain, a sky-water duality that is very similar to Quetzalcoatl's role as a wind and rain deity. You got to understand that we had thunder motifs, winged serpent motifs, birdman motifs. And I ain't talking about the rapper. Birdman. When I say Birdman, that strikes a chord with you in your spirit. Why? Because I just awoken something deep within your ancestral DNA. Let me bring up another archaeological piece right here. Muskogee Creek, Birdman. Same thing with tribes in the Caribbean, Central America, South America. We also had a Birdman figure. And you realize this is not devilish, this is not evil, this is, we do the serpent stuff, the winged stuff, because this is duality, as above, so below. The lower, the underworld, the upper world. This is duality. This is cosmology. So also the Birdman motif is present. We've got thunder beings, celestial bird-like spirits that live in the upper world. We believe that they are bringers of rain, order, and purification, balancing the chaos of the serpent below. And this mirrors how Quetzalcoatl unites the earth and the sky, the water and the wind, the wisdom and the fertility. This is all about duality and balance. Creek religion was built on a three-tiered cosmos. You got the upper world or the sky, you've got this world or the earth, and then you've got the underworld with the water/serpent. And balance between them was key. The horned serpent ruled the watery underworld. The thunderers ruled the upper world, and humans and ceremonial fire kept balance between both. This directly mirrors the Mesoamerican balance between Quetzalcoatl, the air and the wisdom, and Texcatipoca, the chaos and the night. There's scholars and traditionalists that argue that this parallel symbolism, feathered serpents, horned snakes, skybirds, cosmic dualism, it points to ancient cultural diffusion between Mesoamerica and the southeastern US. There were trade networks, y'all. We had trade networks linking the Gulf Coast, the Olmec, the Mississippian cultures. It all supports this. Through iconography, archaeology, we see these same feathered serpent motifs appearing in Mississippian mound art, found in the Etowah Mounds, the Spiral Mounds, Moundville, and this all suggests a continuous spiritual lineage. What was Quetzalcoatl? What was these horned serpent deities? We literally had a belief that this was like a messianic figure that would return one day from the east. European spies, before they started heavy colonialism, they did the recon. They found this out. So guess what they did? When Columbus and them came from the east, they told the Taino and the Arawak and the Caribs that they were gods sent to return, just like in their spiritual system, and that you are to obey them and do what they say. Look it up. Don't take my word for it. Columbus had several ploys where he convinced indigenous populations that he was God. He was a messenger from God. Imagine, guys, it's like if we got invaded by aliens today. If we had an alien invasion and they came and said, we're gods, we created you, we're really, we're Jesus coming back we said we'd be back 2,000 years ago, we're Jesus, right? And these motherfuckers got spaceship and advanced technology and they're walking on water and stuff. We'd be like, oh, whoa. Let's bow down. This might be real. And in that same vein, you've got Europeans coming dressed in shining armor with muskets. We think that these are like sticks that are producing lightning or something, like thunder sticks. Like, what the fuck is going on here? So advanced. And you know why they were so advanced? We were advanced too, but we were advanced in a different way. It's just like when they talk about muscles, right? The muscles that you work the most, the muscles that you use the most, develop the most. We lived in sacred balance and harmony and equilibrium with our environment and different communities across the Americas. Yes, we had some skirmishes here. Yes, we had some battles here. But guess what? We did not have long-term sustained warfare like Europeans have for the last 2,000 years. Look at the Reconquista. Look at the holy wars. They are always at war, taking each other out, taking each other as hostages, pillaging, mastering, always at war, always at conflict, always battling. And because of that, they developed advanced tools of war. We had advanced agricultural systems. We had abundance. We had equilibrium. But because we didn't have a need to perfect the art of taking motherfuckers out, the Spanish, when they came over, they had perfected it. We're using bows and arrows because that's what we hunt with. We don't really need nothing more than that. We're living in natural equilibrium with the environment. Spanish come over with muskets, rifles, cannons, crossbows, attack dogs, armored horses, convincing us that they're our gods returning. They are a messenger of Quetzalcoatl. So now you see when the British factions and the other folks who colonized North America and more like the late 15, early 1600s, right? The British 13 colonies, you see why they're all about converting the Indians and why they're so successful, because they already got the playbook from the Spanish being here for 100 plus years, doing what they did in Central South America and their Caribbean. And on top of that, they had the know-how of our spiritual system to know how to subvert it. Go watch the new Dune movies. It is literally a playbook of how they took over our land. I don't care if you're not into sci-fi. I don't care if you didn't read the books by Frank Herbert. Go watch Dune Part 1, Part 2, the new movies. It's literally a play-by-play book of what they did. You've got the Duke of Arrakis. He's sent to extract the spice melange, but there's the indigenous people, the Fremen. Add one more E to Fremen and you get Freeman. Oh. The author, Frank Herbert, said that he was literally inspired by the imperial colonialism of indigenous communities of the Americas. Watch the Dune movie. There's something called the Bene Gesserit, which are like some nuns. And before colonization, for thousands of years before colonization on the planet of Dune, they insert religious conspiracy, subverting the Fremen's religious systems to make them think that one day a messianic figure is going to come and lead them to the promised land on a holy jihad. So then later on, when these folks come to take over and they think it's prophecy. You guys see what's going on now? You see why they didn't have to send hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a bunch of boats to get off like D-Day at Normandy and storm our beaches? They didn't have to do that because first, they came as gods. If they didn't come as gods, they came under deceptive means, convincing us they were friends. Here, we'll give you some advanced technology stuff and you give us some fur and stuff and we're cool and we're friends. And then once they got some colonies and some settlements, they could bring more of their buddies and more of their buddies and more of their buddies. And then they start to outnumber us and then they start taking us out and making us slaves in our own country. This is how it happens. You think colonialism really started with Columbus in 1492? There's archaeological records of the Knights Templar being in North America as early as the 1300s, early 1400s. The Vikings came over here, Vinland, Newfoundland, way before Christopher Columbus. African Moors were over here conducting trade with us. The Spanish found gold-tipped spears. They took it back to Spain, tested it. It was identical to West African gold. There were several different foreign factions conducting trade, knowing about the Americas, conducting reconnaissance. They just start the history with 1492 because they don't want to admit to all the biological terrorism that they were doing. They will admit to the massacres, the enslavement, because their excuse is we were pagan savages that had to be converted to Christianity. But they'll never admit to the biological stuff because there's no way to make yourself look like you're doing that for just means. I mean, okay, we're going to enslave them all, massacre them all because they're savages. We got to convert them. The Pope says so, papal bulls. But how do they rationalize biological warfare? They can't, so they just don't mention it. You really think the Spanish just came over here, sneezed a couple times, and then 90% of the indigenous population is wiped out? Guys, Europeans have been practicing biological warfare for a long, long time. Let's talk about it. Columbus and them coming over in 1492, right? You really think they didn't know how germs worked? You really think they didn't weaponize germs to depopulate us and then come with knights on horses with guns to take us out? You really don't think that's how it went down? Well, you know what? In 400 BCE, there were the Scythians. The Scythians were a nomadic tribe in Europe that dipped their arrows in decomposing corpses and animal dung to infect wounds and spread disease. Greek historians like Herodotus describe these practices. The Greeks and the Spartans, 600 to 400 BCE. During sieges, some Greek armies polluted enemy wells and reservoirs with animal carcasses to cause illness. Romans, 200 BCE to 200 CE. While Romans didn't have germ theory, they also used environmental contamination. They threw dead bodies into wells or rivers and catapulted carcasses over city walls to cause sickness. And you think the Spanish didn't know how to weaponize sickness to take us out? Wow. The Plague of Athens, 430 BCE. Although not confirmed as biological warfare, Thucydides described it as the Peloponnesian War. Some scholars suspect that they deliberately contaminated water supplies of the Spartans. Then we're going to get to the early medieval period, the 5th to the 11th centuries, the Byzantine-Bulgarian conflicts. In 9th century CE, Byzantine chroniclers mention attempts to use poison plants and infected animal carcasses in warfare. Guys, Europeans have been using biological warfare for centuries before they ever came over here. And they want you to believe that they just brought some diseases and didn't know, and it just really worked in their favor. And it was just like God's divine judgment, right? Viking raids of the 9th century. Norse sagas and chronicles mention using putrefied corpses and animal waste to foul water or food stores during raids across England and continental Europe. Yeah. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Middle Ages, 12th to the 15th centuries, you've got the Siege of Kaffa, 1346 CE. This is the most infamous and well-documented early example of biological warfare in European history. During the Mongol siege of the Genoese-controlled city of Kaffa, the Mongols catapulted plague-infected corpses over the city walls. Fleeing merchants carried the bubonic plague to Europe, triggering the Black Death from 1347 to 1351, which killed up to 60% of Europe's population. Chronicle Gabriel de Mussy wrote that the Mongols sought to take out the enemy by the means of pestilence. Quote, the dying Tartars hurled the corpses of the dead over the walls, infecting the air and causing an appalling mortality amongst the citizens. This is 1348. Europeans know all about biological warfare. Then you've got the Renaissance, 15th to 18th centuries. You've got Italian city-states. During wars in Venice, Milan, and Florence, they attempted to use plague victims. They attempted to use plague victims during these wars and contaminated goods as weapons. 15th and 16th century, they're using contaminated goods as weapons. So you think them Spanish didn't come over here giving us some contaminated goods? Okay. You've got the Ottoman Habsburg Wars of 1520s to the 1600s. Reports from the Hungarian border forts describe that the Ottomans and local militias were throwing rotting corpses into wells. Then you've got the French armies in the 17th century during the 30 Years' War of 1618 to 1648. Some forces uses the corpses of plague victims to infect besieged towns. Then you've got the Enlightenment area. But we already know about the smallpox blankets at colonial forts. But guys, I say all that to say, now you understand, right? Can I get some fists or feathers in the chat if I just demystified how they were able to conquer our continent? Not only was that demystified, but didn't I also demystify why some of our ancestors cannot rid themselves of Christianity? Because it's rooted in some of our indigenous spiritual system that's been flipped and subverted and used as our enemy to make us slaves in our own fields. Let's talk about it. And if you guys are watching, especially if you're a first-time viewer, I mean, if you're watching and you're like, damn, this guy Mike, he's dropping gems. I mean, just imagine how many gems I could drop on you during a one-on-one genealogy consultation. You can go to my website, nativeblackancestry.com. You have access to my calendar. You can pick a day, you can pick a time, and connect with me one-on-one. And I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. But I know I got a little long-winded. We got to get back on topic. We had some foreigner earlier try to tell me that I look like a man from the Congo. Oh yes, I did not forget about that, guys. Let me see. Let me do a quick vote, guys. We've got here an image of a man from the Congo. Do I look like this man from the Congo? Let me get a 0 in the chat for no and a 1 in the chat for yes. I forget who was that guy that called in. Was he an African or something? I don't know, but he said that we look like, or I look like, an African from the Congo. I don't think I look like that African from the Congo, but guys, I'm not just going to cherry pick one image. I'll bring up several images. Let me bring up another image of a man from the Congo. All right. Do I look like this man from the Congo? Yeah, here we go. Let's zoom in. And guys, this is a running theme. I've had like 3 people in the last week try to call in and say that I look like Africans. And when I let them know that Africa is a continent, it's not a country, you need to tell me the country that has Africans that look like me. A few days ago, we had somebody that said Ghana. I pulled up photos of Ghanaian men. I don't look nothing like them. They don't look nothing like me. Someone the other day said Fulani. That was so funny. I don't look nothing like a Fulani man. And now tonight, we had someone that said I look just like a African from the Congo. Okay. Let's bring up one more image of an African from the Congo. Come on, guys. Come on. Do I look like an African from the Congo? Let me know. Let me know. Hey, if I look like an African from the Congo, then tell me. This isn't an echo chamber. Men lie, women lie, but like images don't. If I have the same phenotype, cheekbones, facial structure, nose, lips, pigmentation, freckles, I mean, do I look like a man from the Congo? People coming up here tonight and failing miserably. But guys, before we wrap up tonight's broadcast, we're going to open up the phone lines again. We're going to open up the phone lines one last time. If there's anybody who was trying to call in earlier who didn't get the chance to, go ahead and call in. If you have any questions about genealogy, tribal citizenship, anything in between, let me know. Or if you want to debate me and you think that black folks really came from Africa and blah, 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 then call in. Let us know what you think and why you think that way. But let's wait a little bit, I guess. We'll wait a little bit, see if we got anybody that wants to call in. The night is still young. I see we've got Blue back. Blue, for anybody that's new, let the people know where you calling in from and what's on your mind. Oh, wait, hold on. I clicked the wrong button. That was bad timing. I'm normally good with this. All right, Blue, let us know where you calling in from, what's on your mind.
Yeah, so I'm calling in from Gary, Indiana. I'm getting in my vehicle. I'll still be able to hear you, right? I got a run to make. But I called back in is because there was a young man who came on and said that there was no archaeological evidence of native people in Alabama, and he was from Birmingham. So my family is from a place called Anniston, Alabama. The highest mountain there, right in Talladega, is a place called Cheaha Mountain, which is Creek, right? Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, and you can look this up. My grandmother owned about 90 acres of land in a place called the Rock Quarry there. It had a spring water, a white sand, and it had blue granite marble on it. Now, I'm going to tell you, the Carlisle group, they came in and they bought that up. But I make mention of this is because as a youth, I used to go through the mountains is because when you're talking about Anniston, it's a very mountainous place. When you're talking about Talladega, Silver Run, when you're talking about Jacksonville and all of that. Hey, listen, I've been through and went into some of the caves. I've seen the native markings there. These are our people, right? You know what I'm saying? So when the guys say that there's no archaeological evidence, sir, you literally are living right there at Cheaha Mountain, the highest point for Creek people. Do you understand what I'm saying? But this is why I have sympathy for our people, and this is the reason why, you were just chosen at this moment in time in this matrix, man, to be able to shake it loose for many people is this. And I'll end on this note, is that I have sympathy and empathy for our people because so much has happened. They're trying to read everything that they can to be able to put it together. But this is what I would strongly suggest for individuals that come to this room. Come here with your questions. Sharpen your listening skills and your comprehension skills, right? You can only be prepared to debate with someone that you are formidable with facts, receipts, knowledge, context. If you're not on that level of a mic, then just come here to learn, because what you've already read in other disciplines and studies might drop some jewels for you to throw another piece to help you to match up the reality in your imagination, right? So I do understand, but don't come here, right, with the condescension, with the insults and that. Come as a student, because this is what I knew about life. You're not always the teacher. Sometimes you're the student. Sometimes you're not the borrower. Sometimes you're the lender. And I say that to say this. You do such an excellent job. So I would encourage people that when they come here, and ask the questions get the scholarship from you and the research, and then allow yourself to go back, do your own independent study so that we can all grow collectively together, put it together right, and then put our heritage and our traditions back together and take that back from the colonizers. Because one thing that we know about them for absolute truth is they have told so many lies that it will blot out the sun. And that's a fact. I thank you, brother. Have a good night.
All right, you too, brother. Thanks for calling in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we wrap up, if there's any more callers, anybody that wants to call in, whether you want to debate, whether you just have some general remarks, whether you just want to give me some feedback on the broadcast that you witnessed this evening. We've got Ants. Is it Anit and Islaqua or
Cisqua?
You know what? I'm sorry. I got to put you on mute real quick. There was a really bad echo. Do you have this playing on a speakerphone or something? Go ahead and unmute yourself. There's a microphone icon with a slash through it. You have to click that to unmute yourself. There you go. There you go.
I got it.
All right.
I'm actually sitting in my car outside right now.
Oh, okay.
Let me try to take it off of Bluetooth.
Perfect. Yeah, if you take it off the Bluetooth, it'll probably get rid of that echo there.
How's it sound now?
Much better. Go for it. So where are you calling in from, and what's on your mind?
I'm calling from California,
Cool.
Bay Area.
Nice. I'm born and raised in Sacramento.
Oh, nice. I'm actually from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I've been out here for like 13 years now.
Nice.
But I'm just sitting here listening in, and I don't have too much input on much. I'm just listening to the people talk. But the question that I did have for you, I think that would result into a consultation, because we were talking. Well, I noticed sometimes you talk about like census records and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been looking for this person. I hear everybody saying like they can go back to the 1700s, but I can't break this brick wall past 1910 and 1900 on my grandmother's side particularly. So, at one point I heard this guy say, I'm not sure if you know Dre Chosen One. He was saying in the census records back at some point in time, we were being listed as white, like if you were like wealthy or something like that. So that caused me a lot of confusion, because when I'm looking this person up, like I only see 2 census records for him, but then everybody else is like white with the same name.
And are you on like Ancestry.com or something?
Yeah. And I tried to use Family Tree or whatever that site is, and it's the same thing.
I got you.
It's like they only have these 2 records, like they're ghosts.
So first of all, I'm not sure who that person is that you mentioned, who said that thing about ancestors being reclassified as white. I would just be wary of, a lot of online social media genealogists. Again, I'm a genealogist that advertises on social media, but I'm not a social media genealogist in the sense that I do this for real. I got testimonials, a lot of clients and stuff. And I say all that to say, it's a well-known fact that our ancestors have been reclassified to Negro, mulatto, freedman, free person of color. It is not a fact that our ancestors on a large scale have been reclassified to white. They literally are trying to delineate us from white people, put us in this box of black, Negro, colored. I mean, some of our ancestors who are reclassified to mulatto, if they're white passing, one census record might list them as mulatto, next census might list them as white, then they might go back to mulatto or something. But Black Americans at a large scale were not reclassified to white. What you will see, though, is when you look on websites like Ancestry.com, if you're not familiar with how to conduct genealogical research, a lot of times they'll give you hints and stuff that seem legit, but it's really just speculation. When Ancestry.com gives you a hint or a potential, you probably take it with some credence, thinking it's on the up and up. But until you actually look at the source, you'll see that it might just be like Joe Blow created some family tree, and next thing you know, what he put on his family tree is popping up as a potential on your family tree, because Ancestry.com is kind of like Wikipedia in the sense that anybody can add anything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's been doing that, but I'm sticking to the two censuses I have that they're listed as Black and Negro on those two censuses.
Mm-hmm.
So when he said that, I actually pulled that letter that Walter Pleckert had put out to the state.
Racial Integrity Act of 1924.
Yeah. Yep. And in that letter, he also stated that they were trying to classify as such as well. If I'm not mistaken, I still have the letter in my phone, but I seen him say something like that in there too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm like,
Walter Pleckert was fear mongering.
There's only these two.
Wait, hold on. Time out. So the whole Walter Pleckert thing, the Walter Pleckert thing is not lending credence to the claim that we were reclassified as white just because Walter Pleckert wrote in a letter that we trying to pass as white and pass as native. Walter Pleckert was just fear mongering to try to legitimize his reclassification of our ancestors. He's literally writing to nurses and county clerks, threatening them, telling them that they better not let somebody self-identify as Indian because it's just a bunch of Negroes who are trying to pass for Indian, and there's not a such thing as an Indian in Virginia that is not mixed with Negro. That's also part of the letter, right?
Right. So the thing was, it was a stat. That's what they were saying. It was a status back then, as opposed to like what you had or like if you owned like land or something like that.
That's what
they
said.
Would classify you as such. So I was just trying to clarify. That's what he was saying. He was speaking in the video that I seen.
That
was making me think like, well, maybe
that's what a guy on a social media video said, right?
But Dre, yeah.
Yeah.
He pulled up some. He has a video. His name is Dre Chosen One. And he speaks about that. He pulls up some kind of document, but I just seen that like a month or two ago or so. So I'm not remembering the whole thing.
Yeah, and
that's what made me come and
hold on, and I'm letting you know, he is right to a degree that white was not just an ethnic group or a social class, but it was also kind of like a status. And there are extremely niche examples where a black person got the status of white, but that was not on the mass scale. That was not a large occurrence. That was a very, very niche event. It happened so few of times, I can count it on one hand with 3 fingers. For example, Sarah Rector. Sarah Rector, if you look her up, she's regarded as the richest colored girl of the early 1900s. Hold on, ma'am. I'm gonna place you on mute. I think there's a little bit of a delay. Keep interrupting slightly. But either way, Sarah Rector. Sarah Rector, look her up. She's regarded as the richest colored girl of the early 1900s. Why is she so rich? Because her family's land had oil beneath it. Where was her family's land? In Oklahoma. Well, how does this black family have land in Indian territory in this period of time? Because she wasn't just a black girl or a colored girl. She was a member of my tribe. She was a Muskogee Creek Indian. And she was so rich, she was so successful from this oil money that the local legislators in Oklahoma tried to give her a white status. And this white status was not to change her on the census from colored to white. It's not to change her from a Muskogee Creek Indian to white. This white status was just a unique privilege where they allowed her to be in segregated areas. She can sit in the whites only section on the trains. She didn't have to go through the back door like the poor Negroes. So that's true to a degree that white was a status, and there are very niche examples, such as the example of Sarah Rector, where they tried to grant an indigenous black person as the status of whites, but that was not a large occurrence. And if you see ancestors in one census as black, next census as white, you're just dealing with same name, different person. Our ancestors had very, very common names. Very, very common names. And if you're not familiar with doing genealogy research, it's very easy for you to have an ancestor named John Smith, and there's 1,000 other white guys also named John Smith, and you're on Ancestry looking at census hints, and one census hint says a Negro, one census says a white person, one census says a black. Well, if you don't know how to do genealogy research, you won't know that you have to cross-reference not just the names, but the date of births, the household members. See if the household members match people listed on your family tree. See if the territory lived in by this person at this time on the census matches known territories of your lineal ancestor. And like you alluded to earlier, when you first called in, you said this conversation is probably going to lead to a consultation with you. And you were right, because these are the exact kind of things that I break down and demystify during those one-on-one genealogy consultations. But I digress. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, so yeah, I am going to need your help, so I'm going to get with you on that later. That's all I wanted to ask you.
Now. Most definitely. And whenever you check out the website and go to book a consultation, make sure to use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, and that'll hook you up with a special discount.
Okay, for sure. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Look forward to connecting with you. And I got a few people that were on the panel earlier. I think they just didn't have the patience to let the sister finish asking her questions. But guys, before I wrap up this broadcast, if there's anybody else that wants to call in, let us know what's on your mind. Let us know how long have you been watching. What do you think about these interesting callers we've had this evening? What do you think about the whole Hebrew discussion, the new information, or at least it's probably new to quite a few of you guys, how they really subverted our indigenous spiritual systems? I mean, I'm sure that's definitely a new one to a lot of folks. 500 Block Navy, go ahead, unmute yourself and let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Detroit, brother, you already know. So look, what I wanted to ask you was, or what I wanted you to kind of elaborate on, if you know about it, is how the Jews and the Moors was kicked out of Scotland together, fleeing from prosecution or whatnot. Do you know anything about that or whatnot? How the Jews and the Moors were like in cahoots together?
Well, I know about Jewish and Moorish expulsion, but that's mostly, occurring in like Iberian Peninsula. Jews were definitely kicked out of Scotland as well, because Jews were kicked out of every single country they've ever migrated to. But
right,
are you sure about the Jewish Moorish Scottish thing, or are you more sure?
Yeah, I'm vaguely sure of it, because what it was, I was watching some type of YouTube. I gotta start like really writing down what I'm seeing, and so I can have a better reference for it.
Oh, no, real quick. Johnny's in the chat. Johnny said, "What the fuck?" No, Johnny, you gotta understand, a lot of this shit sounds pseudo, but when you do the research,
oh yeah, he was talking about me.
When you actually do the research, it's definitely rooted in fact. For example, and real quick, it's a little bit of background noise. I'm gonna mute you for a moment. For example, for him to say Jews and Moors got kicked out of Scotland, some of you guys are like, what the hell kind of pseudo shit is this? Oh, this nigga's talking about some black European type shit. Da, da, da. No, that's rooted in fact. But you see, I was bringing up the expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula because that's what led to Jews and Moors migrating to Scotland. I think the caller was just slightly off a little bit. He said he saw a video or something. He was just probably just slightly, tiny bit off. What actually happened was, through the Alhambra Edict, when the Jews and the Moors are kicked out of Spain, they fled to Scotland. They fled to Amsterdam. They fled to France. They become French Huguenots and other factions, right? And they become conversos, the ones that stay behind. So yes, guys, look it up. There is actually truth to not necessarily Jews and Moors being kicked out together from Scotland, but they did migrate to Scotland after being kicked out of Spain and Portugal in 1492. But go ahead, 500, unmute yourself.
But yeah, brother, I just wanted you to elaborate on that or whatnot. And I'm gonna look more into it or whatnot to see to have a more of a factual base of where I'm coming from with it. But yeah, brother, that's all I wanted to. I periodically call in just to throw a few around you, see how you feel about it, or I done read something, see how you feel about it or whatnot. And that's No, I don't want that weed, brother. And that's all I wanted to say.
Who
That's all I wanted.
no. Who just tried to hand you some bunk weed? Who was
Oh
that?
my man's and shit, dog. He you know, we just chill. Like I said, I turned people on to, you know what I'm saying. So he just chilling, watching, enjoying the show.
Nah. To tell your homie he may be new around here, but we don't be smoking no bunk tree on Mike TV, okay?
Oh, come on, brother. Brother, I'm from Detroit, brother, the city, brother.
Yeah.
We got the best of the best of whatever. This shit was flew in, not grew in. That's all you gotta know.
Hey, and I'm from Cali, baby. I'm from the Mecca. Okay, I used
So
to.
you know.
Hey,
you know.
Oh no. This is how much I know. If you know, you know. I used to grow in Humboldt County. If you know anything about the Emerald Triangle, you already know how plugged in I am in Cali. Come on.
I mean, you know, and then too, brother, I appreciate you too, brother, because you know, I've been going through some little life changing things. You feel me? And I'm the well, anybody
What
that's
you got
kind of
going
close to
on?
my age, the block shit is dead, bro. You know what I'm saying? We got to start looking for other ways and, you know, really trying to learn something. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you, brother. That's all I got to say. I ain't gonna keep all your time, my nigga.
Nah, you good. Well, hey, how old are you?
Right now, I'm 35, brother.
Oh, okay. You 34. Well, shit, you sound like you in your 20s, okay?
I look like it too, man. Hey, you wouldn't believe. Hey, my face don't show nothing I've been through. So, you know.
Well, black don't crack. Come on.
You know how it go. So, more blessings to you, man. Keep doing your thing, you know. And that's where we at with it.
All right. Till next time, brother. Thanks for calling
Hey,
in.
Johnny, man, chill out on me, man. Why you got to do me like that, brother?
But
all right,
you know
y'all.
you can't pay the faceless trolls no mind. Come on. Till next time, 500. Thanks for calling in. We've got Day So Divine. Day So Divine, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. And see, guys, this is why, not to toot my own horn, this is why when you guys come across some of these videos on social media and stuff, it's very good for you to do just like the brother did and be like, yo, I seen some shit on social media. Like, I want to call, ask you about it. What do you know about it? And see how I was able to get him just a little bit more on track. He was already there. He was going off the rails just slightly. We had to line up the grooves, right? The video that he saw, hey, I ain't trying to diss no fellow content creators, but whoever that was did a terrible job. If he had a brother thinking that the Moors and the Jews were kicked out of Scotland together, they were kicked out of Iberian Peninsula, and then they go to Scotland, France, English, different Scottish ports, right? So, you know, I ain't trying to say I'm the end all be all, but I am a professional researcher. I do this 365, 24/7. I mean, I'm not just like some of these guys who make the videos where like they're a truck driver or they're an Amazon delivery driver or they're a DoorDasher, and then like in their spare time they make some YouTube videos about some history stuff, and no diss to that. I mean, it's great that people are trying to get into history, but you got to understand, like, this is my career, this is my profession. I don't do this for play. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Day So Divine, let us know where you calling in from, what's on your mind.
Peace. I'm from Pensacola, Florida, actually. This is my first time catching one of your lives.
We got a Florida girl.
Yeah, but your live came up, so I've just kind of been here, you know, learning, listening, vibing with y'all. And yeah, you know your shit. You on your shit. That's for sure. But thank you for having me. You know, I seen you requesting me to come up here, so I don't really have too much to say. Like I said, I'm learning. I'm here learning too, so I respect that.
Yeah, no worries. I just typically send out some invitations towards the end of the broadcast, just in case there's anybody who wants to provide some commentary. Sometimes folks are a little shy to request to join, so you know, I just extend that invitation. But yeah, you said Pensacola, Florida. Is that southern tip or panhandle, or where exactly is Pensacola?
Oh, we North Florida, baby.
Are you north?
We right next to, like, you know, Mobile.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Nice. That's what's up. Yeah, no, I'm planning on taking a trip to Florida sometime probably beginning of next year. Believe it or not, I'm going alligator hunting.
Oh yeah, good eating right there.
Well, okay. I guess I'm gonna try a little taste a little bit, just because this Indian boy can't kill an animal and not try to make use of it. But no, the main reason was in my research about my tribe, being all throughout Georgia, Alabama, Florida, the Seminoles who became the Seminole, that's how they survived. Like our ancestors used to hunt crocodiles, and they used to do it the hard way. Nowadays, when I go to hunt crocodiles, the way that them white boys out there do it is they got a heavy duty fishing line, and they put some chicken or something on the fishing line, and they get the gator like on the fishing pole, and then they drag him to the shore, and then put the bullet between the eyes or an arrow between the eyes. That's the easy way. Our ancestors used to go out there at nighttime. They used to go out there at night with torches, and it would be a group of our ancestors, and somebody would distract the gator with the torch, because at night the bright light of the torch blinds alligators. So once the gator is blinded, we would get around him and spear him and arrow him and shit. That's how our ancestors was hunting alligators at night in the swamps.
Yeah, that's real. And I kind of grew up. My family, they fish a lot, they hunt, we eat coon, like we backwoods people. So yeah, I grew up on a lot of that as well.
That's what's up.
So I hope when you come down here, I don't know if you're interested in connecting with people offline, but I'd be interested in meeting you and chopping it up with you.
Yeah, most definitely. Actually, I'm getting ready to put together a Native Black American history tour, where throughout the year we go to different places: Tulsa, Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Pennsylvania, parts of Caribbean, Mexico, just basically retracing our ancestors' footsteps and getting in tune with the culture and whatnot. So I'm officially going to launch that like maybe February of next year. But in the meantime, I'm definitely trying to be more vocal of some of these trips that I'm taking, because I'm actually constantly traveling. Like I literally fly like every other month. I'm getting ready to fly in 2 days to the West Coast for like a week. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm trying to be more vocal about my trip, so that if there's any folks like yourself who are in those areas and want to connect, I'm definitely down, because it's all about building the network and getting the community together. And yeah, in the meantime, until I officially launch that tour service, I figure I just let you guys know, yo, I'm gonna be in Sacramento from these dates. Yo, I'm gonna be in Florida from these dates. So if anybody wants to pull up, just shoot me an email.
Also, I did have one little question. So I'm also in the process of just like going through the records as far as like genealogy wise. And you were saying something about, I think you just said something about the Huguenots, right?
Yep.
I found some lineages, I guess, leading to that, but y'all are saying that these are melanated people, right?
To a degree. Most of these European denominations, whether Huguenots, Protestants, all these different folks, right? It's like, it's not that they're inherently melanated, but a lot of Jews and Moors, when they got kicked out of Spain in 1492, they went to France, they went to Scotland, they went to Ireland, they went to Amsterdam, or excuse me, Amsterdam. So it's like, it's not so much of this like pseudo Black European thing that some people like to run with on social media, but it is true that there were classes within these groups that descend from those Moors and Jews that fled from Spain.
Okay, because I do have a couple of family crests that I see and things like that, but I'll try to get with you on that. I'll go to your website and stuff. Like I said, this is my first time catching you live, so I'll be looking into that. But I appreciate you for real.
Yeah, for sure. And when you say family crest, I'm assuming that you've been looking on Ancestry.com, right?
I had first found this just kind of like researching my last name, and this was years ago. And then so I just registered for Ancestry maybe like a month ago, and the actual crest that I see on there isn't the one that matches my last name exactly, but it aligns with some of the other people in my family in that lineage. So
so where in the Southeast are your family from originally?
So a lot of them are from Connecticut County, Alabama, Burnt if you know where Burnt Creek, Alabama is, it's like Evergreen area, like it's Pensacola, Escambia County area. And from what I'm seeing online, a lot of them also were from the Carolinas, Virginia, and Georgia. So, but me, I'm from, like I said, Florida. So all of my family, like immediate family that I know, my elders, they've always been here and in Alabama.
Okay.
We actually still have over 100 acres of land that my family owns. It's just in the woods, and a lot of people nowadays don't want to stay on family land, so we all over. But we still have, that in our family line as well. But I've just been trying to piece it together, trying to see trying to make things make sense for me. I have a little girl I'm raising, and I want her to know where she come from. That way she know where she's going eventually.
Yeah.
So piecing it up for her is all. But from what I've been told, we are a creek as well. They keep saying like Alabama and Yamasee.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
so
see, you have to understand, back in the day, Creek, which is my tribe, back then it wasn't a tribe. Creek was just something that the British called all the tribes in the Southeast that lived along the creek. So the creek was actually like a confederacy of a bunch of different tribes, right? So when you say that you're seeing some French stuff, some Huguenot stuff, some family crests, well, the French had a colonial presence in Georgia, Alabama, the Carolinas since 1700s, 1800s. So they were definitely working to intermarry with indigenous communities, convert indigenous communities. They built a settlement called Fort Louis de la Louisiane in 1702 on the Mobile River, West Bank, by the French. The French colony in Alabama was actually part of the Louisiana colony. Matter of fact, I wonder if I can find this map real quick. This is a map that I share with people during these genealogy consultations. I think I got it here. So most people don't realize, before the Louisiana Purchase, hold on, Bacon's Rebellion, Creek Treaty, slave interviews, natives versus Mongols, Walter Plecker, reclassification, white cargo, white slaves, maps. Here we go. Maps. Perfect. Up. But that's not the right map. Which map do I want? Native, docs, North American territories. Found it. Here we go. So most people don't really understand how vast French Louisiana originally was. Before the Louisiana Purchase, everything in blue was known as French Louisiana. So when we know that we have people coming from the Southeast, we have oral tradition of indigenous ancestors in the Southeast, and we do the genealogy, and we also see some French in there. Well, now you see why. The French were all from the Southeast up to the Great Lakes, up into Canada, before the Louisiana Purchase. But go ahead, unmute yourself. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, that's interesting because I was actually on another live. And pretty much what you see in blue, he was describing that as the Haiti, the Haiti Haiti. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
Oh Lord, I already know where you're going.
Yeah,
You've been watching some pseudo niggas on social media. Okay, you've been watching
right.
some
I'm
pseudo
listening to everybody and I'm putting stuff together. Like, okay, so he never really.
It's not that it was like a Republic of Haiti or anything. It's that it's colonized by the French, and the French also colonized Haiti. So what happened is sometimes indigenous slaves would be taken from parts in blue and shipped to Haiti, or vice versa. That's why they say that they try to lie and say the man who founded Chicago was a black man from Haiti. No, he was an indigenous American Indian. I forget his name. It was like a French name, Louis de Savant or some shit. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Black man founded Chicago. See, Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable is considered the founder of Chicago, a black man of Haitian descent who established the first permanent non-indigenous settlement there in the 1780s. Well, why do they call it a permanent non-indigenous settlement? Because he migrated from Haiti in 1780. But they're not really giving us the real, and they're not telling us how since the 1600s, since the early 1700s, indigenous tribes were taken from the Southeast to the Caribbean, to Haiti, to Jamaica, to Puerto Rico. So could this Haitian man descend from Southeastern American Indians that were shipped to Haiti, and now he's coming back to this area of Chicago and founding the first permanent settlement? I mean, now you start to connect the dots, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing, trying to connect all the dots.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and I think they got statues of him out in Chicago, downtown Chicago, and everything. Yeah, he's known as the man who founded Chicago. And then when you realize, wait a minute, Chicago's in Illinois. Illinois comes from the indigenous word Illinois. That was French territory at one point, just like Haiti.
So he was also saying something about, that our native language is Creole. And so a lot of these places...
Our native language can't be Creole if you can't have Creole without the French influence.
Mm-hmm.
So really our native language would be what we were speaking before French contact.
Right.
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if old boy was a Haitian migrant or something who's just really trying to big up the Haitians or something. I mean, I don't know with that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When people get up on here, you never know their background for real. And I'm really good with discernment, and that's pretty much why I've been in this live as long as I've been in here.
How long you been in here tonight?
Man, I done did schoolwork. No offense, I fell asleep, woke up, still was in the live, So my spirit guys was like, yeah, just chill out in here for a while. You straight in here.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I thank you for joining. I'm glad you're learning something new. And again, when you go to my website to book a consultation, make sure to use that coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase. I think it hooks you up with like a 20% discount. And whenever we connect, just remind me that you were the person who called in. You're in Florida, so that during the consultation, we can make sure to exchange email. So whenever I'm in Florida, we can link up. And hopefully we can get a nice little group of us. I'm sure there's quite a few people who tune in from Florida.
Yeah, it's a lot of us down here, but that's a bet. And I appreciate you for having me up here.
Yep. Till next time, you take it easy.
All right, you too.
All right, peace. All right, guys, last call. If there's anybody else that wants to call, and now is your last chance to do so. Your boy just did 6 hours continuously of live content, debating trolls, naysayers. Guys, who else? I mean, can I talk my shit? Can you let me talk much? Who else is doing it? I mean, who? You got Tariq trying to battle Tethers and stuff, but he's doing some weird zesty shit. He be having some transgender up there, T.S. Giselle on the Twitter spaces and shit, doing some old questionable ass shit. I mean, Tariq just be trading your mama jokes with migrants and shit. He don't really get into the history like this, the heritage like this. Nigga won't share his screen and go through the receipts and the documentation. I mean, guys, who does it like Mike? That's an honest question. If there's somebody else, name him. If there's somebody else you think is on par, on my level, doing the work, facts to prove it, testimonial. I mean, who else? Who? Y'all got me sounding like an owl up here. Tamara says he's Haitian background. Yeah, if you're referring to the Jean-Baptiste dude. Yeah, he migrated from Haiti. But again, just because you're from Haiti doesn't mean you don't descend from indigenous people that have been displaced. A lot of folks from South America, Central America, North America were shipped to the Caribbean plantations. Let's talk about it. But all right, guys, it looks like we don't have any more live callers. So I suppose we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Again, I urge you, if you're new to the content, make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I built it with tons of historical resources to help you guys on your quest for knowledge and information. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me go to the site real quick. Also, I just launched my first ever hidden history course. This is a full-fledged collegiate level course where I'm going to break it down from A to Z. Colonial imperialism, racial reclassification, paper genocide, all the way to Reconstruction, the modern era. So definitely make sure to check out my new course, Hidden Heritage, the untold story of Native Black Americans. If you purchase it now before the 1st of the month, it's actually half off. So definitely make sure to check that out. And as always, I make myself available. You can access my calendar, pick a day, pick a time to connect with me one-on-one. If you'd like a genealogy consultation where I teach the 3-step process me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation. And here's a quick testimonial from one of my recent clients.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative, showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is, and I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in, going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? Go to nativeblackancestry.com and book your consultation today. And actually, guys, no, for real, go there, book today, because they're filling up fast. I'm doing some traveling. I'm going to be on the West Coast over the next week, so normally I make myself available on Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, but because I'm traveling, I really am only doing consultations this Tuesday, and then the whole next week I'm off. So the next consultations besides this Tuesday is going to be like 2 weeks into the future. But either way, you can book it out in advance. But yeah, definitely take advantage of that coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase. That'll hook you up with a nice discount. Now, I need a roll up. This has been a long live stream. I feel very fulfilled. I'm living my purpose throughout all the pain. Guys, I sit at this computer so many hours throughout the day. It's a sit-stand desk, so I'm either standing or I'm sitting. I stand so much. I got pains in my heel. I sit so much. I got knots in my back. I literally have to get 4 hours of deep tissue massage work every week. My wrist hurts so much from all the typing. That's why earlier you saw me with the wrist brace on. Luckily, after I French kissed on the Mary Jane, the pain went away a little bit, so I didn't have to rock the wrist brace for most of the broadcast. But guys, I do this for real. I live this, I breathe it. When I'm not live, I'm doing genealogy research for clients, or research for future broadcasts, or updating the digital archive, or working on my course, or working on the Native Black American History Tour, or working on securing some land so that I can recreate an indigenous village and make a central location where we can host events and get back in tune with the culture. I mean, I've also got a family indigenous ceremony I'm fighting to get restored. I've got a PhD professor at the University of Georgia trying to racially reclassify my grandfather. I got to fight him academically. I mean, there's so much on my plate, Lord, oh Lord. So forgive me when I take the time to roll up some Mary. Mary. Come on. But I'm feeling oh so fulfilled. This was a great broadcast. I know that this helped so many people, and the hundreds of people that it helped tonight, it's really going to be multiplied and amplified 1,000-fold, because you see, for folks watching on TikTok who may have caught the end part or missed some of it, just go to YouTube. My YouTube channel is called Mike TV. You can watch the whole broadcast on there. I record these simultaneously to TikTok and to YouTube, so you can catch up on what you missed. And I mean, not just the hundreds that we helped here tonight, not just the folks that called in, but the thousands who are going to watch the replay. I mean, damn, sometimes I really got to take it in and let it dawn on me, the impact that I'm having to the community. And that's not on some braggadocious shit. That's on some hard work type shit, okay? I have such an impact because I put in the work. Simple as that. It's Sunday. I could have been playing Call of Duty or some shit. I could have went to the movies. I could be at the club looking for a chick or something. I mean, who knows? There's a myriad of things that one can do on a Sunday. So I don't just give myself a pat on the back for spending 6 hours straight educating the public for free 99, shipping and handling included. But I want you to pat yourself on the back for tuning in and gaining this knowledge on this Sunday evening or whatever time you guys will be watching this for the replay. You could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you're here with me. You folks on TikTok could be watching 1,000 other TikTok live streams about a bunch of frivolous bullshit, but you're here learning about your ancestors, their culture, their customs, and how to combat these naysayers, trolls, and detractors. So come on, we both got to pat ourselves on the back. Let's talk about it. Damn, someone said it's Wednesday where I'm at. Where are you at, Native Sun God? Wait a minute. Where are you at? Are you in the inner earth? Are you at the North Pole? Said it's Wednesday where I'm at. You must be in, is it even Wednesday in Europe? Where the fuck is it Wednesday? I'm calling cap on that one. I'm calling cap. You got to be trolling me. I ain't never heard of no time zone difference. Like he said, it's Wednesday where I'm at. You got to be trolling me. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Okay. So guy is joking. Okay, come on, y'all. It's been a long ass. Come on. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not that dumb. I know there's Eastern time. There's I mean, I got 3 employees in the Philippines, so I know a little bit about time zone differences and shit. I'm like, a 3-day difference. You better stop playing with me. You better stop playing with me, Native Sun God. Lord, I'm too tired. But yeah, guys, while I spark it up, I'm going to turn my camera off on TikTok, or at least block it a bit, since TikTok does not allow me to French kiss Mary Jane on camera. YouTube has no issue with me doing so, so my camera feed will still be up on YouTube. If folks really care about seeing my face that bad on TikTok, just come over to YouTube. You can see my pearly whites. But let me close us out with a tune. Let me close us out with a nice tune, shall we? And you know what? I think I have the perfect tune in mind. Thank you guys for joining. I appreciate you. Make sure to check out the website, nativebblackancestry.com. And we'll see you later. I know I'm going to be taking a break over the next week or so, going out of town, but I'll be running replays nonstop on the YouTube channel. If you folks are watching on TikTok, I have thousands of hours of content on YouTube just waiting for you to discover. Trust me. Thousands of hours. Thousands. I've got a terabyte hard drive just filled with content, filled to the brim. But again, I thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys can do one last thing for me before you close out, let me know, how long have you guys been watching? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours? How long have you been tuning in? The Black Mamba says, Mike, you need to make some subscription stickers. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do that. You talking about on TikTok, right? Yeah. Shout out to AN, says 4 hours or more, hour plus for Black Mamba, a few hours for Tasha. HTD says, from the beginning. You lying, HTD. You lying. If you really been here from the beginning, who was the first guest that called in? No, I ain't gonna do you like that. I don't even remember who the first guest that called in. I'm just joking, HTD. I'm just joking. I ain't gonna do you like that. I can't even remember. I know we had like 3 or 4 Mexicans, or 2 or 3 Mexicans. I don't know. We had some Mexicans. We had a Pangoofy, maybe 2, maybe 3. I think it was 2 Mexicans and 3 Pangoofies. Help me out, guys. 2 Mexicans, 3 Pangoofies. What happens when 3 Mexicans and 2 Pangoofies walk into a bar with Mike TV? I tuned in on Rafa. Okay, I feel you. Over here dropping them gems. Yeah, I try. That's what I'm here for. But all right, guys, let me find some music to spark up to. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Early in this morning, as I open up my eyes, something just feels right. 'Cause I can see the dawning. It's not so far away. And all my life I've been waiting for a day like today.
So I'll live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. When's the right time? Is it my time? And if I'm dreaming, then please don't wake me up. Oh, last time I seen the sun, I was free and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord forgive me one more time. Last time I seen the sun, I was free and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord forgive me. And let me see the dawning. Yeah, it's not so far away. All my life I've been waiting for a day like today. So I live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. When the right time is it my time? My time. My time.
And also, chat, don't just let me know how long you've been watching this evening, but let me know what was your favorite part. Let me know what was your favorite part. And or, besides letting me know your favorite part, let me know what was something new that you learned this evening. Yeah, that's what I really want to know. What did you learn that was new this evening that you did not know before? What were you confused about that I provided clarity on? Let me know. Give me some feedback.
Running through the revolution. Overrunning to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution. And I'll be marching for your freedom. Y'all know my people need them. And we're just
For those asking about the last song I played, it was called Last Time. It's from the Sinners soundtrack. Just look up Last Time by Alice Smith and Miles Canton. Oh, and Sinners was so fire that I saw it in IMAX like 2 days in a row. And actually, it's coming back to IMAX October 30th. So, yeah, go see that shit again. Now, of course, it's a Hollywood movie. Of course, they still have to throw in a psyops of propaganda. Of course, they try to throw in some West African influence and shit. And they had some white-looking folks playing Choctaw Indians. Of course. But chew the meat, spit out the bones.
Couldn't amount to your biggest fears, but I'm watching the way that y'all we did. Oh, and we're running now, we're running now, we're running now, we're running to a resolution. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution, giving joy to glory. Oh, that's the only story. And we're doing joy, that's the only glory. We are telling, we're getting all that victory. And your blessings will fall down. And your blessings will fall down. Blessings of the highest we see. And with your grace, we can do it properly. Highest of the frequencies. And with your grace, we can do it properly. And we're running now, we're running now, we're running now, we're running to it. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, oh, we'll be running to a solution. Running to a solution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running through the revolution. And while your dreams come to fruition.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Sean says, just joining now. Question. Is this live stream just starting? And then, Sean, you on YouTube. You ain't on TikTok. There ain't no excuse for this. On YouTube, on the bottom of the screen, it shows how long this live stream been active. And I know you ain't asking if a live stream that's been going for 6 hours plus is just now starting or coming to an end. Hey, if the folks are watching the replay in the future, it's not coming to an end because we're going to play another broadcast right after this one. But for the folks watching in real time, the present, which will in the future become the past, well, then yes, this live stream is now coming to an end.
One day, I'm gonna understand. Unsure what the balance held, I touched my belly, overwhelmed by what I had been chosen to perform. But then Then an angel came one day, told me to kneel down and pray, for unto me a man child would be born. Oh, this crazy circumstance, I knew his life deserved a chance, but everybody told me to be smart. Look at your career, they said, Lauren, baby, use your head. But instead I chose to use my heart. Now the joy of my world is in Zion. Now the joy of my world is in Zion. How beautiful is nothing more than to wait at Zion's door. I've never been in love like this before. Now let me pray to keep you from the perils that will surely come. See, life for you, my prince, has just begun. And I thank you for choosing me to come through unto life to be a beautiful reflection of his grace. See, I know that a gift so great is only one God could create. And I'm reminded every time I see your face that the joy of my world is in Zion. Now the joy of my world is in Zion. Now the joy of my world is in Zion. Now the joy of my world is in Zion.
Shout out to Plague. I'm gonna just call you P. P said, I found my grandfather in Catawba /Watery /Saponi Records through land tracks which cross-reference my family's lands to 1780. Well, round of applause to you. That's what it's all about. And guess what? I bet you that wasn't easy. I bet you did some digging. I bet you may have hit some dead ends, some glass ceilings that you had to break through. Shout out to you for staying the course and doing the genealogy.
Okay, how many people in here have ever been in love? I know none of the guys gonna raise their hand, but how many of y'all ever been in love? Well, I know none of the guys been in. We don't get in love, right? Oh, let this black man right here tell what his idea of love is, because now all the time we hear young black men talking about love.
already know what I'm on. Tell them don't wait up for me. Pulling up drop top Porsche. Just that glory. I'ma come through and just black out. Just black out. Keep a few G's on the staff now. I cash out. We finna go where the stars at. And beyond that, just that rip up the contract. Fuck all that. I ain't gotta ask nobody. Plug top, shawty. If you wanna back it up for me, I'ma play back that shorty. Got on the rocks in the morning. Ooh. I ain't gotta ask nobody. Plug top, shawty. If you wanna back it up for me, I'ma play back that shorty. Got on the rocks in the morning.
They say the sun and a shine for all, but the young some people world yet never shine at all.
These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you called me a liar. Oh no. Baby, tell me where you gone. I've been feeling for your love so long. We can praise God in the moonlight. Baby, if you with me, better do right. And I've been gone too long, and I'm hoping that you sing my song. I've been on this road for way too long. I've been hoping that we all get along. These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I loved you, you called me a liar. Give God the thanks and praises. I've been on my own, but we ain't never left alone. And if I'm telling you the feeling is wrong, relax a little, friend, this won't take too long. And when you're feeling alone, you can call my phone. Is there a better way to go? Teach them something before they lose the song. Oh no, freedom is the road. Oh no, coming in from the cold. Tell them not to sell it, it's worth more than gold. And guiltiness will catch them in the end. Oh yeah. They'll try to manipulate you through your pockets. Now you're caught up in the fog with the optic vision. Try to control you so they take the power. No, we don't play that game, we're here to empower. Give God the thanks and praises. Give God all the thanks and praises. Give God all the thanks and praises. Give God thanks and praises. Give God all the thanks and praises.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. I got a whole bunch of work to do. You know what's funny? The whole point of this broadcast was I was supposed to be knocking out work in the back end while answering questions, opening myself up for debate, but instead I just found myself debating imbeciles for 6 hours straight. But educating you guys simultaneously. So it's not for nothing. It's definitely not for nothing. But I'll see you guys later. I'm probably still going to try to find some time to do some broadcasts while I'm on the road. So stay tuned for that. Check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. Appreciate everybody tuning in this evening. And I will see you next time. Stay vigilant. And a quick word for our opposition. A quick word for the naysayers, the detractors, our foes that's faint as fiends. Even though you're not ready for the day, it cannot always be night.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.